So let's play.
Because I thought they were noteworthy.
Okay,
I
so
thought there was something to take away from it.
let's play these comments that were just posted about an hour ago. Apparently, there's a big State Farm commercial being filmed with Patrick Mahomes and Trey Smith. I think Xavier Worthy's involved in this thing. And so Kay Adams is there working a deal. She asked him several questions about State Farm, and then she'll ask him football questions. And so we have the small clip here when she asked Trey Smith about signing a contract extension before the deadline on July 15th. So let's play this, and then, Jeff, I want to get your reaction.
Now, I know you're here at a commercial.
Yeah.
We're shooting. We're having a great time. The season's ahead of us. You got tagged this offseason. I want to talk a little business. Highest paid guard in NFL history. July 15th is here. Okay.
Yeah.
Long-term deal. What's the latest from Beach?
I leave it to the hands of my agent and, obviously the front office staff of the Chiefs are elite. And, at the end of the day, I just let them take care of it. I just have to focus on being the best version of myself, being the best football player, and being prepared for training camp. Because St. Joe's around the corner. That's going to be, we don't want to talk about that right now.
Okay, so that's how he handled the question. But that deadline comes in 5 days before everyone reports to St. Joe's. So give me your thoughts on what you think is going to happen between the Chiefs and Trey Smith before that July 15th deadline.
Imagine they would get a long-term deal worked out because he signed the tag so quickly. Usually, the way the handles that situation and
And that's not nothing, right? Like he was on the Kelsey Brothers podcast. He's filming commercials with Patrick Mahomes and appearing on Up and Adams. He's like, he's not like, I don't want to go on there. I'm just doing the commercial, no interviews. He's a happy guy. He's not bitter, right? There's that means something.
then work out a long-term deal. The more Ravens did that with Lamar Jackson.
In your opinion, it should sign him to a long-term deal.
You wouldn't.
So, continuing with what the big talking points and the big storyline has been this offseason and will be in the training camp, it's the offensive line. And so, paying Creed Humphrey what they're paying him, and then paying Trey Smith, what it's going to take to sign that long-term deal. It's even more important. It makes it even more important.
Oh man!
If they got Josh Simmons right, if he turns out to be the left tackle, not only of the future but of the present, because if you get a standout left tackle on a rookie contract, that allows you to do those other things along the offensive line, and that makes everything fit better, right? This is a big deal if they are able to solidify left tackle with Josh Simmons, right?
Yeah.
Sure. And so I want to play this clip because the Josh Simmons thing, there's been a lot of hype, but you always got to be careful with the hype. And so here's a clip from New Heights broadcast, and they've been and you listen because, of course, Travis Kelsey plays with Josh Simmons, and he's been around him. And even though they haven't got to training camp yet, saw him through OTAs and everything else. And then Jason Kelsey was a hell of an offensive lineman and knows offensive line play. They had Matt Nagy on the podcast, so I'm going to play this clip for you and just like to get your reaction to the Kelseys along with Chiefs offensive coordinator Matt Nagy talking about Josh Simmons.
I got to ask you, offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
You drafted Josh Simmons. This kid looks incredible. Looked incredible at Ohio State. What do you think he'll bring once he's fully back and healthy?
Yeah, I really love his athleticism. You're right. I mean, his ability to really show his strength and athleticism on the edge, one-on-one, being able to recover if he gets beat. I mean, it's rare.
Dude, it was like flashes of like Jason Peters, like Trent Williams type of movement and bending and redirecting. I agree, 100%. Yeah,
Agree, man. He's gonna really put it together, and I think like right now, just Jace, as you know, man, just kind of understanding the calls and all the different calls you can have at the line of scrimmage, when you're gonna squeeze and there's different.
that's what the guard's for. He's got to block the man mountain Dean on the end. The guard could tell him, hey.
That's right. That's right. So he's really, really been locked in, though. It's been great to see him like in meetings and out of practice. He's almost sometimes a little bit too serious because he's really locked in. It's good to see.
What blew me away was everybody's talking about how athletic he is, and you see that immediately. Seeing him go through drills and how comfortable he is, how great of a base he has, and everything like that. But even when he's just like working some of the scout team stuff because his knee isn't just quite back for him to go full go yet. He's dialed in. He's giving good looks. He's making sure he's helped. Like he is a professional already. He is so bought in, and he understands. I think what situation that he's in, and being that big of a pick for the Chiefs, maybe. I think he's actually light years ahead of where I was imagining he could be. Not to say that I was expecting something else. I just didn't know what to expect from him not knowing him that well, but
He's a rookie.
Yeah.
exactly, he's a rookie, but he is dialed in and he looks like he's ready to work, baby.
So there's a lot there, and that's Jason Kelsey, Travis Kelsey, and Matt Nagy talking about Josh Simmons. And Jeff, enough people that know what they're talking about have said and said this before the Chiefs took him. If he didn't have that injury, he had a real chance to be the first left tackle taken in the draft. But he did have the injury, and he fell. And so just give me just overall, based on everything you've heard from Andy Reid and Andy Heck, and now, listen to these three guys that know what they're talking about Simmons, what your realistic expectations are, because he's still a rookie and he's still bouncing back from that severe knee injury, but he is surprising people with how far along he is. I want you to be honest. Is your reluctance to jump on this bandwagon come from the fact that Josh Simmons played at Ohio State? Just tell me. We don't have to talk about that too much.
I would not say that. But what I
All
will
right.
say, who knows big football a lot,
Looking for you from New Heights with the Kelsey brothers and their guest Matt Nagy. Chris Jones, you mentioned Chris Jones a little bit earlier when we were talking about contracts and Trey Smith signing a contract. I feel like this is a lost opportunity for everyone involved covering the Chiefs and talking about the Chiefs. Listen to Matt Nagy talking about a play that they almost ran or they were going to run with Chris Jones. Maybe not.
Is there anything that's off the table in terms of creativity?
No, there's really not. I will say, even to the point, Kels, we put that one play in for Chris Jones that we had him doing a little bit of a pass, and he just.
Oh, Jason, you have no idea. It was bad. Dude, Chris, I love Chris Jones to death, dog. I don't know what it was, but he needs to stay on the defensive side.
Yeah. It just we put it in for him, and we had him doing a little throw, and it just. I mean, usually, Coach, we put it in the incubator like with Dontari Poe, with the jump pass.
Oh yeah, just let that thing simmer, baby.
Yeah.
You worked it for a couple weeks.
Yeah, this one was called swinging D, and it wasn't working, man. That play wasn't working.
D, are you kidding me?
We ran it. He would check, and it was a throw to me. Every single throw was like 5 yards behind me, at my feet. I'm just like, Coach, I don't think this is gonna work.
It got canned. It lasted about 2 weeks, and then swinging D went out. So no more of that. That was gone. But that's about the only one. You know, Coach, man.
Oh my God.
How bitterly disappointed are you that we won't see a play involving Chris Jones called Swinging D?
Probably that could have been called a lot of hands.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I feel like the fans were robbed. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Like see him throwing it, what it would look like, and if anybody would.
A touchdown last year. Playmaker, Kanye Morris.
Yeah.
Could they call that the swinging D by any chance? Is that the possibility? Hey,
That's right.
Jeff, can you hang out for another segment?
Sure.
I want you to prepare yourself because we're going to discuss some other contenders in the AFC, and yes, we're going to revisit the feud that you and Jake had with the Cincinnati Bengals because Jake is here to tell you that Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers are better than your beloved Cincinnati Bengals.
All right.
Well, we're going to find. I don't know what you're going to say, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out what you say after this. All right, I can't wait. We'll take a break. Back after this on WHB.
You are listening to New Day with SSJ.
What's up, Kansas City? Stephen St. John here for QC Kinetics. And you have heard me talking about my wife going to QC Kinetics and being so glad that she did because they helped her with some pain she was dealing with in her wrist and in her lower back, and the results were terrific. And that's why perhaps you should check out my friends at QC Kinetics because they can help you as well. And why wouldn't you get that help? Because it's summertime and you want to get out there and have fun and enjoy this great weather. But if that knee, hip, or shoulder pain just isn't getting any better and you're stuck in a cycle of steroid shots and now they're talking about surgery, you can't enjoy life the way you want to. So before you go down that road, hit pause for a second and contact QC Kinetics. They can give you a free second opinion. They are the leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No Band-Aids, no masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. It doesn't cost anything to learn more for something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation at 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. They are located at 435 in State Line, and they also have Saturday appointments available. 816-412-6299, QC Kinetics.
What do you dream of? Lake life? Your own boat? How about your own boat and a place at the lake? Nice. However you want to live, Central Bank is here with investment strategies, retirement options, and other financial solutions you didn't even know were possible to help you dream bigger, bank better. While you're busy with the day-to-day, Central Bank is here to help you plan for all the days ahead to help you get the life you're after. Centralbank.net, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 407985.
Looking to upgrade your week? From Monday, July 7th to Thursday, July 10th, enjoy 20% off all illicit edibles, including gummies, caramel, gemstones, and power cords. Your favorites at a tasty discount. And for the vape lovers, here's a deal that hits just right. Buy one illicit cart, including live resin, classy carts, or disposables, and get the second 50% off. It's the perfect time to snack, stack, and save. Visit From the Earth or head to FTEMO.com to lock in these midweek wins.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Don't leave your roof to chance. Leave it to Pyramid. A bad roofer can cost you thousands in leaks, repairs, and sleepless nights. Pyramid Roofing has been protecting Kansas City homes for over 30 years, using top-quality material that stand the test of time. Call a roofer you can trust. Call Pyramid Roofing today at 816-966-1101 or visit pyramidroofingkc.com. Pyramid Roofing, your home deserves the best.
Get ready for Jurassic-sized fun this summer at the Kansas City Zoo and Aquarium. Don't miss the brand new Dinosaurs Around the World exhibit produced by Imagine, running now through August 24th. Life-sized animatronic dinosaurs will be located throughout the top side of the zoo, all included in your zoo general admission or membership. Grab a dino checklist as you enter the zoo to ensure you find them all. Learn more and plan your visit today at kansascityzoo.org.
CBD American Shaman is introducing a groundbreaking new product. Advanced Alkaloid are a plant-based supplement designed for anyone seeking natural relief from everyday stress, discomfort, or those days when you're feeling a bit down. Stop into your local CBD American Shaman locations and ask about Advanced Alkaloid.
Mention this ad at a participating Kansas City area location to receive your free trial of Advanced Alkaloid, a $9.99 retail value. No cash value. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Must be 21 or older with valid ID to purchase.
This Sport Brief AI report covering the FIFA Club World Cup is sponsored by Google. In the FIFA Club World Cup semifinals at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey, PSG destroyed Real Madrid 4-0. Ramos sealed the victory with a goal in the 87th minute. Ruiz recorded a brace in the 6th and 24th minutes. This Sport Brief AI report is sponsored by Google. Listen to the JR Sport Brief Show, weekdays on the Infinity Sports Network.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hand. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Is your pool ready for summer fun? At ProBuilt Pool and Patio in Riverside, we're your pool and backyard headquarters. Dreaming of a brand new pool? Explore our beautiful and durable fiberglass pools. Need a refresh? We offer expert vinyl liner replacements to give your pool a fresh look.
Plus, ProBuilt is Kansas City's premier eco-finish applicator, the superior way to refinish plaster and fiberglass pools. ProBuilt Pool and Patio, 4708 Northwest Gateway Avenue in Riverside. Your perfect pool summer starts now.
It's pretty good. Perfect. You ready, Ron? I'm ready. You ready, Dave? I'm ready, Slick. Are you? Oh, yeah. Take it down.
Amazing.
Girl, I must yo. Situation. Let's kill it cause we're running out of time.
Welcome back to New Day with SSG on Sports Radio 810 WHB. We're rejoined by Jeff Chadilla from NFL Network and NFL.com. All right, Jeff. So the Pittsburgh Steelers, very active offseason. They sent George Pickens packing, but they replaced him with DJ Metcalf. They signed Aaron Rodgers, and then they made this interesting trade with Miami where they're able to bring in Jalen Ramsey, and they also say goodbye to Minkah Fitzpatrick, which was, I mean, just overall, let's just start there. I know that also part of the deal, they're able to add another weapon for Aaron Rodgers and tight end Jonnu Smith. But what did you think of that kind of rare player for players trade, Minkah Fitzpatrick for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith?
He's a hell of a player. I don't really fault them for that. The way reading between the lines, they probably see him as somebody who could move to safety as he gets older, and so losing Minka Fitzpatrick, who I love as a player. I think Fitzpatrick's a phenomenal player, and if you go back and remember, Pittsburgh traded for him. I mean,
So have they done that? Because they've been a playoff team, and it seems like they're always going to be right there on a as a playoff team with Mike Tomlin, but they haven't won a playoff game since they beat the Chiefs at Arrowhead with Alex Smith at quarterback following the 2016 season. And so it's been that long since they won a playoff game. And so have they done enough? Now do you view them differently after they've gone out and made all these major moves? Because I was going to tell you, Jake's very bullish. Jake likes what he sees from Aaron Rodgers. He likes this Aaron Rodgers to DK Metcalf connection. And I think Jake feels strongly. Jake, step in and tell me if I'm wrong. Jake feels strongly that the Pittsburgh Steelers will once again finish ahead of the Cincinnati Bengals. And maybe challenge the Ravens. I don't know, Jake. What can they do? Jeff, you talk to him. Let me step out of this thing.
I don't do that. I believe in Mike Tomlin. I believe if there is a coach in the NFL that can control a locker room that Aaron Rodgers is in, it'll be that guy, because I think there is a mutual respect that they have for each other. I believe that exists. And I look at it, like, what were their other options? And can Aaron Rodgers be better than Russell Wilson was last year? I believe that answer is yes. I think he can be.
What?
Win team? I think they can win 10 games.
Did they do that last year? So they were 10-7 last year, a game ahead of Cincinnati. And so, Jake, you're saying they're going to be just have the same record, but meet more of a threat in the playoffs?
I do believe so.
No, because I will say that, like, I don't know if they're going to win more games, but if Aaron Rodgers is playing and healthy, that's a tougher matchup in the playoffs. And DK Metcalf's better than George Pickens, and so that'll be interesting. But so now the better question is, in the North Division, the Ravens, I think we'd all agree the Ravens are still the team to beat. Who's the second best team in this division? Is it the Steelers or is it the Bengals? Who's more of a threat, Jeff?
Yeah, that's a big if, too. That's a big if. I mean, they fired their D coordinator, and what offseason moves? They didn't make any giant moves to improve this defense. Handed that, just handed them that I believe it was a Monday night game, but like that defense couldn't stop anybody. I mean, that was a like MVP caliber season for Joe Burrow, and that they threw it away. And so it's like I didn't like they should have been addressing that deep. That should have been the number one priority, and it did. And they almost did the opposite because they don't even sign the leading sack. You know, the guy with the most sacks in the NFL last year. He's out in the wind all off season. You know,
pretty on their contract. So.
I mean, but don't you want that guy? Do you want that guy in training camp? Don't you want that guy in the classroom in the off season? I know there probably isn't a whole lot that you can do, but just being around, building team chemistry on that defense, and it's like the Bengals refuse to pick him.
Must be that.
It was like a top 10, top 5 defense. You know what I mean? Like that. It wasn't a giant distraction.
Well, I'll say this: you look
Say it.
at
Seem like it's as big of a distraction to Pittsburgh as it is in Cincinnati. And maybe that's just a skewed perception.
maybe.
I mean, I think that's fair. I think that's very fair.
That's probably what it is.
Let's get into this.
When you hear the people around the league talking about a deal not getting done, you don't hear a whole lot about what. I mean, you hear a little bit, but it seems like that it's a giant discussion about the Bengals not getting Hendrickson signed. Really don't know. Most likely, if I had to bet on it, I would say he would be. But it's like I feel strong. Like I don't think there's any question that Watt plays. I think in the back of my mind there's a slight, maybe I certainly don't think he's going to sit out the whole season, but he could sit out all of training camp, and that or part of it at least.
But
As always, thank you for the time. I look forward to having you in studio so you can continue this discussion with Jake, which will last the entire season, every week, the ups and downs. But we love it, and we look forward to it, Jeff. Thank you so much for the time, my man. Do it.
I think I said that earlier. I think I take the Steelers over the Bengals in that division.
That's what I like.
But I think there's a world where neither one of them make it.
I want to live in that world. See? We got him. Thank you, Jeff. That's Jeff Chadilla from NFL Network and NFL.com. Back after this on WHB.
This is New Day with SSJ.
Stephen St. John here for Heartland Men's Health. And fellas, if you have been dealing with ED, with erectile dysfunction, that can be very difficult, and you need to seek treatment. But not just any treatment. You need to seek the right treatment for your specific situation. And look, if you're struggling with ED, it's tough to enjoy these summer months when it should be filled with good times and love. And it can be very frustrating for you and your partner. And so that's why you need to contact my friends at Heartland Men's Health. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. You can schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit's only $99. That includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T, and PSA test. Heck, that's worth the $99 right there. And a medically advised test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. They have an expert staff ready to help you at 3 locations, so there's no need to wait. You can go stop by and see them in Overland Park, Independence, which is convenient for anyone in Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. Call them today, 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600, or simply visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things that kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple months later, I was here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
This is Justin Ruby with IP Pathways. Business owners, is IT slowing you down? Total Tech Plus from IP Pathways is here to help. You get top-notch IT expertise, cutting-edge security, and 24/7 support, all without the cost of an in-house team. Total Tech Plus includes firewalls, cloud services, Office 365, and more, bundled into one seamless solution. Our standardized systems make onboarding a breeze. Simplify your operations with IP Pathways, Total Tech Plus. IT made easy. Visit ippathways.com.
It's summer in Kansas City, and for most families, that means weeknights on the sports field, kids' camps, pool days, and hustling back and forth with no time to prepare meals. Joe's KC Barbecue has you covered this summer with the Joe's To Go app. Dinner will be on the way without opening your door. All of your smoked favorites are just a few clicks away on the Joe's To Go app. Order for 1 or 100. Don't spend your summer in a drive-thru. Swing by Joe's for that traditional KC competition barbecue and tell them SFJ sent you.
Roberts Robinson Chevrolet and GMC in Excelsior Springs has the trust. And I'm here to report that you can stop looking for that new vehicle because Roberts Robinson has it. Roberts Robinson has tons of vehicles on their lot ready to go out the door today. Roberts Robinson Chevrolet and GMC in Excelsior Springs. Go online to robertsrobinson.com.
Headed up to St. Joe for training camp? Make a championship stop of your own at Leibowitz Menswear. Just minutes from the action. Since 1912, Leibowitz has been suiting up men with timeless style and expert tailoring. From sharp Copley and Jack Victor suits to casual looks in golf wear by Johnny O, Peter Millar, and our own private label. Leibowitz brings the best in menswear. Whether you're dressing up or cooling off in style, we've got your fit. Leibowitz Menswear in St. Joe with our own personal space at East Hills Mall. Timeless style, personal service just for you.
Hey, it's Granny for the Plumbing Pro. I like working with pros on the field and here at the station. The Plumbing Pro is my plumber that I've known and trusted for years to do work around my house. If you're leaking, clogged, or dripping, anywhere in the house or out in the yard, the one to know is the Plumbing Pro. When you really need a plumber, you really need the Plumbing Pro. Plumbing problem solved. Visit them at theplumbingpro.com and tell them that Grunny sent you.
Here's the best kept secret in Kansas City. KCI Car Care Center, the Phillips 66 station inside the airport. Tired of riding the shuttle buses when you fly? Let KCI Car Care pamper you and your car. They offer valet parking and vehicle service while traveling out of town, which is both helpful and convenient. They drive you to your terminal, drop you off curbside in your own vehicle, and pick you up curbside when you return. To find out more, call 816-243-5880. That's 816-243-5880. KCI Car Care Center, the only way to fly.
Hey, This is Stephen St. John. When I was having problems with my AC, I called Summit Heating and Cooling. They took care of me fast. If you need help now, visit summithckc.com to schedule today. If you're looking for the top, reach for the Summit. Summit Heating and Cooling. All right, Jake, I invite you to do this. I just did it. The deadline is approaching tonight at midnight. You take part in ACCFantasyGolf.com. You can play the American Century Championship Fantasy Golf Contest. Pick a team of 5 celebrity players, and you can have a chance to win a trip for 2 to next year's tournament in Lake Tahoe. Brother, that is a wonderful prize. We love it so much out there. It's wonderful.
I've never been. I'd always love to get up there. I'm gonna go enter.
Okay.
Am I eligible?
Yes, but let's go next year.
All right.
Seriously.
I'll go.
All right.
I've never been.
Give this show to someone else.
They won't let me out of my cage.
They'll let you out.
All right.
I'll say because they want me to go next year. I'll say I have to have Jake there.
All right.
The overall winner also receives $10,000 for the charity of their choice. How would you like to win a trip to Lake Tahoe and then $10,000 donated to your favorite charity? You'd love that, wouldn't you? Well, the only way you can do that, Jake, right now is set your team at ACCFantasyGolf.com. ACCFantasyGolf.com. I just set my team. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but I will tell you Justin Reed's involved because I recently had him on the show talking about golf. So, and it's his first trip out there, and so maybe he'll surprise some people. Okay, I'm betting on the unknown. Who knows? Choose from over 80 sports legends and celebrities, picking one player from each of 5 groups based on level of play to create your team. You got to do it by tonight, midnight, ACCFantasyGolf.com. And then if you aren't happy with your team's performance, change up your roster daily and share your American Century Championship Fantasy Golf team with a hashtag on social media, hashtag ACCFantasyGolf. So go to ACCFantasyGolf.com, and guess what? You could end up in Lake Tahoe with me and maybe Jake next year. Only one way you can win, Jake. ACCFantasyGolf.com. Do it. Have a great day, ladies and gentlemen, right here on Sports Radio 810 WHP.
They call me
New Day, SSJ, has been brought to you by Walker Medical Linen Services, setting the standard in healthcare laundry services for hospitals, surgery centers, and medical clinics in Kansas City. Walker Medical Linen delivers laundry you can depend on. HLAC certified to the highest standards. It's Walker Medical Linen Services, online at walkermls.com.
Bye-bye.
Sports Radio 810 WHP.
This is Matt Beasler, and each season, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City and Sporting KC team up to recognize Blue KC Sporting Samaritans. This is a program that highlights students and teachers who make the Kansas City community a better place to live, work, and play. If you believe someone within the Kansas City education community would be a worthy candidate, please nominate these difference makers by going online to sportingkc.com/bluekc. That's sportingkc.com/bluekc.
Hey golfers, looking for your next challenge? I've got the layout just for you. My home course, Heritage Park Golf Course at 164th and Lackman Road in Olathe. Beautiful zoysia fairways and manicured bent grass greens with water coming into play on 11 of the 18 holes. It's one of the best and most challenging courses in the metro. Call Heritage Park for tee times 913-829-4653 or go online to jcprd.com.
What if you could pay your home off in half the time with half the interest without changing your spending habits? With the Freedom Loan exclusive at Cap One Lending, you can. Unlike a traditional loan where 90% of your payment goes to interest, the Freedom Loan pays principal first, eliminating over $100,000 in interest on average. Another huge benefit of the loan is you have access to your home's equity anytime you need it. We've been offering this Freedom Loan for nearly 20 years, and thousands of families are now living debt-free. Isn't it worth a 5-minute phone call? Whether you're purchasing, refinancing, or getting cash out, the Freedom Loan could be the smartest financial move you make. Call 816-905-1111. That's 905-1111. Or apply at caponelending.com.
Cat One Lending, a Kansas licensed mortgage company, license number MC0026341, and MLS Missouri license 2468614. Programs and rates subject to change without notice.
KCFX HD4 Harrisonville, K279PI, Kansas City, 103.7 FM. Sports Radio 810 WHB, Kansas City.
Hi there, Gary Joslin with Joslin's Jewelry. We're the family jeweler in town that gets recommended by everybody. If you got a diamond from another store and are tired of going back and being hassled by the commission salespeople, bring it to Joslin's. We're glad to see you, and we're ready to help. Come see us at Joslin's Jewelry, 9529 Antioch. Joslin's Jewelry, the jeweler you'll recommend to your friends and family.
For the best that's yet to come.
Get ready for a real feast. K-Pot Korean Barbecue and Hot Pot brings the sizzle to your table with all-you-can-eat Korean barbecue, savory, hot pot, and endless fresh ingredients starting at $20.99. Perfect for group steak nights and everyone who loves bold flavors and fun. With 3 Kansas City locations, Overland Park, the Legends, and the Northland, K-Pot is
We gotta have,
closer than you think. So
who's the,
grab your crew, pull up,
AE
come
for,
hungry, and bring your appetite for
Asphalt?
adventure. Check out the kpot.com to learn more and plan your visit.
The world is coming
We
to
gotta
Kansas
have,
City. Will your parking
we gotta have
facility be
somebody cut
ready?
the Michael
Gann
Pena
Asphalt and
talking about
Concrete
Gann
has the
Asphalt and
expertise
Concrete.
to prepare your property
Send it
for
to
what's next. Don't wait until it's too late. Let Gann Asphalt and Concrete help you pave the way forward. Visit GannAsphalt.com. Gann Asphalt and Concrete. One contractor, all things parking lot.
Was your home hit by hail this week while you were at work? You can find out online
All
at
right, and with Sterling, I'm supposed to
jrstormcheck.com.
specifically
Just plug in
say
your
he's
address
at the
and JR
client
will
golf
pull a
tournament.
multi-year storm
That our
report,
favorite
including
clients
this
are
week.
there at
Just
this golf
visit
tournament today.
jrstormcheck.com.
Specifically
It's
say, if you're at the golf tournament today, we love you, we care about you. If
Guardian
not,
or caregiver
you
of
mean
an
nothing to
adult with
us.
autism, the Autism
That's what I'm supposed to
Resource
say, right?
Center of Kansas City
Great.
is here to provide support.
He's out there. We're just
offering
going to say he's at
pre-vocational training
Creekmore.
for
That's it.
adults 18 and older with ASD. The Autism Resource
About 90 seconds,
Yeah,
boys.
yep. And then Eric Schneeberger, right?
empowers a life of greater
I don't remember the last name. I had to
Go
look it up, but I think it's Schneeberger. But
AARCKC.org to enroll your loved one or to learn how you can support their mission. That's AARCKC.org.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sport. Make the most of summer with stylish looks from Kohl's and Kohl's.com, where families come first. Caitlin Clark returned to the Indiana Fever's lineup yesterday after missing 5 games with a groin injury. However, it wasn't a very joyous occasion for Clark.
no beer pong
since
or
her
anything
squad
played
was
last night?
blown out at home by the Golden State Valkyries, 80-61.
Really?
Indiana shot only 6 of 27 from three-point land as they dropped their second
Yeah.
straight game. Clark finished with 10 points and 6 assists in her
I started
return.
getting, I started feeling like sick.
For us, like,
There,
it starts
yeah, I'm
with
like, I gotta head
defense,
back to
and
the
we,
hotel. I don't want anything to
struggled,
happen while I'm here. I got back there and laid down, and it was
we struggled
started feeling better, and I'm like, I don't
to
know,
do
I
what
want
the
to head
coaches
back
asked
out.
of us, and then
Oh man,
we just played with more energy and effort, and those are the things that just can't happen.
Clark and the 9 and 10
No, I'm
Fever are
good.
back in action tomorrow against the Atlanta Dream. With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Maggie Gray on Westwood.
This summer with
Hey,
Kohl's,
Dylan.
you can rack up the compliments. Like, where'd you get that dress?
up? Hang
Tell
on.
me all your
Good.
makeup secrets. Or, ooh, my husband needs that polo in every color. Because Kohl's has what you need. Cute dresses, Sephora essentials, stylish polos, comfy kids clothes, and more. Plus, take 20% off some of your faves. Yep, cue the compliments with Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends July 20th. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on home insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the assembly
we might have-
instructions first.
Hold it.
Before building the bookcase.
And done. Whew. You can let go.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Greenlight is celebrating freedom. Freedom to choose the best.
Did we have the CAG stuff?
Stuff you DM me.
No, the DM was Trey Smith. The CAG stuff was from Royals last night. Because I want.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, cool. I want to play that in the first with him saying, starting off with, I don't have an anecdote for you. And then Vinny in the background going, it's not an anecdote. They're fucking. Thank
Give me
you.
a second. I'll give you the
Yeah.
go, but I'm looking for it now.
Cool. Awesome. You're the man.
brother.
Cool. Should we take this like to 20 if we're going to play Tappan that's 15 and Matt Ryan that's 13? So that'd be almost 30 minutes there.
I'd say that's probably good.
About 20. Cool. All right, day number 3 out here in Lake Tahoe in the American Century Championships. Jason Anderson with you. Sterling Holmes, Dylan Michaels, The Zone. On a Thursday, our coverage here at the American Century presented by Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and Gann Asphalt and Concrete. We should have a fun show lined up ahead of us. Thursday and Friday is usually when it gets really packed with a bunch of people that are showing up, playing in the Pro-Am, practicing for their actual tournament that will start on Friday, so start tomorrow and on into the weekend. And so we are here at the American Century Championship, day number 3 of 4, and we're hoping to sit down and talk with Matt Ryan at some point today. We think in this first hour that we're going to talk with Matt Ryan. We know we're going to talk with Catherine Tappan coming up in the second segment here. She's out here and did a fantastic job covering the NHL and college football and NFL, and you hear her on New Day with SSJ, I believe on Mondays during the NFL and college football season, and a fun conversation that they have, and they have been so kind to allow us to talk with Catherine today. So that was very nice of. I said, "Look, man, Catherine's going to come sit down. I just want to make sure it's all good." And Stephen goes, "Yes, as long as you bring up the hockey fight with the on the golf course of the guy that was hitting bang, bang." If you haven't seen that video, go check it out. So yes, I'll bring that up with Catherine Tappan and Matt Ryan.
Out from under the rock. That video.
Yes, good God, it's amazing.
There's already if you haven't seen the original, you've missed out on like the 5 different edits that have already come out.
That's a good point. Yes, all of the people that have had their fun with it. And I one thing that I have to ask her, like, she's around hockey all the time. Like, is that a hockey fight? Like, do they say bang? Because it was definitely a hockey fight. He grabbed him by the shirt. All right, pulled him by the shirt. So that guy was toast at that point. So that was an on-the-ice hockey fight. I'm grabbing your jersey, your shirt, your sweater, and I am punching you. But to say each and every swing, bang, 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 it was like bam, 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 Gronk smash. That's what I felt like was happening there. So that was amazing.
The F around find out to a T. That video might live forever. The original F around find out because of situations like that.
Yes.
Now you just can reference that one video, and everyone knows exactly what is going to happen in the video.
That was the extreme FAFO. Extreme with that. So I will ask her about hockey fights and training for golf course fights. Maybe, I don't know. But we'll,
hey, boys,
yes.
I'm at a golf course now, and I really hope one of those does not break out because I'm not ready for that.
Sterling would be the guy that was trying to run up on a hockey enforcer.
Debatable. No, I would not. I would be the guy who's in the corner saying, "Sorry, guy, my friend's an idiot," but I might watch him get his ass kicked. Like I might watch it from afar and be like, "Hey, dude, this is a bad idea." But if he proceeds to go forward, then I'm like, "This is on you now." At this point, like I've warned you. This is now your fault.
You were the guy trying to stop it, and you know.
Yeah, I would have definitely been the one videoing it.
Yeah,
I'd have been the one documenting for future purposes of what's happening here. But one, I wouldn't have been the drunk guy. We know that. So I wouldn't have been. And I'm not gonna fight him. I'm gonna try to slay him with my words, maybe, but I'm not gonna be able to. I'll try to talk my way out of it, but certainly not gonna, talk my way into it. That guy's mouth and body wrote a check that his face had to cash. Fortunately for him, that was tough.
Well, I will say this: no fights today. I am at Creekmore. Jason and I both at 2 golf courses. We're at Lake Tahoe. I'm here at Creekmore. I do want to give a shout out to Creekmore It is just such a phenomenal golf course. It is absolutely beautiful. Greens are gorgeous. Weather is outstanding. Rough is nice and lush. Fairways are beautiful green. I do want to say, the whole tagline they have is the shortest drive of the day is getting here. I think it's true unless you're me and you occasionally snap hook it into the fescue. That is an issue.
That makes sense.
Shockingly, you don't want to be in the fescue, but if you are there, you know what? Have fun.
Yeah.
Have
you know
fun.
what?
And I'll teach you the ways because I'm there way too often.
See as much of the course as possible. Why would you want to go to a golf course and only walk right down the middle of each hole? Take your time. Get the scenery.
I paid for the entire
Yes.
round. I'm going to see the entire property. That's my thought process. And if you want to see the entire property, it's not just the golf course that Creekmore has. They do have a new patio and bar. It's actually where I'm sitting at this exact moment. It is a great spot to watch all of sporting events, but not just if you want to go watch a game. If you are hosting a birthday party, a wedding reception, anything, just have some beers with the boys or the ladies. Come up here to Creekmore. You can also give Rick Scott a call, GM, at 816-331-2621. Again, Creekmore is where I'm located right now. And again, it is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous here in Lake Tahoe. It is a balmy 59 degrees right now. We are, Sterling, you're aware of this. We are making the transition right now from seeing our breath to, all right, sunscreen time. And that happens in about 30 minutes. So we are right in that transitional period of, I think, like 10 minutes ago, I was just seeing my breath, and now all of a sudden I've got to put the sunscreen on. In fact, as I say that, Bethany's like, hey, where's the sunscreen? Because we're, by the way, Sterling, first day we're out here on Tuesday, right? I bring the sunscreen because my wife is responsible. So she goes out and specifically buys me sunscreen for this, right? Face sunscreen and SPF 50 spray-on sunscreen, right? And so on Tuesday, I'm offering, because, we're up on a mountain. The sun's a little bit brighter. It burns a little hotter here, right? And I offer it to Bethany and Gabe, and everybody else is like, yeah, sure. A couple of the American Century people are like, oh, dude, thank you. And Bethany's like, no, I'm good. I don't need it. I just tan. I said, oh, okay, I guess your skin with cancerous cells reacts differently than everybody else's. Okay, that's fine. So how about this? Today we're riding over on the bus. Bethany, if you want to maybe defend yourself, you can try. You can at least attempt to defend yourself. That's fine. I don't know if you're on 3 or 2, but we'll find out here what you're on. But if you want to attempt it. So I say to Bethany on Tuesday, hey, it's going to get pretty hot. She goes, no, I just tan. I'm fine. And Bethany, what did you say on the shuttle ride over this morning?
I said I did notice in the hot shower, my shoulders are a little crispy.
Yeah, how about that, Sterling? Maybe she doesn't just tan. Maybe on top of a mountain closer to the sun, it burns a little brighter.
Well, at least thank you for giving me.
Here's the thing. I'm someone who does tan, Bethany. I get you because you and I are similar. We have similar, I think, skin complexions. We do tan. We tan. But I will say this: when you are on a mountain, it's very vastly different.
But she, you know what? She's being very responsible today. She's putting on the sunscreen today.
At least you finally gave me a headset. The worst thing in the world is when you're sitting there trashing somebody and you're like, I can't even defend myself here. Just gotta listen to it.
No, I will give you the opportunity though. But yes, I might have exaggerated about the back and forth that we had on Tuesday, but still, very responsible Bethany today.
Yeah, shoulders are good now.
Good.
So those American Century people are like loving you.
Yeah, they're like, oh, thank you.
They're like making several.
They're like, hey, just spray my face. I'm like, dude, I've got the sunscreen for the face. Are you kidding me? Phrasing, you know what I mean? Like SPF 100 for the face. I've got that as well. So my wife took care of all of that. So it's great. I'm very responsible. I got the jackets. I got
Shout out Mrs. Anderson.
100%. Kaylin in the house. Well, not this year. She was last year, but she's at the house. I guess maybe, or she's at the pool. She could be probably at the pool right now. I'm not really sure. Bethany, thank you. Appreciate it. And by the way, if you're not checking out the videos that Bethany is doing, she is killing it out here with a lot of different videos. And what's the conversation? Let's just give people a little sneak peek of what could happen today. So we'll talk with Matt Ryan. We're going to talk to Justin Reed. Going to talk to Derek Carr, and I'm going to ask him about. We're going to get to the bottom of that victory lap. Okay. We were going to talk to him about the victory lap last year, and the power went out here. So we're going to get to the bottom of that victory lap, what took place with he and Chris Jones on that BS roughing the passer. Ryan Fitzpatrick, Jay Billis, we'll talk to all of them coming up today, and whoever else stops by. Also, Kent Swanson's going to be at 11 o'clock, maybe the star of the stars today. So we'll talk with Kent at 11. But George Kittle's getting ready to go out there and tee off, and you had a quick conversation with George Kittle. How did that go?
It was good. He's one of the he's having so much fun out here. Like he and
He
some
is the
people,
life of the party.
And I get being serious about this and wanting to do well, but some people are like, no, I don't really have the time, and that's been like the interesting thing for me because like just trying to navigate like famous people. I mean, but at the end of the day, like somebody said, they're just like you and me. They wake up in the morning, whatever. And most of these people are so, like, to my surprise, just so down to earth. Like, we were with them last night, hanging out, at the food truck deal, and I mean, they're cool. They're really nice people. Gary Sheffield yesterday with me. Oh my God, he was the nicest guy ever. Like, holy cow! But yeah, George Kittle. I think you kind of got to find that edge a little bit because there's so many people out there trying to get these interviews.
How do we get them on Kansas City radio?
And
what do we got to
like,
bring to them?
I'm like, hey, George, if you want to talk about how you're going to beat up on Travis this weekend, I don't really think that, everybody, but, I gotta make George feel good,
Talk a little trash.
I said, you can come over. We got KC radio over here. And he's like, oh, you guys are from KC? Oh, I'll be there after my round. So, hoping to get him today, maybe tomorrow. We'll see.
We'll see. But, so George Kittle said he was excited to come on so that he can talk trash on Travis Kelce. And we'll give him the bully pulpit. We will give him the podium to do that. And we'll talk about a lot of other things too, if he comes over. But that's the beautiful part. We don't know who's going to stop by sometimes, and who we have planned and may not be able to make it. So we'll find out. We'll find out throughout the day. All right, make sure you're checking those things out online with Bethany. Thank you, Bethany. She's killing it.
Thanks so much.
She
Shout out Paige back of the station too, doing so much video work and.
She's awesome.
Making it all look good. So
she is awesome. Shout out sunscreen too. You know what I mean? That's good. But doing the yeoman's work is sunscreen. All right, so a lot of things that we're going to talk about today that we'll get into. We'll talk some football with Kent Swanson. Certainly, we'll talk about the Royals last night and Jack Caglione and his 750-foot home run. I believe they only measured it at 466. I call BS on that. I think it was 750. But Cags back-to-back nights with a home run. The fun interaction with he and Vinny. The kissing both sides of the cheek. It was just fantastic. It is awesome. Real quick, before we take a break and bring on Catherine Tappan, who's hanging out here, can we just play this real quick? The Cags and Vinny Pasquantino, what should be a fun personality dynamic between the two, because we know what happened yesterday with him trying to say sweat in a bathtub. So here's just the beginning of Cags' interview, and you got to listen to the background as well.
I have any weird anecdotes for y'all today, so. Jack.
Slap that in the back. Vinny, it's not an anecdote. Right. The rookie's even getting it wrong. It's a drop in, okay? It's a phrase that you have to use. I don't have any little anecdotes for you. It's not an anecdote. Come on, Rook. It's great, man. Having fun. Back-to-back days where you're going to his locker to talk to him because of big home runs. Salvi is hot. The Royals are hot. We'll see what they do against the Mets. The Seattle Mariners losing to the Yankees. The Royals have gained 2.5 games over the last 10 games. They are now 3 games out. So all of the talk about, I don't know who it was, but somebody was talking about, don't think they'll make the playoffs or get back to 500. We'll see. They're 2 games under still, and they're still 3 games out of the wild card. But these next 3 games could be pretty big. If they win the next 3 against the Mets and they're over 500 heading into the All-Star break and they're right there with the Mariners, I mean, certainly everything is different in the All-Star break of what we would be talking about. But let's take a time out. We are going to talk with Catherine Tappan coming up next. And then Matt Ryan, who is playing this afternoon, but said that he's going to be over here this morning to practice a little bit. We'll talk with him. And then Kent Swanson, I believe, is going to be here in Lake Tahoe with us live. We'll see. I'll go around looking for Kent, see if he's here or not. And then, again, we're scheduled to talk with Justin Reed coming up later on in the show because the afternoon session they'll be getting here in a little bit later on in the show. So we talked to Justin Reed last night. He said he's going to come over. Derek Carr, we talked to him last night. He said he's going to come over. Ryan Fitzpatrick was awesome to hang out with, man. His personality, since he's sort of got to the end of his career, has really shined because when he was playing, it didn't feel like he was that sort of flamboyant as he is now. So we talked to him last night as well, and Jay Billis has texted Greg Gurley and said that he'll be over here sometime today. So we'll talk with Jay Billis as well. We'll take a time out. We'll come back. Catherine Tappan coming up next.
Want to see more of The Zone?
All right, so I'm running a recorded Heartland for you.
Oh,
so that
badass,
you are
dude.
on tape this entire hour till close. But all I need from you is to record a quick pyramid.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And then we're done for the day on that.
Awesome.
When do you need me back? What time do you need me back, by the way, boys?
Sterling,
may
so
not feel the same way that you did when you were in your 20s.
let's
Some
flip
of
this button
those
and we'll talk.
symptoms can be lower energy levels. Maybe you're not getting those gains in the gym. Maybe you just don't have the motivation to go to the gym there. Maybe you're not sleeping as much. Brain fog was something that was.
No, you're good. So I would say Sterling. So the rest of this hour is on tape. So the next time I'll be live is Kent Swanson, right?
Don't we have to close it? We'll have to close it. But
Okay, then.
that could be like a
You
minute.
don't need me.
That'll
Yeah,
be a minute.
I don't need you for the close then, Sterling. So we'll do Kent, Eric Schneeberger with American Century, and then that last close. I don't know how long Eric's going to be. It might be 5 minutes, might be 10 minutes. I don't know.
So like 11:40, come back. Maybe.
I would say 11:40, be ready, and then 12:40, 45, be ready, and then like 1:40, 1:45, be ready. So the end of each hour.
All I really need.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect. I'll come back at 11:40 the next time because all I need to do is kind of hit on Creekmore. I'll hit on Joe's because I think they're bringing barbecue. It's
Cool.
tough for me because I can't say it's for what it's for.
Right, I know.
But I can just be like, I'm at Creekmore eating Joe's barbecue and shout out Casey Ice.
Yep.
I have to hit a couple more,
Yeah.
so
Do like a
I'll
NASCAR.
find ways to.
Yeah,
Be
that's
like a
right.
NASCAR racer.
Yeah.
Basically, so that's what I'm doing. So you guys have fun. I'll talk to you again at about 11:40. If things change, text me.
Yeah.
I'm out here just draining putts though for the show.
That's
so.
what I've heard.
I'm putting good word on for the boys. Hey, I saw your dad, Dylan. Great guy. So it was nice talking with him.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So I'll see you guys around.
Cool.
All right.
Thanks, brother. All right, cool. So yeah, you could just give me programming. If I need anything, I'll text or jump on the headset or whatever.
6600. Tell them you heard about it right here.
Let's
on
record
Sports
a
Radio
pyramid
810
real quick.
WHB.
Yes, duh. Let me do that.
844-447-6600 or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Give your summer a spark with Reno's Power Sports. Make a splash with a brand new Sea-Doo personal watercraft built for speed, style, and serious fun on the water.
Has it rained there this week?
These hot summer rides are going fast, and when they're gone, they're gone. Stop by Reno's Power Sports
Okay.
at
I think it
136
did a little bit
Road,
on,
Kansas City, Missouri, or call 816-942-8900. 816-942-8900.
Very short.
Shop
Yeah.
online anytime at renoskc.com. Reno's Power Sports. Let's ride.
Hi there, Gary Joslin with Joslin's Jewelry. We're the family jeweler in town that gets recommended by everybody.
also in Lebanon.
If you got a diamond from another
Lebanon.
store
I
and
learned
are
that
tired of going
yesterday.
back and being hassled by
Lebanon.
commissioned salespeople,
Missouri.
bring it
I
to
don't know.
Joslyn's.
It didn't
We're
rain
glad
yet.
to see you, and we're
Okay.
ready to
That's where I
help.
was.
Come see us at Joslyn's Jewelry,
Yeah,
95,
the
29
Versailles and
Antioch.
shit.
Joslyn's
I mean,
Jewelry,
right?
the jewelry that
Versailles,
you recommend to
Versailles,
your friends and
Lebanon,
family.
Lebanon.
It's funny at the end they were like, well, maybe when they came around they were calling it that.
We're
but we call
Missouri
it that
Farm
now.
Bureau
It's like,
Insurance, and we're
Okay.
the Missouri way of
Thanks,
living.
fella.
We're for worrying
Thanks,
less
guy.
about the what ifs and more about the why nots. We're for checking off your bucket list and then making a new one. Or starting a family.
I'll set up.
Cool.
So whenever you're ready, you are now.
Great. Come down 3, 2, and 1. Hey everybody, Jason Anderson from my friends over at Pyramid Roofing. Now, they give out the free roof inspections like I've told you before. You can give them a call, 816-966-1101, and check out pyramidroofingkc.com. There was a storm that took place, and we had them come out to check out our roof. But another thing that we needed was gutters, because the way that our roof line was, we had clogged gutters. We had gutters that weren't big enough to be able to withstand the heavy rains that would run off in certain ways in the roof line. And so they came out, checked it out, saw all the things that we needed, repaired other spots, right? They could have come out and just said, you need all new gutters all the way around your house. They're like, no, over here, we can just repair that. It's fine. You don't need new gutters. You don't need wider gutters over here, but you need them in this spot and that spot. And here are the gutter guards and, wider downspouts. And we had that with Pyramid Roofing. But while they were there, we got that free roof inspection to see if anything was going on in the roof. And we were good for now, as they'll come out and check, if anything else happens, because they give those free roof inspections to try to stay ahead of the weather. Peace of mind, it goes a long way. And if you've got any leaks or missing or damaged shingles or a sagging roof, broken tiles, maybe something that happens in the future and you want to make sure that you are good to go, it's pyramidroofingkc.com is the website, 816-966-1101, and it's commercial, residential, it's locally owned and operated, and it's commercial, residential, pyramidroofingkc.com. Mold, mildew, we talked about the gutter issues, storm damage, stuff like that, ice dams. If you don't know what those are, they do, if you may have those during the wintertime. So make sure you get all of that checked out. pyramidroofingkc.com. Tell them you heard about it right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. It's pyramidroofingkc.com, 816-966-1101, pyramidroofingkc.com.
Perfect.
All right.
I'll give you
Cool.
programming again.
Cool.
Like a 2-minute heads up or 5 minutes. I'll give you 5 minutes.
Yeah,
just
that's
to get
fine.
your way.
I'll be hanging out here.
Cool.
What's the AutoZone?
Oh,
what
is
are you
there
working on
anything
today?
in these we have to stop it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that,
That's the
buddy.
spirit. Right now.
Is there anything in these besides the car one that had like
No.
stops or drops or nothing?
Nope, no, nothing else. Everything else was good. Yeah, everything was good except for the car, but now we know the car is fine, so Gia. All right. Cool. Yep.
All right, man.
All right, cool.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks, to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Creekmore Golf Course, not just for golfers, it's home to one of the best dining experiences in town. From chef-inspired dishes to handcrafted cocktails, our restaurant offers fresh flavors, friendly service, and stunning golf course views. Now, whether it's a casual lunch, date night, or drinks on our new outdoor patio, come on out for the food and stay for the experience. Creekmore Golf Course, great golf, even better dining. Online at creekmorepoa.com. The golf club at Creekmore, your only short drive of the day will be getting there.
All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you. We're here at the American Century Championship in Lake Tahoe. Our coverage presented by Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and Can Asphalt and Concrete. Joined now by somebody who probably very familiar with the voice and the guest here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Maybe not from 10 to 2, but certainly from 6 in the morning until 10. Catherine Tappan joining us here in the zone. Catherine, how are you?
I'm good. Great to be with you, Jason.
Well,
yes, I usually do that early time slot. So
I know it's such an enjoyable conversation we get to listen to, and Stephen does a fantastic job in the morning. And the relationship, it's the conversations have become so fun because you can tell that there's that camaraderie there now, and you guys are used to each other. It's a really good interview.
yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I love coming on. I love talking college football with the guys, and occasionally last summer they brought me on to talk about the Olympics and some of the special assignments I do throughout the year, which is great. But I met Stephen at this event years ago, and I think that just lends itself to how important this American Century Championship is, because in the sports industry and the entertainment industry, which is really small at the end of the day, we get to meet so many great people. And, I probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to meet a guy like Steven or be a part of this radio station had I not come to this event. So it's just, another reason why we all love coming here and being here and spending time with one another.
Yeah, it's so much fun. I mean, I look forward to it every single year. I'm glad that somehow I get the assignment, if we want to call it that, to be out here and to work. So I appreciate that. It's great. And, getting to know everybody and getting to those relationships are great. And out of that comes a great conversation that you guys have in the morning. The NHL just wrapped up.
Yes.
And you do a great job with that. And Florida gets the win. Another win for Florida, back-to-back. Can they do what the Chiefs were unfortunately unable to do? Are we talking three-peat now with Florida and the Panthers? I mean, they have to be.
What's crazy, and I don't know if you guys are going to talk to Matthew Tkachuk when he's here, but that team is staying intact for next year. So here you've got, they won it last year, they win it this year, and they re-sign all their big guys. They get Brad Marchand to come back. They get Bennett to come back. They get Aaron Ekblad to come back, like all these superstars. And I'm thinking to myself, how can they fit them all under the salary cap? They found a way to make it work. Guys want to play there, so they find a way to restructure their deals or to make sure they can fit all the right superstars under one umbrella, if you will. And yes, the answer is, of course, they can go for it and be a three-peat and definitely get themselves back to the Stanley Cup final if they can stay healthy. I mean, they check every box. They have outstanding goaltending, great defense, an amazing coach in Paul Maurice, and players who are gritty. They're hard to play against. They're very physical. They're a pain in the neck, like the Matthew Tkachuk's and the Brad Marchands. Like, nobody wants to play against them. So when you get them in a 7-game series, it's like, hands up, we're done. But, I don't see a team right now in the East that can contend with them to get back to the Cup final.
Yeah,
I really don't.
It's and it felt like every game felt like there were 3 or 4 games in each
Yes.
one of them as that thing was going
A couple
on
of them
and on.
were.
I mean, it was crazy. The comebacks and the overtimes.
Yes.
It was
The best
it was
time of year
nuts.
for hockey, right?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, even those that are casuals that are like, you know what, I'm going to watch playoff hockey, or I'm going to watch the Stanley Cup Finals. I'm going to watch that. And even if there's like a 3-goal lead, it didn't matter in this matchup. It was great. It was great entertainment. It was great drama. And in the end, it is crazy how it's happened because of, the United States and Canada and the sport, like all these years, and still it's so close for Canada yet again to almost get one. I mean, it's got to happen eventually someday, right? That Canada will get a Stanley Cup, right?
It's inevitable. I think
they
it
would have to
it
win
will,
one
and
one
it will
day.
happen. I think, they've been close. Montreal was in the Cup final a couple
Yeah.
years ago against a juggernaut of Tampa Bay Lightning, which
Mhm.
was a great team for many, many years and still is. The poor Oilers, I just felt terrible for Connor McDavid. I mean, you know at some point Connor and Leon are going to win a cup. To lose it back-to-back years is just devastating, but it makes them more hungry coming back, so never rule them out. But, yeah, they're going to get their cup. I mean, there's fewer teams in Canada than there are the United States, so odds are against them. But they won the 4 Nations last year, which is major bragging rights. We've got the Olympics coming up in Milan next winter, which I'll be a part of. I'm super excited. I'll be doing hockey there, and I think that's going to be amazing between U.S. and Canada as well. So NHL players back at the Olympics for the first time since 2014. So Canada has reasons to be excited. Unfortunately, that cup is not going to reside there in the next 12 months.
How did South Florida become the hub
Unreal,
for
right?
hockey?
Well, you've got ownership groups that have bought into the system. You've got the Viola family. The Tampa Bay Lightning and Florida Panthers have built an enterprise around the franchise. So, the practice facility, for example, for the Florida Panthers in Fort Lauderdale it's got multiple practice rinks. The community can come play there. They've got, pickleball courts. They've got, it becomes a destination. And so therefore you get the fans engaged. The players become very recognizable in the community. They spend money on the organization and it's worked. And they got great players to come and play there. Florida's obviously, we would all love to go to the rink in flip-flops and a golf cart every day, right? So it's a destination to play. There's a reason to live in Florida. It's been fun. So I think both franchises have figured out how to make it work. Very similarly, Las Vegas has done the same. And, you look at some of the newer franchises and what they've built up around the arenas. LA is a great example with LA Live as well. They did that many, many years ago and won cups out of it. So, that's sort of the formula. And when you've got the money and the ownership group that's willing to put in the dollars to make it work, you get a winning championship.
So there's there's the playing side of it, and then there's the broadcast side of it. We were watching these games, like for you, Florida, Edmonton,
Oh, gosh.
Florida. What's the travel like? We talk about travel for the players, but what's that like
I
for
know.
you as well?
It was not ideal, and now we've done it back-to-back years. I have to say, occasionally the airlines, it gets dicey. You have to connect. It's a 3,000-mile journey between both cities. It starts to wear on you. People asked me throughout the Cup final, like, oh, where are you taking a vacation this summer after the Cup final? I said, I'm not leaving my house. I don't want to see another airplane until I have to go to the American Century Championship, and then after that, college football. But you know what? It's exciting because everyone's in the same boat, right? You're all checking into the same hotels late at night, early in the morning. You're leaving, you're covering a game late at night, and you're trying to get the first flight out, so you may get back to your hotel room around midnight, and you've got a 6 a.m. departure from Edmonton, so you're leaving the hotel at 3:45 a.m. with your colleagues. You're all foggy-eyed, and, but it's part of covering the series. It's similar to when I cover an Olympics. It's 3 straight weeks of a grind, and you know there's a finish line, but you're covering one of the greatest events in sports at that moment, right? So you have to remember why you're there doing it, what brought you to get to this level to broadcast it, and just try to, it gets frustrating. You're going to lose a bag. You're going to get to hotels late. You're going to miss a meal or sleep or whatever, and you just have to grind it out.
Catherine Tappan is our guest. So we're on a golf course, and
Very beautiful one.
This video that emerged, I don't know if you have seen this or not, of NHL enforcer Nick Tarnasky on a golf course. And there is a guy who is a very drunken idiot, and Nick Tarnasky is asking him to get his bleep together and leave. And this guy decides to approach him.
Oh, boy.
This enforcer. You have not seen this.
No, but I would not approach Nick Tarnasky.
And Tarnasky, just bodies him up, into a pond, like just into the guy gets up, continues to go at him, and finally Nick Tarnasky, hockey player, grabs his shirt, and as he's punching him, he goes bang, bang.
Oh no! Oh gosh!
Bang, bang, and the guy gets knocked down, and the guy gets back up and goes back at him again, and Tarnasky grabs it, bang.
Not seen this.
And I don't know, like, do hockey players when they fight, do they typically yell bang when they connect? Like, is that a hockey thing?
They do not. They do not. Definitely not on the ice. I don't know what they do in their free time or on the golf course. I don't know. I don't advise that for a hockey player to get in an all-out brawl in real life. It's okay when it's on the ice. That's unfortunate. Listen, the golf course brings out very interesting personalities.
This guy was really drunk.
I was going to say, a lot, I know that. A lot of, you're out in the sun, you're at altitude here, you have to remember to stay hydrated. And, sometimes booze and golf don't mix well for certain people. So it's not always the best thing.
Catherine Tappan is our guest. Let's talk some college football because Big 12 Media Days going on, SEC Media Days, Big 10 Media Days, all these different teams. And there's such an unknown landscape right now. And it feels like this is kind of a transitional period of like, I don't know if purgatory is the right word, but it feels like we're in the middle of what we were living through versus an unknown that it feels like these coaches are even saying, I don't really know what the next couple of years are going to be like because everybody did this front-loading thing, and so this year, even some of the money that's going to players isn't technically the way that we'll be doing this moving forward. How do you think coaches and maybe athletic directors are going to start trying to navigate this thing that we just have no idea how to do it, and it's the college now, which is now becoming more like an NFL.
Well, I think to your point, I mean, we don't know, and it seems like every couple weeks there's a change or there's something more we have to try and figure out and navigate, and the coaches are doing the same thing, and I think we're going to get a lot of answers in the first few weeks of the season, and then all of a sudden it's going to change again. It just seems to be that the best way to be almost like a chameleon. You just have to adjust. You've got to be ready for anything, and these coaches and athletic departments have a lot on their plate. Unfortunately, where things are headed with the NCAA, it doesn't look like they're going to be much help moving forward, and you've got the NIL, you've got the revenue sharing, you have the collectives. Everything combined is creating a giant, it's almost like, balls in a lottery ball. It's like you have no idea which one's going to pop up next. So I think it's hard. For us, it's hard as broadcasters, too, because you want to cover it with such an objective view. But there's a lot of frustration behind the scenes. You sit in these production meetings with coaches, and, they're very stressed out on the job because all they want to do is coach the football team. But now you have to deal with all this other stuff and administrative stuff and money and NIL and all of that. But I think they're partnering together. I think the athletic departments are doing a great job trying to make sure that this is fair and, that, they figure it out. But it's difficult. There's no doubt about it. The landscape is changing dramatically every 6 to 12 months. And hopefully it gets to a point where it is settled and it's understood. And I think what I hope for is that more teams are competitive within each conference. We're starting to see a very top-heavy division of conferences. And, at some point you almost have to look at the professional model. And I sat on a panel with Oliver Luck recently, and we were talking about NIL, and he said at some point, years ago, everything goes off the professional model, right? Like there's a way you can take there's business.
I want to connect. I can actually
decisions you can look at the professional level and apply that at the collegiate level. So whether that becomes revenue sharing, because you have to make it equal in some capacity. You can't have, for example, in the Big Ten, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, now maybe USC in the conversation, and then everybody else is just never going to win. It just seems unfair. And to me, as a former college athlete, I want to see equity in the game. I want to see, kids stay on rosters. I don't want to see them transferring every year or 3 years. There's a value in being the backup and learning how to become a starter, or never becoming the starter and being, a number 2 or 3 on the depth chart and learning from that. The essence of sports is so sacred, and the values and lessons you learn, it's just becoming more of a big business, which to me is disappointing. But
we're seeing like GMs too.
They have to be though. Like that's the professional model, right? The GM is there for a reason, and now you're seeing colleges and universities and finding a general manager because you have to. Somebody's got to manage all this.
Because these coaches that have been around for a while, and maybe not even a while, like I don't know, outside of the sun shifting for like 30, 40 years. I mean, Nick Saban, before he retired, even in the college basketball club.
Okay, well, put it.
You've been a coach.
Okay, hide it under here.
Everything has changed in those 10 years, and now you've got all of these other things like Chris Kleiman, Atlanta Lance Leipold, a couple of local coaches in the Big 12 Media Days are like, we want to coach football.
Yeah.
And, now we've got these contracts and negotiations and players that are, retention or going out and recruiting and so many different aspects of it. And Connor Riley was the OC last year for Kansas State, and he is now the assistant offensive line coach for the Dallas Cowboys because he just wanted to coach football.
Yep.
And Chris Kleiman talked about that on Tuesday and said, he's like, look, he's having a blast because all he's doing is coaching football, and we wish him, the best. But that's sort of what it is. It's like, do you want to deal with 15 things and coach football? That might be the 16th or 17th thing, or do you just want to be around football and coach? Because if you just want to do that, the NFL and the pro level might be the spot for you.
That's exactly right. And that's going to take away a lot of really good coaches, I think, in college football and put them in assistant coaching jobs to position them to be a head coach in the NFL. And that's disappointing, but you trust me, we see the frustration on their faces when we sit in. I can picture two coaches just this year that we sat with, and it was just, they've got great programs. They have historic programs in the Big Ten, and they just can't keep their players, and they can't get good players right now because of the money that's being thrown around and the opportunity to transfer. So hopefully, we get through this. I do believe that this is a window that we are all living through that just needs to be figured out. And at some point there will be a level, decision made or some kind of a way that we start moving forward with rules in place, and so that other teams can become competitive, and it's not so 2-3 teams in each conference are winning every year.
Yeah, Catherine Tappan is our guest. How's your golf game before we let you go? How are you playing right now?
It's usually pretty good when I'm home with my girlfriend. And it's
traveling from Edmonton to South Florida isn't helping the golf game?
I played once in Edmonton, and I shot an 89, which was great on a course that I had not played yet, so I was very excited about that. I'm probably playing to about a 14 right now, but which is good for me. I know, we don't get a lot of time during the year, so I try to cram a lot of golf in the summer, and I love to play golf. So I'm hoping out here. Last year I played really well on Saturday and Sunday, so I got myself a little bit back, like up a couple spots in the standings, but Friday's always my worst day, and I'm like, just play better on Friday. You might actually be respectful, but I have fun out there. The greens are rolling really fast. The course is challenging. It's always in amazing shape. They do a great job here. So I just love being out here with these, players and representing women. There's only a few of us in the field.
Yes. Well, best of luck with that.
Thank you.
And looking forward to the conversations with Steven and Jake
Appreciate
in the football
yes.
season. Yes.
It's always good to be with you guys. So thanks, Jason. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. There's Catherine Tappan. Great stuff from her. Awesome stuff. And the NHL, what a great Stanley Cup final. And we'll see what happens in college football with these media days going on. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back, continue more zone next from the American Century Championship in Lake Tahoe on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
You're in the zone with Jason Anderson on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
Hey everybody, Jason Anderson from my friends over at Pyramid Roofing. Now, they give out the free roof inspections like I've told you before. You can give them a call, 816-966-1101, and check out pyramidroofingkc.com. There was a storm that took place, and we had them come out to check out our roof. But another thing that we needed was gutters, because the way that our roof line was, we had clogged gutters. We had gutters that weren't big enough to be able to withstand the heavy rains that would run off in certain ways in the roof line. And so they came out, checked it out, saw all the things that we needed, repaired other spots, right? They could have come out and just said, you need all new gutters all the way around your house. They're like, no, over here, we can just repair that. It's fine. You don't need new gutters. You don't need wider gutters over here, but you need them in this spot and that spot. And here are the gutter guards and, wider downspouts. And we had that with Pyramid Roofing. But while they were there, we got that free roof inspection to see if anything was going on in the roof. And we were good for now, as they'll come out and check, if anything else happens, because they give those free roof inspections to try to stay ahead of the weather. Peace of mind, it goes a long way. And if you've got any leaks or missing or damaged shingles or a sagging roof, broken tiles, maybe something that happens in the future and you want to make sure that you are good to go, it's pyramidroofingkc.com is the website, 816-966-1101, and it's commercial, residential, it's locally owned and operated, and it's commercial, residential, pyramidroofingkc.com. Mold, mildew, we talked about the gutter issues, storm damage, stuff like that. Ice dams, if you don't know what those are, they do, if you may have those during the wintertime. So make sure you get all of that checked out. pyramidroofingkc.com. Tell them you heard about it right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. It's pyramidroofingkc.com, 816-966-1101, pyramidroofingkc.com.
Down to Hollywood Casino at Kansas Speedway this July for the $40,000 full throttle fortune giveaway. Earn entries all day, every day, with 2 times the entries on Tuesdays. Win big Saturdays with drawings starting at 5. Saturday, July 26th, you could walk away with a grand prize of $10,000 cash and a $10,000 roll. Harley Davidson gift card. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
Make sure to check greengrasscattleco.com for upcoming events. You won't want to miss out on Meet the Butcher nights, cooking classes, and barbecue classes. Whether it's football season, basketball season, baseball season, heck, any season. Make any occasion a special occasion for the highest quality meats in Kansas City. Don't forget they deliver locally and nationwide. Make sure to give them a call. Stop by their retail store in Weston, Missouri, or order online at greengrasscattleco.com, greengrasscattleco.com.
It's summer in Kansas City, and for most families, that means weeknights on the sports fields, kids' camps, pool days, and hustling back and forth with no time to prepare meals. Joe's KC Barbecue has you covered this summer with the Joe's To Go app. Dinner will be on the way without opening your door. All of your smoked favorites are just a few clicks away on the Joe's To Go app. Order for 1 or 100. Don't spend your summer in a drive-thru. Swing by Joe's for that traditional KC competition barbecue and tell them SFJ sent you.
Steve here with Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. My industry seems to overpromise and underdeliver. That is not how we operate. Call 913-768-7676 or visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com.
This Saturday night, Sporting Kansas City hosts the Seattle Sounders at Children's Mercy Park for Retro Night. We're celebrating the 2000 MLS Cup Championship team with 2000s era music, a throwback atmosphere, and special appearances from sporting legends. It's a one-of-a-kind experience celebrating Sporting's past while cheering on their present. Families and fans of all ages are invited to join the celebration and enjoy an unforgettable night at the park. Tickets are going fast. Secure yours today at sportingkc.com.
Paid for, client portrayal, and endorsed. The choice of the lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
After my car wreck, there was a lot I didn't know. I do know. If you've been hurt in a car wreck, call me. I've got this. Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
What we love about our ability to help patients at QC Kinetics is seeing their pure delight at finally being able to do the things they enjoy without pain.
I had a patient start treatment with me. He wanted to be able to be active again and do some of his sports that he really enjoyed.
Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics, treats patients with chronic joint pain using their body's own biologics. The goal? Get them back to living their best lives without surgery or harmful drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps because it's changing those small moments you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
All right, we continue hanging out here in Lake Tahoe, the American Century Championship presented by Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, Dan Asphalt and Concrete. Joining us now, CBS NFL Today, former NFL quarterback here, and a man who yearly is out here at the American Century Championship, Matt Ryan, joining us here in the zone. Matt, how are you, sir?
I'm doing awesome. Played some golf.
How's the golf game right now?
It's okay. Yeah,
Okay.
it's okay. Hit some
All
good
right.
shots. So we'll see what shows up on Friday. But right now, I feel pretty good.
Yeah, does the crowd, like Joe Buck, we talked with him yesterday, and I said, when you're playing out, or I asked, when you're playing out here, does that give you a little bit of a feeling of when you're calling the game, this is what the players are going through playing in front of fans? Like, he gives you that sort of feeling. And he's like, I always try to remind myself when I'm out of here that, and when the players are out there, that these are humans and all of that stuff. When you're doing this, is it easier for you to come out and swing a golf club in front of a bunch of fans because you played football? Or is it different when it's you all alone as opposed to 22 guys?
Correct. And I knew somewhat what I was doing in football. In golf, I think it's a little bit different, right?
Makes a difference.
So, yeah, it definitely makes a difference. I think everybody gets a little bit nervous. We're out of our element, which makes it fun. and entertaining to watch. People out here have a blast. It's great to interact with the fans. So it's just a great event put on by American Century and NBC, and they do a great job with it.
Yeah, Matt Ryan is our guest. It's been a number of years in retirement. I mean, is it now you more used to retirement than you were playing?
Yeah, for sure. I always felt like this time of the year, especially my first year or two out, it felt like, July 4th would happen. Then you get on the other side of it and your body is just instinctively ready to go because you've been doing it for so long. I feel no instinct to get ready to go right now. So maybe I'm moving on and it's good and I'm happy in where I'm at in life.
So is it like as you first retire, as your body starts to feel that, does that increase maybe that the urge or missing it or wanting to be out there as opposed to if your body's not adjusting? It's like, this is just life. Like, do you miss it now the way that maybe you did at first or maybe you didn't?
I think you miss it, right? You miss certain parts of it. It's hard to replace the adrenaline and the focus that you have to prepare and to get ready to go play. We were fortunate a couple times this season on the NFL Today to go live from games. We were in Kansas City for the AFC Championship game, and you get out on the field.
It was warm that day.
I was absolutely frozen. I learned from James Brown that you need as many pocket warmers and stuff in your shoes as you can when you go to KC in January. But you get on the field, and that's when you're like, oh man, I do miss that part of it, of being out there and kind of the environment and just the pregame jitters, that level of excitement that comes with it. That part I do miss.
Yeah, visiting with Matt Ryan. I wanted to ask you about a number of things, obviously, but Patrick Mahomes and what he's doing now, and it's crazy to think that there's going to be a 3 as the first number in his age in the NFL. I mean, it happens fast.
Super fast.
And he's talked about that, too. He's like, I'm 30. He turns 30 in September. Not 30 yet, but this is his, quote, 30-year-old season, and it happens fast. And we were having a conversation a couple of weeks ago, and Bobby Witt for the Royals had made a play, and it was like a diving play, and it looked like Mahomes in the Super Bowl when he was flat and in the air. And I said, both these guys in their prime. And a number of people were like, well, Mahomes isn't in his prime anymore.
Get out of here.
And so as a quarterback, what's the prime for a quarterback? Like, to me, he's well in his prime. He's still got prime years left. He's only 30. As a quarterback, that's massively different than a tennis player.
100%. I look at him, I see no slowing down. And that's really, my view on Patrick and what he's capable of doing. To say he's not in his prime anymore, I think is ridiculous. He certainly is. So, age-wise, it's different for everyone. Tom Brady played in his prime until he was like 45. So it can be, different for everyone. I always felt like I played my best football from about 30 to 35, 36 years old, right? And an understanding of where to go with the football, understanding of what defenses were doing, really knowing myself too of what I'm capable of and what I'm not, and not trying to force things like that. I always felt like, some of my best years, the year I won MVP, I think I was 31 years old. So, I don't think he's slowing down. I think he'll play well into his late 30s at a high level, and Kansas City's lucky to have him.
We oftentimes get caught up in being sort of prisoners of the moment, and the most recent thing being what we're going off of, and it was not a great showing for the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. And the Eagles were a really good team, obviously, and a dynamite defensive line. And Chiefs had their offensive line issues in that game, but Philadelphia was a really good team this year and turned it on after the first part of the year. One of the things that I find interesting is the criticism of Mahomes in the Super Bowl. And Jalen Hurts played phenomenal. Mahomes struggled at times. But it's almost viewed, Matt, as sort of a detriment that he played that way in the Super Bowl, while it's getting ignored the way he played in the night you were there against the Bills in the AFC Championship game, which I think is one of the better performances he's put on in the playoffs.
End of that game was unbelievable.
Yeah, but that gets dismissed because of how he played in the Super Bowl. If he played average and they lost to the Bills, to some people, like, that's a better career achievement than going to the Super Bowl and losing.
Well, listen, as a guy who's gone to the Super Bowl and lost, I think
I didn't want to bring it up. I wasn't trying to bring it up that way. I promise.
It's all good. I think you got to get in front of it, right? When you're the guy on the other end, you got to get in front of it. But I think, listen, I don't view it that way, right? You're beating Buffalo in an AFC Championship game. Some of the plays that he made down the stretch was unbelievable, right? And those are huge. Giving yourselves opportunities to win championships, playing in those games. You cannot, put a value on that. I think it's incredibly valuable. And I think, it's hard, right? Like, did he have his best performance in the Super Bowl? Obviously not. But then you look at it, and it's why, right? Yeah. It's hard to complete passes when you're laying on your back, or the ball's got to come out before guys are ready for it. So I think it's not to, dismiss, did he have his best game? No, but no one did, right? That whole team did not. And so disappointing, yes, but it changes my perspective of who he is as a player very little, right? Yeah. Like, I think he's one of the best to ever do it, and has shown that, his entire career.
Yeah, Tom Brady was 3-2 in his first 5 Super Bowls, and Mahomes is 3-2 in his first 5 Super Bowls, and the fact that he's gone to 5 in 6 years is just
take
phenomenal.
four more, right? I think they'd be okay with that.
They could be perfectly fine, yes. So we actually asked the question last week amongst our listeners that in the next 10 years, if the Chiefs win one more Super Bowl, would that be a disappointment? And I'll tell you, my answer is no, because good God, you win a Super Bowl every decade. But I also wouldn't settle and take, if somebody said you get one Super Bowl or you take your chances over the next 10 years. I'll take my chances over the next 10 years if they get 2.
Yeah.
But getting 1 to me is not a disappointment, because 1 every decade would be great.
You like to go over to Harrah's, I think. You like to go gamble over at Harrah's out here in Lake Tahoe.
With Mahomes and Spags for a little bit, I think I'll take my chances with trying to get 2. And if they don't, they still got 3.
Honestly, listen, they have the most important pieces in place in professional football, right? The quarterback is in place, the head coach / offensive coordinator, play caller, and game planner, and one of the best defensive coordinators in the business. And I really view it that way. I think those things are so critical in terms of winning. I think they've shown the ability to plug in different pieces that have different skill sets and continue to be successful. And I think Andy's, if not the best, one of the best coaches to ever do it. And specifically, I think he's the best coach of quarterbacks in the history of the league. If you look at the guys that have played for him, whether it be a Donovan McNabb in Philadelphia or an Alex Smith when he was there, Brett Favre all the way back to his time, like, these guys came in and all played their best football. Mike Vick in Philadelphia as well, right? Like, they all played their best football under him. And I think they're all very, very different. And I have so much respect for who he is and how he coaches that position.
Matt Ryan is our guest. I wanted to ask you about something that Matt Stafford brought up and Matt Nagy brought up, and then now it's being asked about to Patrick Mahomes. And so the touchdown to Xavier Worthy at the end of the Super Bowl was a 1st and 10. They're at midfield, and he's got Noah Gray for like a 5-yard check down. It's 1st and 10. He's got Hollywood Brown that's open for like a 15-yard dig that he can hit just in rhythm. But instead, it's sort of like a bleep it, we're down by this many points, and Xavier Worthy isn't to the safeties yet, right? He's splitting 2 safeties, and he throws the ball, and he completes it. And I asked myself, like, week 7, does he do that, or does he hit Hollywood or hit Noah Gray and keep it moving? And Matt Stafford brought up something with the Kelsey brothers and said what he enjoys watching about younger players. He watched C.J. Stroud throw, like, this route that he wasn't supposed to throw against that defense.
Yeah.
And he was like, why did you do that, man? And he hit a touchdown. And he's like, well, because they played it wrong. And Matt Stafford was like, I wouldn't have even looked there.
Correct.
I would have already I would have
100%.
checked down 5 yards, boom, there we go, move the chains. And he goes, and it reminds me sometimes that I do need to go through my progressions and not just dismiss things. And Matt Nagy said one of the things they want to work on with Patrick Mahomes is they feel like he's gotten too smart.
Yeah.
That he's getting to the line of scrimmage and not going here, not going here, not going here.
Too many things before the play starts.
Right before the play starts. So that makes sense to you?
Yeah, of course. And I think that's one of the – listen, there are missed opportunities that come with that. There's also a lot of plays that come with that too, right, of being ahead where the defense is. Finding that balance, of remaining aggressive but also, making good decisions or the right decisions. I think the best players in the world, you're not sure if they're being aggressive or conservative, right? You're unsure that you don't know. They're just doing the right thing over and over and over. And so you don't want to eliminate that from Patrick. I think experience is valuable. I think Tom was probably better than anybody in the history of league of being able to delete information pre-snap and understand where he's going. He had a lot of success doing it that way. But Patrick's a bit of a different player, right? The improvisation. I also think when you've got guys, right, like Stafford early in his career had Calvin Johnson, and I'm sure he threw a lot of whatever you called it, effort balls up there, and I did the same with Julio Jones and Roddy White, right? Like it might not be the right coverage, but just give him a chance.
Julio's down there.
Yeah, just give him a chance. Just launch it up there, and he'll figure it out. So when you got guys like Xavier Worthy who have that top end speed, sometimes there's a place for just going for it.
Yeah, visiting with Matt Ryan. Do you think the Chiefs have figured out the offensive line maybe this year with the rookie from Ohio State and maybe Jalen Moore back up from San Francisco?
Listen, I think they addressed it. Did they solve it? That remains to be seen. And I've always thought, though, offensive line play is about five guys coming together and being greater than the sum of the parts, right? And when they play together in the run game, the combination blocking of getting off onto the second level, like that stuff, that's timing, that's rhythm, right? And that takes work together. So I think it's going to take some time. I think Patrick's so dynamic back there, moving and being able to extend plays, that it gives those guys a little bit of a breather once in a while, which is huge. But I think they've taken the steps they need to take. And we'll see if it works out.
Matt Ryan is our guest. Last one for you. Netflix has quarterback season 2. Would you have done that if they were? Would you have signed up for that?
It's a different time, right? It's a different time now than it was specifically early in my career, right? Like I feel like there was this code of silence. Nobody needs to know what I'm doing or any of those things. I think times have changed. I think it's a great show. I think it's great to watch. I think it's incredible for the viewer, but my long-winded way of getting around to saying I probably would not have done it. I wouldn't have been open to having the cameras around that much.
Well, it's interesting. After season 1, nobody signed up for it. That's why they did receiver.
Yeah,
and then
receiver was huge though too. It was phenomenal. It's difficult.
Though they want you to look at them.
I think it's difficult at the quarterback position, right? Because it's just. There's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot of being a leader of a football team, and talking about things that probably shouldn't be aired, right? And so that would be my hesitation.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And then Cousins, Goff, and Burrow sign up to do it this year, so it should be fun. But I've only seen the first episode, so looking forward to seeing the rest of it. Matt Ryan, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Look forward to our conversations every year.
I'll see you next season. Yeah, next summer, right here, same spot.
Yeah, play well this week, man.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Looking forward to it.
There's Matt Ryan. We'll take a timeout. Come back. More Zone coming up next.
You're in the zone with Jason Anderson on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
Play the American Century Championship Fantasy Golf Contest for your chance to win $10,000 for a charity of your choice and a trip to next year's tournament in Lake Tahoe. Go to ACCFantasyGolf.com and pick a starting team of 5 players, one from each level of play, and lock in your roster. Then sit back and cheer on your team when over 80 sports legends and celebrities hit the course in Lake Tahoe for the American Century Championship. Finalize your roster before the players tee off on July 11th on NBC and Peacock.
Fire up the grill with Carne Diem in Briarcliff. Right now, grab their $35 steak pack loaded with 4 hand-selected beefsteaks and your choice of 4 beers or 1 bottle of wine. That's right, premium cuts and a drink pairing, all for just $35. Carne Diem is your neighborhood butcher shop, serving up quality meats with serious flavor. Whether it's for a weekend cookout or a weeknight dinner, Carne Diem in Briarcliff has you covered. Visit CarneDiemButcher.com to order yours today.
Get ready, Jayhawk fans. Football season is coming. The brand new renovated David Booth, Kansas Memorial Stadium is the place to be. Don't miss a minute of the action as KU football charges into a new stadium at a new season with big-time matchups and electric game day energy. Season tickets are on sale today. Great.
About 30 seconds. You with me?
All right. All right, scrambled
40
back.
seconds.
All right, cool. 40.
Good.
Yep, 40 seconds,
So what
and then
I
I'll
did
have
was
like a minute.
Yeah. 40
Cool.
seconds, then a minute, because I split up our last break because we just went through our final break after Matt.
Okay, cool.
So 30 seconds, and then we'll do a minute, and you'll have a minute before Kent.
Okay, that works. Groovy. All right. Yeah, I went to the tent because the sun is just cooking me here in the tent. So thank you for that warning, because I was like, oh shit. Cool.
.com.
All right, wrapping things up here for this first hour of day number 3. Pretty productive so far. Thank you to Catherine Tappan and Matt Ryan joining us as we'll continue rolling along. We'll talk with Kent Swanson coming up just on the other side of this break, but good stuff from Matt Ryan talking about Patrick Mahomes. Absurd that he's not still in his prime. Plenty of prime to go for Patrick Mahomes. In fact, Matt Ryan saying he played his best football from what, age 30 to 36? That's where Mahomes is right now. So we'll see what that ends up happening with Patrick Mahomes. Thank you to Matt Ryan. Hoping to talk with coming up later on in the show, Justin Reed. Talked to him last night, so he's going to come over. And Derek Carr, Ryan Fitzpatrick. But next, it's Kent Swanson. Cool.
It's Lottery here, and we want to get together for a game or two. Meet us at your favorite retailer or wherever you like to buy your tickets, and we can let the games begin. There's a lot of fun and cash on the line. See kslottery.com for details.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the number.
10 seconds and an ID, got Kent.
Go.
Peak Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
KCFX HD4 Harrisonville, K279PI, Kansas City, 103.7 FM. Sports Radio 810 WHB, Kansas City.
All right.
All right, we'll continue on this Thursday edition of The Zone right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Our coverage here at the American Century Championship presented by Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and Gann Asphalt and Concrete. Thank you to Matt Ryan joining us in the previous segment. Justin Reed scheduled to join us an hour from now. Derek Carr, we'll talk with him coming up in the noon hour as well. Ryan Fitzpatrick, Jay Billis. And we'll see if George Kittle stops by. Talked to him before the show to see if he wanted to come on KC Radio and trash talk Travis Kelce. And he told Bethany, oh, my God, I can't wait. Yes, I will absolutely be over there. He's out on the course right now. We'll see how much is left in his round. But either today or tomorrow, hopefully we'll have George Kittle talk trash to Travis Kelce. We'll see. But Kittle's been here, and he's been the life of the party so far. This is his first year here at the American Century Championship. You know what's crazy is that each time we're here at Lake Tahoe, you know, we have these, we have KCSN and the KC Laboratory podcast and our boys from there. We have them on weekly, but we don't have, we rotate them, right? But yet Kent, it feels like every single year that we're here at Lake Tahoe, it's your turn in the rotation that we have you on. I don't think we plan it that way, but I feel like this is now 4 or 5 years in a row. We're like, all right, we're in Lake Tahoe. Let's talk to Kent Swanson. Sterling didn't make the trip this year, so how about that? That's just boy, that's a knife turned in the back of Sterling, right there. Bethany, Bethany out here. So no, in fact, we went there last night, but there was no beer pong set up. We went to the same spot last night. So if Sterling made the trip, it would have been a total bust for him. He wouldn't have even enjoyed it.
One of the celebrities to have a chance to win at beer pong in baseball this year, so they said that we couldn't bring him. They said he was too
That's
good
right.
at it, and we
He
were
said,
to bring the goat.
yeah, that's right. That's what it was. We'll go with that one. Yeah, Miles Teller, David Wells, and The Miz were playing, and TJ Oshie was on the other team and his friends. So just randomness as it happens, just crazy. We also talked to Miles a little bit yesterday too, and he's like, no, I'm not doing media this week while I'm out here. And we're like, well, we're on in KC. You do have an opportunity as being an Eagles guy. He goes, oh man. So started to actually think about it. Like, wait a minute, hold on. I don't know that it was his choice to not do media. It might have been something with a movie or something, because it almost seemed like it was like, yeah, I'm not really gonna do it, but almost said allowed to a degree. But then saying, we're on in Kansas City, and you're an Eagles fan. It was like, oh man, I wonder if I can maybe sneak this thing in, but didn't happen. That's fine. But he was out and about last night, but no beer pong. So Sterling would have been massively disappointed, and he would have felt like the entire trip is a bust, even if we get to talk to all of the different guests that we've had on, and Matt Ryan. And look, Derek Carr is coming up in the next hour, and I'm going to get to the bottom of this victory lap. What the hell happened? How did how did the victory lap come about? What's all the stories? Now that he's retired, he can tell the things behind the scenes. He can tell us what actually is happening in these games with the Chiefs. And so we'll do that. Ryan Fitzpatrick and other people, but he would have called it an absolute bust just if he didn't get to play beer pong with anybody really. So Bethany's here, killing it. See, to tell you the complete truth, right now, Charles Woodson just finished up practicing on the range, and literally, I guarantee, because we had him on last year, I guarantee Bethany could probably walk over there and say, "Hey, Charles, you got a few minutes?" Because he could talk about his investment in the Browns and his bourbon. He's he can talk all those things. But you know what? I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. Okay, we got all these other people that we'll be talking to out here. I'm talking to
Yeah,
you.
but
Ken.
has he won Price is Right? I mean, has he been on the Price is Right?
Great point. It's a great point. He has not. I've never.
That's our celebrity in Kent.
That's exactly right.
there.
I've never seen him participate.
Well,
Here's the thing. You've never been on The Price is Right yet. Okay, let's not say what the future could be. All right, we're not gonna go ahead, and we're not gonna pigeonhole you and limit your possibilities in life of what game shows you could be on. So we're gonna let this thing play out here for you. So let's make a deal. Price is Right. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Joe Buck is gonna be on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire as well. Maybe Ken Swanson is next. Why not? That'd be cool. One day. Trey Smith, we know he's going to be a millionaire 23 times over if he does not sign his deal on July 15th, or, excuse me, they do not come to an agreement. He's already signed his franchise tag. Kent, what do you think? He was on with Kay Adams. Now, I think this thing was filmed or taped, the interview with Trey Smith. I think it was taped a little bit ago. I don't think that thing was taped yesterday. I'm not sure because when she played the Patrick Mahomes clip and the Patrick Mahomes interview, she said yesterday Max Crosby made news by talking about you, and Max Crosby was on that podcast talking about Patrick Mahomes like a month ago. So anyway, she talks to Trey Smith, and he says, yeah, hopeful that everything gets done. And certainly we know both sides are hopeful that it gets done. We're 5 days away. Kent, does it get done? It's just smart for Patrick Mahomes to say, "Hey, Trey, take less money. I'll get you in these State Farm commercials." Just everybody wins. Everybody benefits there. That would be smart if that was actually the case. Kent Swanson's our guest. That's That's what I was. That's what I was thinking too. Like, look, Tom, we're not going to pay you this money, but we will invest in this over here. we can throw some cheese your way for this. Does that help offset that so we can go and get a couple of other players here? Would it be? Let me ask you this: July 15th comes and goes, and they just couldn't get it done. Couldn't get it figured out. They were close, but some of the details, and I know deadlines spur action. We'll talk about that a little bit here as well with the Chiefs and how that typically goes. But let's play the hypothetical. 5 days comes and goes, no deal is done. Is it the worst thing if they do play and Trey Smith does play under the tag for this 1 year? Yeah, I don't think you would go into this offseason. Like, I think the Chiefs want to get something done. And I think that's the position that Trey Smith has and where he can, be probably, even more forceful in the negotiations. He knows he's getting $23 million this year no matter what. And if I'm Trey Smith, like that's where I would like to start. I mean, if I'm going to get $23 million this year, I'm not going to take 20 to sign a long-term deal. I'll take the $23 million guaranteed this year. If I have to bet on myself, I'll bet on myself, and then I'm going to make a massive amount more next year, and I can go get another $60 million. So it could be, a 3-year or 4-year, $80 million contract that could be like, guaranteed dollars. If like you get 23 this year and the next year you get $60 million guaranteed over, 3-4 years, something like that. Okay, now I just got a 4-year, $80 million guaranteed. Okay, that's not bad. The position he would be in if that's the case, just sort of randomly coming up with numbers there of what could happen. And for the Chiefs, like you go into this offseason, if they didn't think they were going to get something done with Trey Smith, I don't think they trade Joe Tooney. When that salary cap number came out, Kent, they put the franchise tag on him because at that point they had to look at it and go, we know the franchise tag is all offensive linemen. So if that's $23 million to Trey Smith, the cap number that we have this year, we know that we can cover that now. And so we're going to go ahead and put the franchise tag on Trey Smith. It would be odd for them to do that. And then it would be odd for Brett Veach to do that and not have an idea of what Trey Smith was really wanting in a long-term deal and mismanaging that and missing their shot from that standpoint in the contract if it were to come about like that. That would be surprising if Brett Veach misread the room on Trey Smith. Is it? I was going to guess like 20 and change, or maybe 21. Yeah. I think both sides are too motivated to not get it done. Like, I think Trey Smith wants to get something done long term. Like, if protecting Patrick Mahomes keeps him up at night, then that's something that obviously he cares about that, right? There's an investment there personally with him. So if that's the case, and the Chiefs clearly with the moves they've made in the offseason have decided that Trey Smith is a guy that they want for the longer term on this team. So it would be a surprise from that standpoint. I don't know that he would take less than 23. Maybe he will. Maybe they don't want to set the guard market by $2.4 million. Maybe that would be the case, but we'll find out. I mean, it's like I don't think he should take a hometown discount because we don't expect team or players that are coming from other teams to take hometown discounts, right? Like it's like this guy should take a hometown discount. Well, if this guy was a free agent, did Jalen Moore take a hometown discount? Did Jawan Taylor take a discount? Right? Do these other guys take discounts? No, this guy's on your team, so pay him what he's worth. So we'll see. But this is also a franchise that typically it feels like deadline spur action, right? Like they can just sort of play it like we've got time, we've got time, we've got time, we've got time. All right, now it's time. To get this thing done. And so that's why I think there might not be news right now. Like they might be getting closer and closer, but there is not we have to get in a room and hash this thing out right now and get all the T's crossed and I's dotted to get this thing signed because the deadline's coming up. They've got 5 days. They can slowly continue to go back and forth on whatever the finer points and the details of the contract are. And then when it comes time to the clock is running out, then we're going to get together and figure all this stuff out. With you on that. Ken Swanson is our guest, KCSN, KC Laboratory Podcast. I wanted to talk to you about this before we let you go. ESPN's doing their positional players and the top 10 and getting votes from execs and scouts and things like that around the league. And they did their top 10 edge rushers. And not showing up in the top 10 was a Kansas City Chief, but an honorable mention, so showing up in the top 14 was George Karlaftis. I'll be honest, I was surprised that George Karlaftis even showed up because I feel like he's a guy that maybe nationally may not be viewed in a way that we probably view him here in KC. But I guess if it's execs and front office and player personnel and scouts, that maybe they have a different view of that. What was your take on George Karlaftis being listed there? Kent Swanson, KCSN, KC Laboratory Podcast. Kent, you're the man. Appreciate it, brother. I look forward to our next conversation, or our conversation next year while I'm here in Lake Tahoe, and we can catch up yet again. And we'll make sure we plan it that way. I will do that. Kent Swanson is our guest. Kent, you're the man. Appreciate you, brother. All right, there's Kent Swanson, KC Sports Network, KC Laboratory Podcast. We'll continue rolling along. We're hanging out here in Lake Tahoe, the American Century Championship. Our coverage presented by Bobside Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and GAN Asphalt and Concrete. We'll take a timeout, come back. We'll continue more zone right after this.
Get the show with you by listening live on mobile app or by subscribing to the Zone wherever you
already,
get
but
your
don't
podcast.
worry about it. We can play the spots. Yeah, they're just hanging out. Yeah, it's
Let
not.
me know if you need me to cut it short.
No, it's not a rush or anything. Nope.
5 minutes then in this break.
All right, great. Thanks.
First is our tradition. By Zero Res. Visit ZeroResKC.com to book your appointment today. Remember, spell Zero Res backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean. By Window Nation. Get 50% off windows. Cost no inputs until 2030. Visit WindowNation.com today. And by GAN Asphalt and Concrete. The world is coming to Kansas City. Will your parking lot be ready? Whether it's simply faded lines, unsafe sidewalks, or parking lot potholes, GAN Asphalt and Concrete can help.
It's summer in Kansas City, and for most families, that means weeknights on the sports field. Kids camps.
Just a heads up, I took
Yeah.
you off bridge. Nothing was wrong last time, but I don't want you to go over air because
Yeah, cool.
I don't think they're manning it when it's on break.
I
And
see.
I don't want to be talking over air there either. So
That makes sense.
all right.
That works.
But just remember, if we can hear Sterling, they can hear us.
Yeah,
Not that we did anything wrong.
cool. Drake just said, fair warning, you're on the client golf course even during breaks. So unless that's what you're just talking about, that you literally just took that out.
No, I just did.
Okay, cool. Groovy. All right. All right. Let's bring in Eric here. Dylan change it back there. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Just split screen. That's fine. All right. Let's see. Is that hot?
Digital Lagoon for our website and printing needs. They created the website for our
Okay, that's all right.
station, ESPN.
Not in the sun too long,
and we
so
couldn't be more pleased.
I think you're
Give
fine.
Jordan a call. And let
We've got
him
another
know
one if it was
green
too hot that I was
analysis
going to
of
grab
your
it for
digital
you.
Footprint. Contact him at digitallagoon.com today.
Huh?
It's this loud. I'm going to be speaking very loud.
All right. We're ready, Dylan. All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you. Sterling Holmes back in KC and Dylan as well. But we are out here in Lake Tahoe, the American Century Championship, and a fantastic spot, and look forward to it each and every year. Joining us now from American Century is Eric Schneeberger. And thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. We do this every year. And one of the cool things that we like to do is the fantasy golf part of the ACC championship. So we'll get into that a little bit. But how are you feeling, man? It's good to see you another year out here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's great to see you too. Yeah, I feel great. I mean, this year we've got a great field with a couple of new folks. So as you know, George Kittle is out here for the first time, which is really exciting. We've got probably the most female golfers we've had in a number of years, which is really exciting as well. So everybody is having a great time. Jake Owen was on the stage last night, which was fantastic. I hope you got to enjoy that.
That was cool.
So, I mean, there's nothing better than being out in Lake Tahoe, I will tell you.
Yeah, it's a trip that we look forward to each and every year for many, many different reasons, but also because of how great you guys are to work with and the event that you guys put on. And you allow people to get an opportunity to come out here by the fantasy golf that they play. We do a little bit with the show, and sort of bragging rights there, but I also play it as well just in case, I mean, I think I'm eligible. I don't work for American Century, but I think I'm eligible to win. So it's fun, but can you explain a little bit of about how the fantasy golf goes and how people can get involved in that?
Yeah, sure. So this is our 5th year doing it, which I can't believe it's been 5 years, honestly. But we really created it because we wanted to find a way to get the fans involved that are watching at home, in addition to the fans that are here. So to create a team, you just go to hccfantasygolf.com. We've divided all the players into 5 different groups based on their golfing capability or ability. So you would pick one of your favorite celebrities in each group. And essentially, we create scores every day. You can change your team every day after play. The cutoff time for signing up for tomorrow's play is midnight tonight. The same goes for every other day for the subsequent days of playing. But what's really fun is the prize. So if you win the overall, so basically having the highest score for the entire weekend, you not only get a trip for 2 to the American Century Championship for 2026, but you also get $10,000 to be directed to the charity of your choice.
Amazing.
So, and then we have daily prizes. So we also have 3 more trips to the American Century Championship for 2026 that we're giving away, which includes tickets and lodging and airfare. So it's a really exciting way to get involved in the tournament, which is so embedded in charity, right? So this tournament's raised over $8 million for charity over the years, and it's in keeping with the mission of American Century Investments. We're always looking to help our clients grow and secure their financial future, but at the same time, we're 40% owned by the Stowers Institute for Medical Research in Kansas City, and so we're inspired by our impact on the world, in addition to our impact on everyone's day-to-day that invests with American Century Investments.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and it's one of the reasons why we talk about and love coming out here, but also love working with American Century. Is I don't know how many companies take 40% of the revenue and give it to charity.
We might be one of the
Yes, I know, right? There might be like, well, a portion of this goes to charity, a portion, which is a very ambiguous term, right? A portion of this. Putting a number on it, that 40% of this is going to go to that institute to help with cancer research and all of the breakthroughs that have been made through the years with the money that goes there. It's just, I mean, we talked to Michael Pena yesterday and Rob Riggle, and we're talking about Big Slick because of Children's Mercy. And certainly, and Michael Pena was talking about the best part about it was when they got to go to the hospital and see the kids and everything. Like, he's like, the event is awesome, but just being there and you see what these kids are going through. But that's ultimately why you guys are doing what you're doing.
That's right. I mean, it's been over $2 billion since the year 2000 that we have directed towards the Institute. And you're right. I mean, cancer and other gene-based diseases impact all of us in some way, and it's really inspiring to be part of that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just work. We are doing so much more, and when you invest with American Century Investments, you're investing in everyone's future.
Yeah, and you make it fun for a lot of people out here at the American Century. I ask different people like along the way. I'm like, all right, how you playing? Kind of trying to get a little bit of an edge if I can. And I was told yesterday, the Miz. And I don't know if anybody out there is going to use him in his fantasy, but he in their fantasy golf championship and competition. But at ACC Fantasy Golf, go there. I talked with him, and he said he started this Miz Golf YouTube channel.
Yeah, he did.
Specifically because of this tournament every year. And he said, I'm tired of finishing in the 80s. And, there's like 90 people every year, and I'm like finishing 86. They're in the mid-80s. He said, so all I've been doing is practicing and getting lessons and practicing and practicing. So I kind of feel like that group 5, I may throw a dart and maybe throw maybe put Miz in there. I don't know. Maybe throw Miz in there if he's that serious about, because I wouldn't have done it in the past.
Right. No, without
because I've seen him play, right? And you've seen the scores. But if he's that serious about it, and he's had this YouTube Miz Golf channel for a while, that he's put all this time and effort into it, I don't know. I feel like this might be the opportunity to get a sneaky one in Group 5 with the Miz. I don't know. I'm trying to get as many edges as I can in this thing.
Yeah. He's really dedicated to this, and those if you haven't seen them, those YouTube videos are really fun to watch.
Yes,
I mean, what an entertainer the Miz is.
That's
I mean,
great.
it's so much fun.
Yeah.
And he pokes fun at his game, but he's really into it, and he absolutely wants to take a step forward in the rankings. I'll tell you who else has really made strides in his game is Charles Barkley. I think he went from Group 5 in fantasy to Group 3 based on his handicap over the last few years.
Wow.
And so I'm trying to think about where they think he might finish, but they're looking at maybe he finishes around 65.
Wow.
Which, in previous years, that wasn't even a chance.
Yeah, out of 90 golfers, he would finish like 111th sometimes.
That's right.
It's bad.
That's right. So he's really been working on his game as well, and I think he's, he might be a sleeper also.
Yeah, visiting with Eric Schneeberger with the American Century. All right, so the Smash for Cash.
Yeah.
What is this thing? Because I haven't been over to Hole 14 yet, and I need to get over there. But explain what's going on with this and how the money is helping.
Yeah, so we're always looking for something new to do
Yeah.
every year, and fun for the celebrities, fun for our clients that are here. And so we created this thing called Smash for Cash, and it's out on 14. We're using a TrackMan, and it's calculating a couple of different statistics of everyone's swing. So it's calculating the ball speed, the club speed, and then ultimately what's called a smash factor, which if I'm not sure if you're familiar what it is, but it's basically a calculation of ball speed divided by club speed. And really what it is, it represents the amount of energy you're transferring from your club to your ball. So it's not about how hard you swing, it's about how well and efficiently you hit that ball. And so in addition to that, we're using some really cool AI to take a picture of the celebrities, we're pulling off the background, and we're creating this AI-generated image and putting it up on this gigantic monitor for everybody to see.
Wow.
And it's been going really well. Right now we have, and on top of that, there's a competition. Of course, there's always a competition, right, with these athletes. And so if a team scores on average over a 1.43 smash factor, we're donating $500 to the Stowers Institute. So far, over the course of yesterday, which we raised $7,500, as of this morning, it's at $10,000, so it just keeps growing.
Yeah.
I think people are getting better at this. But that competition is in play, and the athletes are really interested in this. And they're playing off each other. So right now, and it might have changed just recently because we've got guys teeing off every few minutes, but right now, Jerome Bettis and Jay Billis are tied for first at 148. And so that's really exciting. I was talking to them just last night about it, and you've got a couple other guys that are like, I'm gonna get them tomorrow, and it's just really great fun.
That's awesome because it's one thing to have a long drive competition. But then it's like, well, I'm not going to be able to win that one. I can hit it as hard as I can, but it doesn't matter. But it's a great point about it's the amount of force transferred. So you don't have to have the long drive. It's about how well you hit the ball and the transfer of that force. That's an awesome idea. Who came up? Was that you, Eric? I'm going to give Eric Schneeberger credit for it. Well done, Eric. Good job.
I wish I could take credit for it, but we have a fantastic head of brand at American Century Investments, Wiley Kane, and she worked to come up with the idea and executed it flawlessly. So
But you hired Wiley. Good job.
I did, yeah.
Well,
that's right.
well done, Eric. Yes, I mean, that's fantastic. Good job. No, I can't wait to get over there and check that out. It looks like a lot of fun. Do you play even for fun the fantasy golf? Do you put a team together?
I have
maybe
one.
if you're not eligible to win, but do you put a team together?
Yeah, I have one, and in my group one, surprisingly, I picked Derek Lowe.
Okay.
Because he's a great golfer, and he's like just on the edge. But most people by a large margin have been picking Marty Fish.
Yeah.
So of course it goes Marty and then Steph number 2,
Yeah.
but I understand there's a 2-to-1 difference in choices. So for those of you that want to try to choose something that others haven't chosen, I would go with somebody else maybe in group 1 because everybody's picking Marty.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to mark that down. No Marty and Steph. Okay, that's great. I feel pretty bad if Steph has another hole-in-one this year, like he did a couple of years ago.
Yeah, no, I mean, that would be great. And certainly on 17 where we have the $1 million hole-in-one, I mean, that would be just spectacular.
It's been like 15 years since we've had one on 17.
Yeah,
We've had a couple. Tim Brown had one last year,
right.
and Steph in 2023. Well, we got to get one on 17.
Yeah, I think over the 27 years of tournament and the time that we've been doing the $1 million hole-in-one, 2 people have won it.
Yeah.
But it's been quite a number of years.
Now that $1 million goes to them.
So the
or
way
you.
Yeah.
Or
No,
Wiley.
Neither. What's great about that is, again, just like 40% of our profits go to the Stowers Institute for Medical Research, the $1 million is split 60% for the hole-in-one winner.
Yeah.
So $600,000 goes to the celebrity that gets the hole-in-one, and 40% goes to the Stowers Institute for Medical Research for furthering their cause around researching gene-based diseases. So, I mean, that's a win-win for everyone.
Right.
So I'm hoping that someone here hits that.
And that person, whoever it is, gets to, have their videos played over and over again of them hitting a hole-in-one on hole 17. So
all of those went
they
viral.
win as well. How many is this year? 27 for
27
American
for us.
Century was sponsoring this.
That's right.
Could you have imagined, of just the growth of this over the years? I mean, 27 years ago when this whole thing started, it was nice. It was a cool event, but to what it is now, I mean, obviously what you guys have put into it and the people that have worked on it at American Century and the planning this whole thing out and coming up with it and starting Monday for next year.
Yeah,
I think it'll
right.
probably be like this thing. Could you have imagined that it would become what it's become over the last 10, 15 years and continuing?
I mean, it's been incredible. And, one of the things I'm most proud of with the American Century Championship is that, back during COVID in 2020, we were one of the first live sports events to be televised, which was great. And it feels like from that point until now, the championship and its coverage has just exploded.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's thanks to you and other media that are really interested in covering this. And the players, I mean, they're just fantastic to watch. And they do some amazing things on this golf course. So we're grateful to everyone involved to expand this footprint as much as it has.
Yeah, and I would say the golfers, the celebrities, entertainers that you choose matters as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because one, they've got to have a name, but also they've got to actually enjoy being out here and enjoy interacting with people and enjoy being around other people that they may, maybe they're not, having a lot of fun being in the public in general. But here, everybody's taking pictures. Oh yeah, sure, to picture, autograph, whatever. I think that's a part of it that maybe it could be missed if it's just like, let's just grab the biggest celebrity names possible, which might create for a lesser experience for others.
Yeah, I mean, the culture here is really fantastic. And so when the celebrities come, I feel like there's just been years and years of that camaraderie built up over time. And there's a culture here. What I love about it is it does mirror our culture in a lot of ways where we're always thinking about how can we make the event better? How can we, enjoy the company of others? And I mean, they're just so fantastic with the fans, with our clients that are here, and they really make the difference.
Eric Schneeberger with American Century. Thank you so much for stopping by. I got to make it over to 14 to check out the Smash for Cast to see what that thing is because I'm pumped to see how that whole thing works. And,
do you think you can get a 1.5? That's
no
the highest.
chance.
No?
No chance. No chance. Although, the guy I do the show with, Sterling, will probably be the first to tell you, I can get a 1.6. I get a 1.7. He would probably come up at like a 0.2 or 3, but he would tell you at least. And then after getting the 0.2 or 3, he would then tell everybody, I got a 1.6. I got a 1.7.
Maybe break it. He hits it so hard, right? It just explodes on the tee.
I can't hit golf balls anymore. I have to have a specific golf ball that doesn't break when I hit it. It was one of the. I would not be able to do that. I'm not much of a golfer at all, so I would not. Hitting the ball on the fairway, that's my smash for
All right.
cash. Is what
Okay.
that is. I've nailed it at that
We'll
point.
look forward to seeing you out there.
Absolutely. Eric Schneeberg with American Century. Thank you so much as always.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. We'll take a time out. We'll come back. We continue with more right after this.
You're in the zone with Jason Anderson on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
Hey, Kansas City, this is Stephen St. John from my friends at Kansas City Credit Union. And right now at Kansas City Credit Union, make no payments for 90 days for either an auto purchase or refinance loans. The refinance must be a loan from another financial institution. Get the money you need and the peace of mind you've been looking for. Minimum 4 minutes to qualify. Limited offer, so check it out now. Visit kansascitycreditunion.com/810sports for more information.
If you work or reside in Jackson, Cass, or Clay County, Missouri, you are eligible for membership.
It's Mark Whitlow from Office Products Alliance. As our competition continues to reduce services and personnel, OPA is ramping up our services and infrastructure. Is your present supplier cutting your services and limiting their offerings? If so, check out OPA. You will be pleasantly surprised. Big doesn't mean better. From supplies, furniture, janitorial, to network cabling and IT services. Check us out at opakp.com. Supporting local business and our community is more important than ever.
Hey, this is Stephen St. John. When I was having problems with my AC, I called Summit Heating and Cooling.
Whew.
They took care of me fast. If you need help now, visit summithckc.com to schedule today. If you're looking for the top, reach for the
I got
Summit.
you. You got
Summit
me.
Heating and Cooling.
Carne Diem in Briarcliff is serving up a $35 steak pack. 4 hand-selected beefsteaks and your choice of 4 beers or a bottle of wine.
You'll have to
That's 4
bridge
steaks
us
and 4
again.
beers or a bottle of wine. All for
Yeah, I just took you out so
$35.
they can't.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I get it. That's all good.
It's Gurney again for
You got 2.5
Robert Robinson
minutes,
Chevrolet
Cool.
Team Scene. We're talking with my old buddy Jordan Waters.
Can we play this since we talked to Kent about the Trey Smith? If we have time to
Yeah, I
play,
got this ready.
instead of just BSing and doing nothing here for like 4 or 5 minutes, we can at least have some content.
Yeah. Yeah, one of them 33 seconds, the other's 139.
Silverado
Cool.
that I'm the biggest fan.
How long do you think
of.
we'll
It's
have here
got
in this
total
segment?
hands-free driving. It's called Super Cruise. You put the address in, you get on the highway, the car will take you there
man.
on its own.
And last but not
About
least,
6 minutes.
we know Robert's Robinson.
By the way, this guy sounds like Rob
always tries to
Liotta
help those
talking to
who
Tim
serve.
Grunhard.
What specials are you offering now to veterans and first responders?
Sterling, this break has a minute and a half left. We'll have a 6-minute segment, is what I was saying to Jason. Yeah, that'll be perfect. Basically, the 40 mark of every hour, just get back to the table and play it safe.
Yeah, so Sterling would just
I'm going
be.
to let him know. We're going to hit the Trey Smith stuff, so I'll let him know that we'll hit those hits. Yeah. Jason, just make sure we give Sterling a chance to hit the hits out.
Well, yeah, no, I'll start with him first. I'll say, welcome back. Thank you to Matt Ryan, Kent Swanson. We're going to talk with Justin Reed, Derek Carr. We'll get into that a little bit. Then I'll say, Sterling is hanging out at Creekmore. What's up, Sterling? And then he can take it from there.
Cool. Right, just 1 minute.
Cool.
1-6-888-75.
All right, guys, I'm going to bridge it again.
Matt Toronto here with Aesthetic Care Med Spa and Wellness. With the recent advancement in weight loss treatments, there has never been a better time to finally lose that fat. These advanced weight loss injections are not only the most effective way to lose weight, but recent studies show many other health benefits as well, including improved memory, reduction in total body inflammation, and a boost to your immune system. Aesthetic Care's wellness division is headed by Dr. Amy Carter and her team of highly trained nurse practitioners. You will not find a more knowledgeable group of healthcare professionals whose number one priority is always your health. In the month of July, you can have a thorough consultation for only $99. Don't put off your health any longer. You can lose weight and you can start feeling great again. Aesthetic Care has 3 locations to serve you: Liberty, Lenexa,
10,
and Ward Parkway. Call today to book your consultation at 816-338-7881 or visit us on the web at greatskinkc.com.
Yep.
All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, Sterling Holmes, Dylan Michaels. We are in Lake Tahoe, American Century Championship. Our coverage presented by Bobside Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and GAN Asphalt and Concrete. We're going to be scheduled to talk with, because coming up this afternoon is going to be the next round of golfers, a number of golfers on the course right now. And then the next round of golfers starting here in the next couple of hours here at the American Century Championship, and that includes Justin Reed and Derek Carr, hopefully in the next hour. We talked to both of them last night at the event. And Justin, I mean, look, I know that, you hand over the reins to Jaden Hicks, and it's a salary-capped league. But, man, I really enjoyed having him in Kansas City. So I'm looking forward to that conversation, to catch up with him, his 3 years in KC, the Super Bowls, time with the Saints now. So some other things to talk with Justin Reed, and also get his thoughts on what he thinks about Jaden Hicks, who is the new Justin Reed, if you want to call it that. So we're out here in Lake Tahoe, and hopefully Derek Carr as well after Justin Reed. Sterling, you are hanging out at Creekmore, right? What's going on there?
Yeah, baby. I'm hanging out here at Creekmore. It is absolutely gorgeous, a beautiful day. I'm hanging out on the patio, which is a brand new patio, and their bar is phenomenal. Again, it's not just a great golf course, which, again, they always say the shortest drive of the day is getting here. Again, every once in a while, if you're good, that will be the shortest drive of your day. If you're me, you maybe have a snap hook or two that makes the hole a little longer. But no, it's been a phenomenal day out here. And if you were wanting to have a birthday party, hang out and watch some games, they have TVs that watch all these sporting events, Royals games, Chiefs games, you name it, they have it. You can give Rick Scott, GM, a call at 816-331-2621. And I'm getting some Joes soon.
Oh.
Someone was generous enough to bring by Joe's, and I cannot be more excited because football season is coming up, Jason. We're talking it. We're going to talk a little Trey Smith, I'm pretty sure, soon.
Yeah.
And the best thing about Joe's is they are good for your tailgate. And if you are like me, I can't cook worth a bleep. And so what do? I order Joe's. We actually took Joe's to the Savannah Bananas game beforehand because we're like, let's tailgate. And they're like, Sterling, you bringing the grill? You cooking? I said, I have something better. I have a better idea. I'll bring us Joe's. And that was the right choice. So make sure if you're in the hankering for some good food and you don't want to cook, or maybe you can cook, it still ain't going to be as good as Joe's. So stop by Joe's, any of their 3 KC locations.
Yeah, that's nice. I am jealous of that. I mean, I know that we've got some stuff here going on, but I'm jealous of you getting to enjoy some Joe's today. The food truck was last night, and just real quick, and then I want to hear these Trey Smith clips, but just real quick, there was a newer food truck that they had last night, and there was this, it was a Mexican dish with bacon-wrapped shrimp. And it was unbelievable. As we were going through, the guy's like, which one do you want? He's like, this one's bacon wrapped. I'm like, what bacon wrapped? Because, this is the one we won the award for. I'm like, okay. And I went back like 3 or 4 times. I know you're supposed to try other things, but I just kept going back to get, like, I wonder how much this would cost if it's not free, because I've had like 7 of them. These are tacos, right? These are bacon wrapped tacos. And I keep going back and eating.
Jason got a tab. You
Oh my
somehow ran
God,
up a
dude.
tab at a free event. Congratulations.
It was unbelievable. I kept going back, and I was letting him know. I'm like, dude, I've been to all these different places and tried everything. This is the best thing you guys have had. He goes, I know, we won an award for it. I'm like, no kidding. Anyway, and Joe's has won plenty of awards as well, so I am jealous of that for you having Joe's today. Trey Smith, he's going to make $23 million this year, no matter what. At least, well, he's going to make $23 million in guaranteed dollars even if he doesn't sign or it doesn't come up to a long-term agreement. So we know he can make a lot more. Here's Trey Smith with Kay Adams and talking about the contract extension, July 15th deadline. It is 5 days away. Here's Trey Smith talking to Kay about that.
We're shooting. We're having a great time. The season's ahead of us. You got tagged this offseason. I want to talk a little business. Highest paid guard in NFL history. July 15th is here. Okay. Long-term deal. What's the latest from Beach?
I leave it to the hands of my agents and, obviously the front office staff of the Chiefs are elite. And, at the end of the day, I just let them take care of it. I just have to focus on being the best version of myself, being the best football player and being prepared for training camp. Cause St. Joe's is around the corner. That's going to be, we don't want to talk about that right now.
Oh, you don't want to talk about that right now. Okay. Um, it's interesting. Yeah. I mean, it's sort of what you would expect him to say. That, I let everybody handle that. Like, you want to get something done. But 3 o'clock on Tuesday is the deadline. And look, I mean, Pretty Ricky's been right about a lot of things. He's missed on a couple. But he has tweeted out a couple of different times that the Chiefs are going to get something done. And a few days ago, tweeted out that it sounds like the Chiefs are on the goal line of getting the deal finalized with Trey Smith for a long-term deal, and I think that would be the case because here's my guess and my read of it, Sterling, is as the days go on, it's the counter. Here's our proposal. Here's our counter to that. Okay, here's our counter to that. And as you get closer and closer to July 15th, then it becomes more frequent, and then probably Sunday or Monday or this weekend is when this is our only focus now. This is all we're doing is focusing only on this and going through these negotiations and getting something done because we have the deadline of July 15th. And while we've been working on these proposals, we haven't had to really hash it out and come to an agreement in like an hour. We've had this time, and once Tuesday gets here, I do believe something will be done.
Well, what's funny is it's all finesse. It's so finesse. And then you have to realize Trey Smith is a power guy. So use power for the contract. Someone's going to have to make a power move. Someone's going to have to – I know it's a joke, but someone's going to actually have to make either a power move or make a concession somewhere. That's just the name of the game when you come to these long-term contracts. Whether that's the Chiefs or Trey Smith, I think if you're a fan, you want it to be the Chiefs. If you were Trey Smith and his family, you want it to be the team that acquiesces and agrees to whatever he wants. Again, I'm still intrigued by this. I know we've talked about Pretty Ricky and those when there's smoke, there's fire with that guy. But again, with Trey Smith, I don't have a good feel personally of which way it is leaning. I think obviously both sides want a long-term extension done, and especially here in Kansas City. But when we're talking about resetting the guard market, if you're the Chiefs, yeah, Travis Kelce's contract comes off. Yes, Hollywood Brown's contract, and there's a lot of other deals. Jawan Taylor's contract comes off, but you've got a lot of other guys you need to pay. And do you want to have the highest paid guard and center on your roster? These are just some very difficult conversations to have, especially when you look at one, what does this offensive line look like without Trey Smith? But two, you haven't found the ability to develop guys, so you need to start paying more money, which you've done with the Jalen Moores, and eventually we'll see what happens with Josh Simmons. But I just keep going back and forth. I don't know which way I guess I find myself, Jason, which side I'm even leaning on when it comes to making Trey Smith the highest paid guard in football.
Well, I think he's going to be that. I mean, obviously he's going to be that this year no matter what by, the $23 million franchise tag by a couple of million.
Sure.
So, and if he signs a long-term deal, then it's going to be
that, Jason.
Yeah. But it's going to be highest paid. Right. Either way, it's going to be highest paid for the next 2 years until somebody passes him up, whoever the next guard would be, since he'll reset the guard market, then somebody will surpass him. Because there's, Trey Smith is good, but he's not the best guard in the league. And so there's going to be somebody that says, I'm better than Trey Smith. Look at these numbers. Look at these analytics. And he's getting $23 million. I want $23.5 million. And therefore, he won't be the highest paid guard in the league when that happens. But to the point right now, he would be this year and probably the next couple of years if he signs the deal. And I think ultimately something will get done with that, with Trey Smith.
I guess for me, Jason, I'm fine with him playing the franchise tag and the $23 million this year because there's so much uncertainty at three other spots on the offensive line. With its left guard with Kingsley, left tackle with either Josh Simmons or Jalen Moore, and right tackle with the penalty factor that is Jawan Taylor. Again, I'm sitting here going, I understand Trey Smith this year on the franchise tag. It's that long term because if you have some guards that hit, whether that is Hunter Norzad or C.J. Hansen, or if it is Kingsley Sumatia, if you can kick Wanya Morris in, well, then you're sitting here and you're like, that's 23 mil, or let's say 18 million probably that could be spent elsewhere. It's just a very difficult situation for the Chiefs to try and navigate. It would obviously help if there's been more success developmentally wise on the offensive line for KC. Again, the question keeps coming back to Andy Heck, or at least it does for me.
Yeah, let's take a timeout. We'll come back on the other side. Number of golfers are showing up here for this next round. And so we are going to talk with Justin Reed He is playing in the afternoon session, so had a chance to talk with him last night at the event, and obviously just as nice off the field as he is when he's doing the press conferences as well. So we'll sit down with Justin Reed and talk with him about this offseason and what it was like playing for Spags and being a safety in Spags' system, and Jaden Hicks now taking over for Justin Reed and not having to go to St. Joe. Like, I actually don't know where the Saints, maybe I'll try to look it up beforehand or not. I'll just ask him where they do training camp. So we'll talk with Justin Reed, and then Derek Carr is around here as well, and he's warming up and getting ready as well. So he said he was going to come over and join us. We'll hopefully have Derek Carr right after Justin Reed. So that is the plan over the next couple of segments. We'll take a time out. More Zone next.
The summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in
Ruby.
intimate dinners, walks
All right.
on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you
Jason,
have
I was going to tell you,
erectile dysfunction,
Les
you know
Norman,
it can
he's
ruin
going to have a fun
romance,
story for
both
us. I
you
hit like a
and the
50-foot
one you
putt
love.
for
This
his
is Jack
group.
for Heartland Men's Health.
Oh
If
my
you have
God.
Just
TB,
absolutely
don't let
drained
another
one
summer
for
go
him.
by
Of course you
without
did.
getting
So
treated, because
he was
intimacy
pretty
is one of
excited
the
about
greatest
that.
things in
That
life,
was pretty
and
fun.
fear of
Good
not
to
being
know.
able to
Good to
perform
know.
should
That's
not be
awesome.
something you have to deal with.
Well, cool. So we'll
Heartland
have
Men's Health, we're
Justin
TB
and
experts.
then Derek.
Successfully treated
and
tens of thousands of men.
And
Our
on Derek,
protocols work
I
when
can't remember
others
what you
don't,
said.
and we have
Keep it.
treatments that are
Keep it.
effective in well over 90%
Awesome.
of cases.
That's
Keep it.
great, man. I love that
Even
Yeah, I
too.
do
last
too.
an hour or
I
more.
think it's great.
Get
I
in
think
there.
I think we didn't
So
do anything
call us.
wrong.
Your
Nope.
initial appointment
Not at
is
all.
only
Keep it.
$99.
No, I love that. I'm glad. I was gonna.
and
If I had my
medically
druthers, I'd say the
advised
same thing. So I'm
Yeah.
glad you're doing
if
it,
that
Jason.
test dose
Yeah.
doesn't work in the office,
I didn't do it. Derek
All right,
did.
well, I'll see you boys at about
844
Yeah, about 45 minutes or so? Or 40?
Yeah, I'll see you about 45.
6600.
All right, brother.
Go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
See you boys.
KCFX HD4
All right, Dylan, I'm gonna jump off
Harrisonville,
headset here.
K279PI, Kansas
Hey,
City,
just kill your audio, though.
103.7
Yes, I will.
Sports Radio
Yep.
810
Cool. Killing audio.
WHB, Kansas City.
Don't settle for just a roofer when your entire home or business gets hit by a storm. Get an experienced restoration team. Get Pat Construction Services. Visit patkc.com. That's PACTKC.com.
Jazz, a Louisiana kitchen. Let the good times roll. The construction is wrapping up at our State Line location, and the parking garage behind Jazz on State Line is open for customer parking. As always, Jazz has great daily specials. Tuesday, half-off chicken a la mer, and Thursdays are half-shell raw oyster special. Of course, happy hour is Monday through Friday, 3 until 6, along with our daily lunch specials, Monday through Friday as well, from 11 to 3. Jazz, the original location on State Line or in the Legends in Village West.
It's them and flour at Greenlight. Red, white, and blazed with killer deals all month long. Kansas City, let's light it up. The best cannabis deals always at greenlightdispensary.com.
Get ready for Jurassic-sized fun this summer at the Kansas City Zoo and Aquarium. Don't miss the brand new Dinosaurs Around the World exhibit produced by Imagine, running now through August 24th. Life-sized animatronic dinosaurs will be located throughout the top side of the zoo, all included in your zoo general admission or membership. Grab a dino checklist as you enter the zoo to ensure you find them all. Learn more and plan your visit today at kansascityzoo.org.
Stephen St. John here. Is your lawn ready to be the envy of the neighborhood? Custom Lawn and Landscape makes achieving a green, weed-free lawn easy with their expert 7-step fertilization and weed control program. With over 40 years of experience serving Johnson County, they're excited to now be serving Lawrence and all of Kansas City as well. And here's the best part. Get your first application absolutely free. Call Custom Lawn today or visit customlawn.com to claim your free application and get started. Custom Lawn and Landscape, because beautiful lawns don't happen by accident.
Tiger, dragon, do you have what it takes to win? Be fierce like the tiger, strong like the dragon. Only the brave will survive.
Yeah, that's not how these games work. With Tiger and Dragon from the Kansas Lottery, you can win up to $125,000 or $100K in a second chance drawing.
You are weak.
Ouch. It's not a video game. It's better. Play Tiger and Dragon instant games from the Kansas Lottery.
Let's play.
Yeah, that works. See kslottery.com for details.
Sports Radio 810 is the only station getting you ready for college football with exclusive coverage from Big 12 Media Days.
Quarterback of the K-State Wildcats, Avery Johnson, sits down with us.
Talking with Coach Wells, he's going to put me in more positions this year to where I'm not taking head-on collisions, head-on hits. To start the year off last year, I think I was a little bit too complacent as a runner because I wanted to play the whole season.
Kansas City's home for college football. Sports Radio 810 WHB.
All right, we'll continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you. We are hanging out at the American Century Championship in Lake Tahoe. It is presented by the Bobsot Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and Gann Asphalt and Concrete. And joining us now, a man, Chiefs fans very familiar with this guy, Justin Reed, joining us here in the zone. Justin, good to see you, man. How are you?
I'm great, man. I mean, the weather out here in Tahoe is just fantastic. Like, it's just a cool breeze, perfect conditions, great weather to play some golf.
Yeah, so this weather or St. Joe? Which, what do you think?
I'm about to take this. St. Joe, hey, listen, everyone can see St. Joe gets hot. It gets legit hot.
Where do the Saints have their training camp? Is it as
So
bad?
we're going to do part of it in New Orleans. We are going to spend 10 days in Los Angeles.
Okay.
And then the rest of it, we're going to be back in the boot.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be steamy.
Okay, I was going to say, but it's still
Steamy.
going to be steamy,
Yeah.
and there's still
Yeah.
going to be some of that to deal with, like it was up in St. Joe. Yeah, guys don't typically look. I remember Travis Kelce talking. He's like, man, for a month every year, he's like, it's a full year of my life.
Yeah.
My life spent in the dorms in St. Joe. Are the dorms as bad as they okay? You know, now that you're not a team.
Yeah, you know what, like. The first time I went into training camp at St. Joe, I was like, boy, like, what the heck is this? Like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? But it kind of grew on me. You know what I mean? Going to a place where it's like, it's only the team and you really get to build the football team and know what you got. And, you know, it's football all day and you stay down the dorm, stay down the hall from your teammates and you guys can talk about the playbook or different things that you saw throughout the day. The experience really kind of grew on me.
That's
You know,
cool.
It's not that bad, especially if you bring your own mattress.
Okay.
You know what
so-
I mean? That's mandatory.
How to
Bring your own mattress.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because then I would say, like, guys, I mean, you got some taller dudes for just some regular dorm mattress, man.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
you can't deal with that. Yeah, it's like you're sleeping on bricks. You got to bring your own mattress or at least rent one.
He's out for 2 days because he's got a bad back from how he slept in the dorm room. You know,
Uh-huh.
I don't know that won't fly.
Yeah.
I don't think in the
Yeah.
NFL. Justin Reed is our guest. You were just in Kansas City a little bit ago with the J. Reed Indeed Foundation and the event. How'd that go?
Yeah, we had our annual golf tournament, our second year doing it, and man, it just gets better and better. We had a ton of support, a ton of people come out, great celebrity presence, great presence of just Kansas City people coming and playing some golf and raising a ton of funds that we actually use to put on our J. Reed and D boot camp where we partner with UMKC and take high school age kids and we put them there for about 3 weeks of financial literacy, STEM coding, job training, just life skills in general.
That's awesome. That is really cool. Why that sort of a part of it for you to do that for the high school kids?
Yeah, you know, it
set
kind of
that foundation.
It kind of follows my story a little bit. Like, one, I believe strongly that you don't know what you don't know, and I believe that exposure above anything else is what opens doors. Because if you've never been exposed to something, you don't know about it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I just want to open kids' eyes to different environments. I want it to be on a college campus so the kids can see themselves there. And just want to, teach them things that maybe they haven't seen before or, refine them if they have seen it before. But above all else, we just wanted to give them reps at doing something new and help them build their self-confidence in doing something that they haven't done before. And hopefully that experience allows them to try more new things in the future and, give them some opportunities.
And you became known, in the NFL and certainly around Kansas City when we found out about, how good at chess you were and continuing to win, and be the best chess player in the NFL. That's obviously something that's pretty important to you. And that goes along. I mean, look, knowing how to play chess can transfer to a lot of things in life.
Absolutely.
I would say. Maybe even your golf game. I don't know.
Absolutely. You know what? But it's like, what I love so much about, chess and football, I think of chess and football the same way.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm going to dive into that. Like the chess, you have your setup, you see what the your opponent's about to do, things you've seen before. You can actually game plan in chess. It's crazy. You can look up your opponent's games and see what they've done before. So you can, that's film study, with football. So you see what they're setting up. And a lot of times you can see, okay, I can tell if I was in his position, this is what I'd be trying to do. So let me either stop that before it gets started or let me set a trap and let him think that he has it and end up biting him in it on the back end. And you can do the same thing with football. Offenses line up in certain formations to do things. You know what I mean? You can get the answers to the test just by your film study and knowing what's happening. So sometimes you just nip it in the bud. You make a call that just completely takes it away. Or if you're in the right call, you can try and bait them into it and try and create a turnover, an interception, some type of splash play. So both of those, that mental gymnastics is really stimulating and really fun for me.
I'm going to guess that you did do film study in chess when you were going up against the other NFL players, right?
Yeah, absolutely, man. We're going to have a couple games. I'm going to take every edge. I'm a competitor. I want to win. You know what I mean? I'm going to take every edge that I can.
Justin Reed is our guest. I know Spags used the term, and I thought it was great, having the chalk last.
Yeah.
You know, and being able to do that, you know, adjustment. Here's the audible. There's the audible. Here's what we're doing. We're adjusting to this. And whoever's got the chalk last, you know, can win. And, boy, with Spags, it always felt like you guys had the chalk last a lot.
Yeah. Well, the greatest things about the way Spags did it is his defense is intense, and there's so many checks, but he really gives the keys to us, the players on the field, to make those calls and put us in the right situation. So he prepares us all throughout the week. And then when we see offenses doing things, he already gives us the tools to go out and make those checks. So that way we can have the chalk last and you know, make things right. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. Visiting with Justin Reed, and now a New Orleans Saint, unfortunately, but 3 years with the Kansas City Chiefs. What was it like, you know, just playing for Spags? Because you guys, he's not a guy that ever wants to take credit for anything. And I think there's still sort of an embarrassment from him with the "In Spags We Trust" shirts.
Oh, yeah.
Because his face gets red, and he's like, "Oh, those guys."
Still blushes from that.
I mean, but that showed what you guys thought about him as a coach, that you guys had those shirts.
Yeah. And the story behind that is we're getting ready to play the AFC Championship game against the Baltimore Ravens in Baltimore. And, you know, we try and tune out the noise, and, you know, the only thing that's important is what is spoken in the locker room and what we believe in ourselves. But, you know, you still hear it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the T-shirts was to say, hey, we don't, you know, again, we're reinforcing that. We only care about us and what we think and what we know we can do. And we trust in the system. We trust in the game plan. We trust in Spags and the game plan that he's putting together. And we're just going to buy into that. We don't need anyone going rogue or going out of pocket, feeling like you got to do anything outside of what the defense is calling for. And, you know, we just went out and executed.
Yeah.
Had a hell of a performance.
Yeah, it was an amazing game there in Baltimore. It was awesome. And what makes it even better, maybe, I don't know, is the attempted intimidation by the Ravens before the game, trying to, bully you guys. Come on, there is a big dog in the AFC, and it's not the Ravens, all right? So I know you're in their house, but you didn't seem like a group of guys that would walk out onto the field and be intimidated by guys that were just trying to push you around.
Coach Reed has a motto in the locker room. He says in the team meeting all the time, where it's like, you know, throughout the week, you know, we're going to talk our opponent up, only say good things about them. You know, whatever they want to do, that's fine. And then as soon as we step between those lines, then, you know, we'll show who the real bully is. You know, we're going to play hard.
Yeah. Justin Reed is our guest. How much do you guys really hear with the stuff that's being said from other teams the week leading up to it?
You hear it. But really the biggest thing is about how do you use it?
Okay.
Does it make you change who you are? Or do you use it as fire and motivation to just make what your level of execution that much tighter and that much better? You know what I mean? So it's about using it the right way.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. And it seems like, you know, what we've heard this offseason, Patrick Mahomes was just on a podcast with Kay Adams and said, you know, I'm just tired of the talk. I just want to go play football. Like everybody's been talking and talking and talking. Let's just go play football. It's a group of guys that it seems that, you know, the loss would burn a fire brighter than even the win in a Super Bowl, maybe, coming off that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know what? You always try and learn regardless of the result of the game, but you definitely learn more in defeat.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You're able to have a little bit more of an introspective and more appreciation for where things went wrong and how you make things and how to consistently improve. So there's a lot of things that you take from every experience that you have that I'm sure they'll continue to build on.
You never want to lose one, but do the 2 rings make it easier to come away with a
you
in a
keep
Super
things
Bowl?
in perspective. You know, we had a chance to do something that would never been done before, and you know, it stung that it didn't work out. But you take a step back, and it's like, well, how many teams have? You know what I mean? If we got to rewind the clock and say, hey, you're going to go to 3 straight Super Bowls, you're going to win 2 of them. I don't think there's a man alive that would say, I don't want that deal.
I'm going to I'll take my chance with 3.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know.
And so, and you did, and when you were signing with the Chiefs, any chance that you, I mean, there's no way like, okay, I'm going to come here to Kansas City and I'm going to get 2 rings and go to 3 Super. But it's the plan.
Yeah.
But you know, life takes its course too.
Yeah.
But to think that was what the next 3 years were going to be like, and what a phenomenal signing, and what you were for the Kansas City Chiefs, and that 3-year run was just amazing.
Yeah, it was special. It was a really special time.
Justin Reed is our guest. Playing the safety spot for Steve Spagnuolo, why is that such a vital part? Because Spags took over, he went and got Tyrann Mathieu, then they went and got you.
Yeah.
Why is it such a vital part of, like, we have to have a guy that is as smart as anybody on this defense to play safety for
Well,
Spags?
I think one of the most powerful things was, one, you have a very cerebral, smart player who's always in the right spot, in Nick Bolton. And then you complement that with a player in the secondary to where me and Nick were able to just work together so well. Like, I covered his back, he covered my back. We saw things the same way. We were able to make every check to what we saw. That just put us in an advantageous position to go out and execute. So having a guy that's able to go out and play make, and Spags uses his safeties a lot to, like, make tackles. You got to be a great tackling player if you want to play in Spags secondary, because a lot of the plays funnel towards the middle linebacker and the safeties. So you got to be great tacklers, and you got to be great communicators. And you mix those things together and pair that with a high level of execution. Then you're cooking with Crisco at that point. You're really getting things burning.
When you look back, was it obvious that it's like, I'm leaving Houston, I'm going to Kansas City, and was it obvious that Kansas City was like, Justin Reed is our guy?
Yeah.
Looking back over the time now?
Yeah, they made it. They came after me pretty hard. And, I think Patrick was like on his honeymoon or something whenever he called me, putting in his bid to get me to come sign with the Chiefs.
That's kind of hard to turn down at that point.
What I mean? So it's like they do a really good job with the recruitment.
How much does the defense get better because you're going up against Andy Reid's offense, and how much do you think Andy Reid's offense and Mahomes and Travis Kelce and those guys get better because they're going up against Spags' defense in training?
Well, it's both. Well, the best part is that everything is so, like, the level of the playbook is so deep.
Yeah.
So you get a chance to see everything. There's some teams that's like, all we do is run cover 3. We don't do anything except run cover 3. You know what I mean? But in Spags' system, you get to run cover 3. You run cover 2. You run cover 1. You run cover 7. You run cover 9. You run man under. You run blitzes. You run blitz 0. You run blitz man. You know what I mean? You get a little bit of everything. So you get to expose our offense to all of those different looks. Yeah. And then same thing vice versa. Coach Reid is going back 50 years in the playbook looking at, film where you can't even tell what the guy's name is on their jersey. You know what I mean? Looking at the film is so grainy. And he's pulling plays back from them. And, you get every concept. You get a little bit of the trickery. And it just keeps you tight on your fundamentals. So I think both of those complement each other, that as you're going through the season, you're going against teams, and it's like, well, we've seen that look before. Our offense or our defensive have provided that to us in training camp, and we got a couple reps at it.
What's the, Justin Reed is our guest, I've always wanted this, what's the balance of, you guys are in training camp, we know you're one team, but boy, the emotions get hot, and guys can,
everybody wants
defense
to win.
wants to win, offense wants to win.
You know what I mean?
So the balance between, I want to win because we've got pride in the defense on this team, but also like, hey, Trav, you did this here, and this is what I did.
Yeah.
If the next time, if you do this, in a game against somebody else, this might help you, but also I might lose the next rep by you doing that.
No, 100%. This is the pecking order of it. It goes, 1, nobody gets hurt. That's number 1. Like, you don't hurt. Nobody gets near Patrick. Like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, like, number 2 is everyone wants to win. You know what I mean? It's competitive. We're not giving up reps anywhere. And the only way I'm not going to allow myself to win is if I think it puts somebody in the position that they're going to get hurt.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So don't get hurt. Everybody wants to win. And then the next one is, okay, now build up, start sharpening your teammates up, build them up. Me and Travis had some conversations. We had our one-on-one reps where he was giving me clues on, different things that he's looking for against a press safety in order to try and create a window. And then you also talk to some of the young guys. I tell them, like, hey, you need to run this route this way. Because if you don't run it this way, then I'm waiting on your break. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're just telling me what you're doing before you get to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we just want each other to be ready for the season. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, the reps on who wins doesn't matter. We all want to win. You know what I mean? But what we really do want to do is we really want to win in January and February.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Justin Reed is our guest. All right, I got to ask you about Jaden Hicks because he's talked to me, said, I'm playing Justin Reed's position.
Yeah.
I'm now Justin Reed, but he's Jaden Hicks.
Yeah.
What do you see from him, and do you think he's ready to slide into that role that you did so well for 3 years?
Well, this is the same thing I've told him, and same thing I tell every DB. Because when I first signed with Kansas City, everyone says, "Well, you're going to be the next Tyrann Mathieu," and I said, "I don't have a chance at being the next Tyrann Mathieu. I can't be Tyrann Mathieu. I can be the best Justin Reed I can be." And that's the same thing for Jaden. Jaden can't be me, but he can damn sure be the best Jaden Hicks he can possibly be. And that player is damn good. You know what I mean? So he can step into those shoes. He can feel it. He can tackle. He's athletic. He's willing to learn. He listens, and he plays hard. So he has all the tools to be successful.
Did you see it early on with him maybe last year that,
Yeah,
that this guy was going to be good?
Yeah. We knew early on that we had to find ways to get him on the field.
Yeah. Justin Reed is our guest. Is it a requirement, and I've been wondering this for a while, is it a requirement that when you leave the Chiefs you have to go to the Saints?
You know what? It might be in the contract now. It might be. It's one of those unspoken rules of the league.
Sorensen, Colin, Willie Gay, Tyrann Mathieu, Justin Reed. I mean, he's like, you leave the Chiefs, you got to go to the Saints, man. How is it so far with the Saints?
I like, I'm from Louisiana, so it's like I'm right back in my backyard, getting to build the defense again and being a part of something. As far as building a culture and the level of input that Coach Moore and Coach Staley allows us to have the keys in order to help set the culture of the team and, bring it back to the promised land. It's been a lot of fun.
Is that fun that sort of you get to invoke your wisdom of being in the league for 7 years, winning a couple of Super Bowls, going to 3, and being around a team that's usually looked at as you step in, it's the culture of the Chiefs, that now you can go there and say, look, this is, you want to win, this is how it's done.
We have a lot of guys, you know what it looks like.
Yeah.
You know what it looks like when it's good, and you know what it looks like when it's not good. You're
Yeah.
able to use that wisdom to help build on it. And for me, like you start getting up there in years in the league, going into year 8, and it's like, that's what really keeps me so involved in the game. It's like helping the next man, helping build them up, sharpening them up, because the same time that I'm coaching and teaching you, I'm also reminding myself about what my technique and what my reps are, and keeping my level of attention to detail very high too. So it just keeps you extremely involved in the game and keeps that competitive edge.
Is there ever like even an iota of like, well, if I teach this guy, then he takes my job?
No, not at all.
Yeah,
because I feel like if you should be so confident in your ability and what you're able to put out there that it shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And at some point or another, this is really what I learned the most from Kansas City. You need every man. It doesn't matter if they're second string, doesn't matter if they're third string. Every year in Kansas City, in these championship seasons we've had, there's been somebody who's been called upon that wasn't a starter that came up and made a big play when we needed them to make it. And that's because guys poured into them and helped them be ready for that moment. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? True teams, you don't worry about that type of stuff.
Yeah. Justin Reed, you'll be missed, man. I know that in Kansas City. It was a really fun 3 years, and I know this on Thursdays we look forward to. It's like, okay, here's the press conference. We're going to get the coordinators and Justin Reed today. All right. Yes, we get Justin Reed today. Heck yeah, we get Justin Reed Day. I was lobbying for the Chiefs to say, you know what, Mahomes Wednesday, Reed Thursday. Can we just do that and just call it a day? But it's been a blast to listen to you and watch you and certainly with the Chiefs. And best of luck with the Saints as well, man.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. There's Justin Reed. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We continue rolling, hanging out here in Lake Tahoe, the American Century Championships. More zone right after this.
Take the show with you by listening live on 810whb.com, in the 810 mobile app, or by subscribing to The Zone wherever you get your podcasts.
Sorrent Petro here. Stop out or be listening when we broadcast the program this Friday from Cedar Crest Lodge in Pleasanton, Kansas. There you'll find a mix of nature and comfort, stunning views, a 27-acre lake, hiking, fishing, a heated pool, and on-site spa. Whether you're planning a romantic weekend or a mental health break, you'll find it 45 minutes south of Overland Park at Cedar Crest Lodge. I'll tell you all about it when we broadcast the program live from Cedar Crest Lodge. We'll be there Friday on Sports Radio, 810 WHB.
Jazz, a Louisiana kitchen. Let the good times roll. The construction is wrapping up at our State Line location, and the parking garage behind Jazz on State Line is open for customer parking. As always, Jazz has great daily specials. Tuesday, half-off chicken a la mer, and Thursdays, our half-shell raw oyster special. Of course, happy hour is Monday through Friday, 3 until 6, along with our daily lunch specials, Monday through Friday as well, from 11 to 3. Jazz, the original location on State Line or in the Legends in Village West.
Pay your home off in half the time with half the interest without changing your spending habits. With the Freedom Loan exclusive at Cap One Lending, you can. Unlike a traditional loan where 90% of your payment goes to interest, the Freedom Loan pays principal first, eliminating over $100,000 in interest on average. Another huge benefit of the loan is you have access to your home's equity anytime you need it. We've been offering this Freedom Loan for nearly 20 years, and thousands of families are now living debt-free. Isn't it worth a 5-minute phone call? Whether you're purchasing, refinancing, or getting cash out, the Freedom Loan could be the smartest financial move you make. Call 816-905-1111. That's 905-1111. Or apply at caponelending.com.
One Lending, Kids Licensed Mortgage Company, license number MC0026341, NMLS of Missouri license 2468614. Programs and rates subject to change without notice.
I'm here at the fencing tournament with Brad McGee from LBA Home Services. When's the last time you took in a good fencing match? Seriously, fencing? It's an art form. It's combat. It's choreography. It's a mind game like chess. Plus, you could get stabbed. Well, when you put it like that, it's sort of like air conditioners. I'm sorry, what now? Fixing air conditioners. The stakes are high, and you need to know exactly what to do. Fair enough. Watch this guy. Stamina, determination, skill. Exactly what we want in an AC tech at LBA. So, will you hire and train him to come and work for you? Just need to know one more thing.
15-0. We have a winner.
Perfect score. He's LBA material, all right. Naturally. Think I've found our next AC technician trainee? Hey, Ungod. Oh, out. One simple idea, one name to remember. LBAservices.com.
When America needs power, Wholesale Batteries delivers. Nationwide shipping, premium brands, unmatched expertise. We keep America running. Wholesale Batteries, your power partner since 1977. Any battery, anytime, delivered anywhere at wholesalebatteries.net.
Paid for, client for trail and endorsement. The choice of the lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law. How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-75.
AMR Kansas City is conducting a clinical research study for osteoporosis of the knee. Participants must be 50 to 80 years old, have a diagnosis of osteoporosis of the knee that has been confirmed by X-ray, and meet other study criteria. Receive all study-related care and the investigational treatment or placebo at no cost. Compensation for study-related time and travel up to $950. Call AMR today at 816-643-4153 or visit amrkansascity.com to learn more.
You've got real work to do. Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. It sounds like it smells amazing.
Looking to upgrade your week? From Monday, July 7th to Thursday, July 10th, enjoy 20% off all illicit edibles, including gummies, caramels, gemstones, and power cords. Your favorites at a tasty discount. And for the vape lovers, here's a deal that hits just right. Buy 1 illicit cart, including live resin, classy carts, or disposables, and get the second 50% off. It's the perfect time to snack, stack, and save. Visit From the Earth or head to FTEMO.com to lock in these midweek wins.
All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. We're hanging out in Lake Tahoe, American Century Championship here in the zone. It's presented by Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and Gann Asphalt and Concrete. Joining us now is Derek Carr in the zone. Derek, how are you, sir?
I am doing great. How have you been?
I have been just fine. We've decided to pay the electricity bill this year, so we've said the entire interview, we're going to go ahead and get it on the air and not just halfway through.
Yes, we're going to actually catch everything this time in one take. That's right.
Exactly right. Yes. I know you're retired, but you look good, man.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I've been working hard still. This isn't the show that called Mahomes fat, is it? It got quiet. I'm sorry. As long as it's not you, Mahomes is definitely not fat.
He's got my own issues to deal with right here.
My man,
in the
my
waist.
man Pat is on a full speed track to the Hall of Fame. Yeah. He's doing a fantastic job. And if he's fat, then there's a lot of people in trouble.
I wish it was. Fat. I do have a dad bod, but I don't have a dad bod and 3 rings. Got the 1 ring,
No doubt.
That's what I've got.
How's retirement like? You know, it hasn't been long. I know that.
Yes,
So.
it hasn't been long, but honestly, it's been real freeing for my mind. You know, it's been great because I really didn't know how much family time I was really missing. You know, the NFL quarterback life, there's only so many people that really understand the hours that you're putting in and the time that it takes. Even when you're home, you're not home. You know, even when you are watching a movie with your family, you're not watching the movie with your family. You know, your mind is elsewhere. You're thinking, you know, and it's just, I've been so free to just, you know, be there for my wife in full capacity. You know, I'm all alert, and I thought I was until I retired, and I realized, wow, man, like, thank you for being an amazing wife. Thank you for being amazing kids. Like, I didn't understand how much you guys were putting up with, you know, and so just being able to be fully there, and I tried my best always to always be fully there for them. But I can really see it now, and that has been probably the best part. Is just being there fully for my wife, fully for my children, and not having my mind elsewhere or on something else. That's been the most complete part.
It's really interesting because when you announced your retirement, I will tell you this on the air. I said, I don't know. He's saying he's retired, but I'm going on record. I think he's coming back. I think he'll be back maybe in a year or so. Hearing you say that, I don't know that you're going to be back anytime soon.
I don't know. Yeah, and again, I am definitely retired. But I've learned to never say never.
Okay.
Because usually when I say never, I end up doing that exact thing. And so I will never say never. The door.
Never going to give Jason $1 million. So thanks, Derek.
The door is always there, and I know people have already called and are calling and want to call my agent and all this kind of stuff. And he asked me a question. You know, he asked me a question about some team or whatever, and I was like, look, man, I wanted to play for the Saints, and he knows that. And you know, he's like, all right, if this happened or this happened, what do I sent him a picture of my kids playing on the beach and my toes in the sand, and I said, I'm good, bro.
Wow. Does your body around this time start to be like, you know, because this was the final push, you play, and now it's training camp time. Like, is your body expecting to get ready to go to training camp?
So my body is definitely ready. My mind is not there at all. I am far from training camp. He asked me, he's like, my agent asked me, he's like, how do you feel? You know, did you miss OTAs or anything like that? And I said, I miss them 0%. Wow. And so I'll miss the camaraderie. You know, I'll miss the locker room and the going through the process and the struggle and all those things with your buddies and lifelong relationships. That you grow through this game, even out here with players that were older than me. I didn't play against, but you get to know them and just the relation. You miss those things, but the NFL is a brotherhood, you know, and it's forever, and that's what I'm learning. And everyone is there for you, you know, afterwards. And you're getting texts from everybody, people you played against you didn't even know would text you, and all these kind of things. So you get some cool stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Who's your brother going to pick for MVP now?
Exactly,
I mean,
that's what I said. Oh. I was like, bro, you're
killing them, right?
You can't pick the Raiders. You can't pick the Saints. You know, you can't pick me. You know? But that's what I call. That's what everybody wants their brother to be like.
You know, it's exactly.
They always believe in you, and he was always hoping that I'd get that one that got stolen from me when I broke my ankle. Yeah. You know, that one still breaks my heart. I saw Matt today. I saw Matt Ryan walking around. I was like, Matt, you took that one from me when I got 8 screws to. You know, but
that was a great season, though. I mean,
that was great.
Unfortunate. I mean. Let me ask you, like, is that something that now that your career is over, is it something you'll look back on and be like, man, did you ever look back on it while you were playing? I wish something was different there, or now that you're done playing, is that different?
I mean, just in human nature, you look at some of the situations some guys get in, and you're like, man, that would be so fun. Yeah. You know, just being real. You know, you're like, gosh, that'd be fun, but that's not what God had for me. You know, my situations were different. Some were great. We had some great years, and some were really hard. We walked through some heavy stuff also, you know, as a leader, as a quarterback, and pulling your team out of certain things. And I look back, and I told my wife this. I was like, yes, I didn't win the Super Bowl ring. I didn't get that MVP that year. But I am fully complete from everything that I gave to my teammates, everything I gave to my coaches, and most importantly, what I did with what God gave me. And so, man, I sat back and I was like, I'm like, my heart is fulfilled in that way. You know, yes, do I wish I had a Super Bowl trophy and, you know, that MVP season and all those things? Like, yeah, but I still feel like there were some years there that I could have got it, you know, and went to Pro Bowls and fun things like that and experienced the NFL in that way. And so who am I to, you know, judge if it was, you know, this or that? It wasn't this, you know, like my dad, he said it the other day, he's like, Derek, he's like, you are my son. He's like, my son, his favorite team was the Raiders growing up. Sorry. But he's like, my son is the all-time leading passer for the Raiders. Touchdowns, yards, game-winning drive. He's like, that's so freaking cool, you know? And I was like, I never thought of that, like, as a dad.
Yeah.
You know, so I was like, you know what? It was pretty good.
Yeah, my dad's favorite team when I grew up was the Raiders too, and
How
we're in
about
Kansas City.
what happened?
I don't know. Like, he just wanted to be contrarian, you know, just always wanted to choose something to. It's weird because he rooted for the Raiders, but then in the early '90s, then he had season tickets to the Chiefs.
Oh man!
And I'm like, well, just choose one. I mean,
That's
just come
right.
on. And then it was like, well, the Chiefs made the playoffs. Well, they're going to lose in the playoffs anyway. You know, it was like, all right. You know what? Okay, that's fine. You go root for the Raiders then. Okay,
Yep,
come
absolutely.
on. My son's first ever game, though, something in common with you. My son's first ever game was the game in 2020 when you came into Arrowhead and won.
Wow.
So he refuses to go back to another game. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I may have to call him. It's okay to go back. I promise they're going to win more.
Okay. But no, that was his first experience. And
Wow.
it's funny in that game, he's there and I'm like, don't worry, they're going to come back. Don't worry. The Chiefs are going to win. Don't worry. This is what they do.
Yes.
All right. They'll find a way to win. But
Yep.
man, you guys had it that day.
We
You
did.
guys absolutely had it.
You know what was crazy is that team right there. I think about that team. We had Ruggs, Waller, you got Renfro, Jacobs, myself, the offensive line. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, man, let's just keep growing this thing because we're a pretty good team. Even when Kansas City came to our place later that year, a great game all the way down to the wire. Pat threw a touchdown and a busted, we busted a quarters. And Travis, the one guy you don't want to leave open in the red zone,
Right.
Travis is open. But like we were like, man, if we're playing like this with these guys, we beat them in a close game, and man, we barely lost to them in a close game. Like we felt like we were going like this, and then everything happened. And that's the one area I look at. Like, what if that never happened? What if that right there never happened? But hey, it did, and we move on. But tell your son to go back to Chief games. I promise they're going to win a lot more games this year, especially at Arrowhead.
That's right. Derek Carr is our guest. So after that game, there was a victory lap.
Yes.
On a bus.
How about that?
What happened? How did that happen? How did that come about with you guys taking that victory lap?
Yes. So this is the story I was told, and I was on this bus. I didn't hear it, but I know Gruden. Okay. So apparently the bus driver pissed Gruden off. Okay. Somehow, some way, and we're about to drive by. He said, "You know what? Take us around another lap." And so it wasn't like at Andy or at the Chiefs. It was just more at the bus driver. And Gruden's quick to flash on somebody, and so he flashed on him. But then everyone found out, obviously, and then we're like, it's still hilarious, But when Kansas City, when y'all came to our place and beat us late in that game, I'll never forget the fullback Sherman. He's screaming at Gruden, "We're gonna take a victory lap around your state." Like I remember, and I was like, just as a competitor, it's funny, like up yours, but like at the same time, I was like, yeah, you got us.
Did you know that it would be what it became? Because that was like the story of the next month, and certainly leading up to that game was about the victory lap by John Gruden and the Raiders.
To be completely honest, like we didn't think on our side, we didn't think anything of it. Like it was like I would say Gruden did a great job. We just shielded ourselves from hearing anything. We did a great job of that. We had a good veteran group that didn't read or go into all that.
Mm-hmm.
And so we knew like we did it when people found out, but we weren't like, oh, they're going to be pissed about it. It was Gruden and Andy. I mean, they're friends, I was like, we'll see. Maybe they're just jawing at each other. Who knows? But then it was definitely something when Sherman and the offense started yelling after, I was like, oh yeah, Gruden, you pissed them off.
Well, that's what's so funny about the Chiefs are like, when it comes to press conference, it's like, well, no, we're not really. You guys are talking about that, but we're not really aware of it. Yeah. And then that game happens, and they talk about a victory lap. Then they beat the Bengals in the AFC Championship game. Burrow had my ass. Like all week, you're talking about hold on, did you hear him say Burrowhead? Not a big deal. Like I know Chris Jones was like, we'll see you guys at Burrowhead. Joking. Isn't that what it's called, right? Yeah. Sort of like playing it off. Boy, after that game, there was a lot of emotion let out about Burrowhead. But during the week, it was like, it's just look, that's not going to get us more motivated to play in this game. We're playing in this game,
100%. What's funny is as an athlete, and especially at the highest level, 11 years, I was like, man, you take your mind to some crazy places just to try and that's my enemy. I was listening to Tom talk about that. I was like, I got a lot of friends in the NFL, but when it's time to play, I'm trying to make you in your job. I don't want you to have a job after this. I want the defense coordinator fired. My favorite thing was when we beat somebody or last second or whatever, and then that guy gets fired. Like I love that. Now I don't. After the fact, as a human, I don't love it. I was like, he's got a family, he's got kids, but there is that. And so we all athletes. Now that I'm out of it, I can be honest. We all say the right things. But there are definitely some things being said when those doors are closed and it's just us. But you don't want to put the worst thing a coach wants is, why'd you say this? Now they're talking about this. I want them talking about the game, you know. But they're absolutely, you hear that stuff.
Yeah, it's funny because we'll bring it up to players, and it's like, man, I know they hear it, but I get what they're doing.
Yeah.
But then after post game, you can't hide it anymore.
No,
Like,
post
you can't
game,
hide that.
even if you are hiding, because genuinely, there's so much we're thinking about.
Yeah.
You're focused on your game, your assignment, playing good football. And hype isn't going to win the game. But afterwards, when you do it, oh yeah, we're smack talking. You know, Burrowhead, all that kind of stuff. That stuff that just comes out. Absolutely.
Yeah. Was there a bulletin board material you remember that was maybe a little extra that after the game was over? You're like, yeah, let's let them know.
So we lost to the Chiefs. We lost to the Chiefs one time. And I can't remember, but
come on, Derek,
Andy,
one time.
No, it was the one that many times. We lost to them many times. But there was this one time where Andy Reid after the game, and I love Andy. You know, he was like, "Man, we had just signed Alex, or I was going to draft you." I was like, "Well, thanks, Andy. Don't tell me that." You know, we're like, "No, why would you tell me that?" You know. But anyway, so we're like, I'm sitting there, and I remember hearing the post game, and I never read anything. I just tried to always stay focused on the process. I don't know how I found out, but he's like, "Yeah, we knew we hit him early, and we knew the game was over." And I said, "Oh, okay." And I was like, I remember that. And I just remember that it just motivated me, like, every time after that. Like, that's why I was diving over people for first downs at home against the Chiefs, taking my head off, like, getting hit while I'm throwing. Like, I was like, after that, I was like, yeah, that ain't happening anymore. Because I was like, I don't know what it was. It wasn't in my mind, you know. And there was that one. And then Bosa one time said, "Did you see him go down on that one sack? He didn't want to get hit." I was like, I was trying to stay in field goal range. You know, that's why I went down forward. But anyway, I didn't say anything. And then after we beat him, I stared right. I walked straight. Remember I called the timeout and we went to the playoffs, and we kicked the field goal and kicked them out of the playoffs. I beeline straight for him because we never had any beef. I was like, Bosa, that's my guy. I'm walking straight at him. He's like, "I'm sorry, man. Good game." I was like, "All right, bro." I was like, "I'm just making sure."
We're good now.
Yeah. But it was after the game, but that was definitely in my head during the week.
That's interesting. Yeah.
But I love Bosa. That man, especially he's in Buffalo, right?
Yeah, he's in Buffalo.
That's going to be tough. That's going to be good.
Yeah. Derek Carr is our guest. Any particular place you love to play at?
Oh, Arrowhead.
Arrowhead was.
I really did.
Yeah.
There was always one fan that sat right behind us, and he knew everything about me, my mom, my kids. He knew everything, and but he was never disrespectful.
Okay.
He was just funny, you know, and just ragging on you, like, "Are you suck? You're gonna throw us a pick." Mahomes would complete a pass. "So it's done." Mahomes would throw an incompletion, wouldn't say anything, you know. But it was freaking awesome. But I'll never forget. It was the Monday night game where I stepped up and hit Devontae on that deep one with two guys on him. And I came jogging off. I looked right at him. I was like, he's just laughing. He's just sitting there smiling. Yeah.
Was that the one where Chris Jones sacked you, but they called it roughing the passer when he took the ball from you?
Hey, and this is a true story. So now that we can just air it all out.
Yeah.
So after that happens, they throw the flag, and I'm like, yes. And Chris is awesome. I look up at Chris, and he looks at me. I said, "Are you kidding me?" And he's like, "They called that?" I said, "That's not a flag." And I just walked off. He's like, and then he tried to get the ref. Like, "Gee, Derek said." I was like, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Good call."
That's it. Look, Chris, I'm out of it. You know, my name's Bennett, and I ain't in it.
Absolutely. But I did
the ball in his hands when he landed on you.
I know. Yo, he completely took it. I never saw him. Reed was this way. Never saw him. Wham! And I was like, "Oh, that's gone." And then I got up. They had the flag. I was like, "Sorry, Chris. They called it. We got to move on."
Carl Sheffers is a cuss word in Kansas City now after that. I mean, even later in the game, like, he was announcing something because the crowd went crazy. Like, the crowd got so into it after that. Like, it was a different atmosphere at Arrowhead at that point. And we play a clip from time to time because it's fun that Carl Sheffers, when he opened up his mic, his voice cracked. And he said, "There is no foul on the play."
That's awesome.
He was out of it after that one because, and Chiefs players talked about it. I'm like, I wonder, like, if that's just called correctly.
Yeah.
And Chris Jones has the ball. Maybe the Chiefs win, maybe they don't. But there was something about that play that just pissed off the entire sideline, and the whole stadium just felt like it was just different. It was like, all right, now we're really pissed.
Yeah, you could definitely feel it for sure. It definitely pissed them off, especially after I told Chris, "Oh, that's not a flag." But I'll take it, you know. But I remember, man, we have so many good memories at Arrowhead. You know, I remember the 2016 super cold game. We were balling that year, and I remember stepping up and throwing the ball, and I hit the wire on the play, and Coop is running for a double move. Like, this is an important part of the game to go ahead. He's running. I throw this ball and it hits this wire and just falls down. Incomplete, punt, whatever. And I looked to the ref. I was like, "Dude, I just hit whatever telephone wire, whatever the camera wire.
Yeah.
Like what? I just hit the wire. The ball. I said it's a perfect spiral going up, and then it flutters off to the right. I was like, that's impossible. And he's like, yeah, no, it's sorry. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. That's when I thought the NFL was all for the Chiefs. I was like, they're all for the Chiefs.
Well, they are
against
now.
the Raiders.
They
Yeah.
are now.
Yeah.
I mean, and I always wonder what it's like in those owners' meetings that they get together and say, "Hey, guys, the rest of you other 31, we are going to let the Chiefs win this one." Okay, so just so you know, Raj has decided it's the Chiefs' year again.
Yes.
So Jerry, I know that you really like to win, Jera, but it's the Chiefs are going to do it again.
We're going to let the Chiefs do it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Derek's going to throw a ball. We're going to put a wire right in the way at the right moment.
Right. We're going to throw a flag on 4th and 6 when the Chiefs pick up 21 yards on the Chiefs to make it 4th and 16. But then we're going to call pass interference on the Bengals to give them a first down, which is going to clearly show that we want them to win while penalizing them the play before.
That's exactly right.
That's what we want to do.
We got to keep everybody on edge.
Do players sort of get into, like Joe Burrow in the Netflix series, episode 2, it's all I've gotten to, and he said they showed that game, and he said, you get some calls that go your way, you get some calls that don't, but I would have wanted that pass interference call if that was me.
Yeah.
Are there like times where you look at it and it's just like, like you got screwed, or do you feel like, I mean, really, you're giving them this call, you're giving them that call, like you can't make it in that situation when you're playing that game?
We had one actually against Burrow in the playoffs, and not in 2016. That
it was 21.
21, yeah. In 21, we're playing them in the playoffs, and they blew a whistle, and our defense kind of stops, and then he kind of throws it, and they get a touchdown, which in that game was huge for us to move on.
Yeah.
And I remember that, and I'm like, dude, I would like one of those,
Yeah.
because it's kind of like a free touchdown, but obviously he earned it. He put the work in and all that. I'm not taking away from him, but it's like, gosh, dude, you would think that whether it was a ref's whistle or fan, whatever, our guy stopped. I was like, man, that'd be nice.
I remember that being like, did they replay it? Did they look into it? I can't remember
exactly
around
either.
that. Yeah,
but it was a big deal, especially to our fans, man, because you can hear it. We heard it.
Yeah, because then Cincy went to Tennessee and won, and then they came to Kansas City.
Then they came to Kansas
City
that game, and so like that, we were like, man, we get to go to Tennessee after this.
Yeah,
you're trying to look at it. We go to Tennessee, probably gonna play the Chiefs. Like, oh, how sick would that be?
Yeah.
And but we end up losing the game. They got us.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen with those.
Yep.
What's in your future now? Is it just a family? Is broadcasting or anything in your future? Doing anything around the sports world?
Yeah, some type of media.
Okay.
Me and my brother will do something. We're going to do an NFL podcast, quarterbacks, and
nice.
This is going to be super positive. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
We even if it's correcting, something, we want the guy to feel so good about it. Like he's like, you know what, I like that. He would even want to retweet it. That's the goal.
Very cool.
Is to bring something that that I would want my kids to watch.
Very
and learn football.
Yeah.
Teach the game, but coaching for sure. Like at some point, the best part of my game was always my mind. I was never 6'5", didn't run a 4.3. I could throw a ball pretty good, but the way I did it was my mind. I just want to give that, and further the game, help guys reach
what
their
level
dreams.
of coaching? NFL, college, high school?
Again, never say never.
Okay.
Never want to do the NFL.
Okay.
I say that jokingly, but my kids would have to be doing their own thing. It'd have to be years from now. College for sure, I could do that. I could help those kids. I feel like that's a good age group. High school, that would be tougher, just because of the level of ball I would want to coach, and teach. I would feel like isn't quite the level I would be doing at that point.
Yeah.
But again, it's really pouring into their lives and helping them reach their dreams. And so I just want to help as many kids as I can do that, and then obviously I'll be preaching everywhere. I've been asked to come everywhere around the world, different churches, different states, different cities. So I'll definitely still be doing that no matter what.
Derek Carr, and still be out here every year.
I'll definitely be here. I will definitely be here. Absolutely.
Derek Carr, our guest. Well, Derek, congratulations on a great career.
Thank you.
And play well this weekend, and we certainly appreciate talking with you.
Yep.
And one of my favorite rival quarterbacks.
Yeah, thank you very much.
In the NFL.
The Chiefs are my favorite rival team.
There we go.
There, okay. I have too many friends over there, and that's probably what sucks about it.
Yeah, and there's so many memories, so many good stories, too, with those games. They're great. Derek, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Derek Carr, one of the better guys in the sports, retiring, but not retiring the golf game. We're hanging out here at the American Century Championship in Lake Tahoe. More Zone coming up next.
Want to see more of The Zone? Watch the show live on the Sports Radio 810 WHB Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Tickets for Less has your seats for the Royals and Mets July 11th through the 13th. Friday night, enjoy fireworks and get an Eric Hosmer bobblehead free to the first 20,000 fans. Visit ticketsforless.com and use code 810 to save on your next order today.
Hey, it's Grunny for the Plumbing Pro. I like working with pros on the field and here at the station. The Plumbing Pro is my plumber that I've known and trusted for years to do work around my house. If you're leaking, clogged, or dripping, anywhere in the house or out in the yard, the one to know is the Plumbing Pro. When you really need a plumber, you really need the Plumbing Pro. Plumbing
Back,
problem
boys.
solved. Visit them at
Yo.
theplumbingpro.com and tell them that Grunny sent
Anything
you.
we want to
I'd
hit
love
on
to play
in
golf
particular?
this weekend, but it's impossible.
A couple of those, I mean, Justin Reed, some interesting stuff from him. And then, Derek Carr was fun. I mean, that was great. We won't talk about the physique or anything of certain quarterbacks, but yeah, we can.
What courses does it include?
Justin Reed talking about. I tweeted out some of the things that I thought were good from Justin Reed that were of interest.
The best of public golf is at your fingertips.
Pull up some of the tweets of Justin Reed.
Cool.
Your green light. Celebrate July.
Yeah, he talked about Spags.
Keep you lifted.
Oh, I like the thing where he said, I asked him about, I don't know how we got on the subject, but it was about, something about, intimidation or something. I have no idea what it was. And I asked him about, teams that would try to intimidate him, like Baltimore in the AFC Championship game. And he said, Coach Reed has a saying that throughout the week we talk our opponent up, but as soon as we step on the field, we show him who the real bully is. It's a great line. And then he also talked about Jaden Hicks and helping develop him last year.
B&B Theaters, the big screen is back.
Celebrating a
And
win,
then Derek
a
Carr had a
milestone.
number of cool things.
Just want to gather with great food? Make it unforgettable with a...
All right, 2 minutes in the break, and you have 3 minutes in this segment if you want to hit it at 1 o'clock on the dot. There's a total of 34 minutes that's on tape, and I'll get you the break times for those for segment 1 and 2, so you can know how much time we'll have in the last segment.
Beautiful.
Event. Book now and let's make memories. Head to ridekc.com for private event and catering details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at HIMS.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED. But HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to HIMS.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Summer's here and it's time to soak up the good life. Pro-Built Pool and Patio and everything you need for ultimate backyard bliss. Imagine unwinding a house spot, Irish Garden Leisure Hot Tub.
So like a 3-minute segment here?
CA Hot Tub. But Pro-Built is more than just hot tub.
Yep.
Cool.
Incredible.
I'll let Sperling hit on something at Creekmore there if he wants to.
Okay, perfect. 5 seconds.
08 Northwest Gateway Avenue, Riverside, Missouri, where Oasis awaits.
All right, we'll continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, hanging out here in Lake Tahoe. The American Century Championship presented by Bobside Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and Gann Asphalt and Concrete. Thank you to Derek Carr joining us as he's got a tea time coming up in about an hour and a half here from Lake Tahoe. Justin Reed before that. So very fun interviews with both of them. Justin Reed looking back on his time with the Chiefs and, talking up Jaden Hicks and what he's going to be. And, the question that I had about, do you ever worry about, you're helping develop guys that are your backups that are potentially going to take your job one day, which is what happened with Jaden Hicks. And he said, no, you never think about that if you have confidence in what you're doing. And the quote that he gave, which I thought was great, was he said, what I learned most from playing in Kansas City is that you need every man. Every year we had someone have to step up and play a big role and make a play. So you pour everything you can into those guys too. An absolute team player. And then on his way out, talking up how good the guy who's taking his spot is going to be. I'll miss Justin Reed around the facilities and talking and things like that. And hopefully Jaden Hicks steps up. But appreciate Justin Reed and Derek Carr with those fun stories about those games with the Chiefs over the years. That was fantastic. And you know what? He's such a good guy, Sterling, because he allows the ribbing that goes on. Because he said I was asking him about maybe bulletin board or a game or something like that, and he said, there was this one time that we lost to the Chiefs, and he was thinking, and I said, Derek, one time? He goes, okay, there were many times we lost to the Chiefs, okay? But there was this one particular time that I'm thinking of. Derek, you were out here last year with him. He's such a good dude, and it's hard not to root for him. Seems like a great guy. He just played for the wrong team. He just played for the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, he really is such an easy guy to root for. It's why I wish he would have had more success in New Orleans, because I'm finally sitting here going, yes, I can now root for a guy who seemingly is so nice, so caring, and yet it didn't quite transpire that way.
So what's going on at Creekmore before we take a time out? And Ryan Fitzpatrick is on the driving range, and he's going to finish up hitting a couple of balls and then come over here. So that's awesome. We'll talk with him. And then Jay Bill is scheduled as well. So what's there at Creekmore?
Yeah, so I'm here at Creekmore. It is a phenomenal day. Again, your shortest drive of the day is getting here. I'm actually looking at Joe's Barbecue right now. They are setting up. I cannot wait to grab a little bit of Joe. Well, a little bit. Who are we talking about? A lot of bit of Joe's KC Barbecue. But I also want to give a shout out because someone's keeping my beer cold. And also, I like to crunch on some ice, and that is Kansas City Ice. Getting the ice you need for your events can be challenging, but no more. Hot day, and you can run out of ice. That would be brutal. So wouldn't it be nice to have a local KC company there to help you? That is Kansas City Ice.
Awesome stuff, man. Well, we'll take a timeout. We'll come back, and finishing up his practicing is Ryan Fitzpatrick. We'll talk to him next.
Are you a parent, guardian, or caregiver of an adult with autism?
Yay.
Awesome.
Cool.
That worked. Do you like that? How to throw and how can I get Kansas City Ice in here? So I'll say,
that was
keep my
smooth,
beer
brother.
cold.
Well done.
Smooth and on time. Well done.
Well
sir.
done, dude.
We nailed it. All right,
Yes.
so you don't need
Cool.
it to about 1:40?
Yep, probably about that.
Yeah. I'll get you guys an updated time here in
Yeah,
a second.
all good.
Sounds great. Thanks, boys.
All right,
Appreciate
brother.
you.
Yep.
Hey, remember to mute your mic.
Yep, doing it now.
Can support their mission. That's aarckc.org.
Welcome to Creekmore Golf Course, where breathtaking views meet exceptional hospitality. Our beautiful clubhouse has a stunning new outdoor patio, the perfect place to unwind after a round of golf. Savor chef-inspired dishes, refreshing drinks, and the best seat in the house for happy hour views, all combining to make Creekmore your go-to spot for dining, drinks, and unforgettable moments. Come experience Creekmore. The view and the experience are always worth it. Creekmore Golf Course, your only short drive of the day, will be getting here. Looking for the ultimate destination for sports, entertainment, and family fun? Welcome to Advent Health Sports Park at Blue Hawk. Experience world-class sports facilities, including an ice rink, turf field, and state-of-the-art courts. Plus, enjoy thrilling entertainment options like arcade games, laser tag, bowling, and sports simulators. And when you're ready to relax, head to our bar and grill, Advent Health Sports Park at Blue Hawk, where sports and entertainment collide. As
It's James from the Bullpen Bar and Grill at 135th and Newman. Come in and enjoy cold beer, great cocktails, along with one of our delicious Chicago hot dogs while you watch your Boys in Blue on our state-of-the-art big screen or one of 20 other TVs representing KC in the All-Star Game. See you there.
Matt Toronto here with Aesthetic Care Med Spa and Wellness. With the recent advancement in weight loss treatments, there has never been a better time to finally lose that fat. These advanced weight loss injections are not only the most effective way to lose weight, but recent studies show many other health benefits as well, including improved memory, reduction in total body inflammation, and a boost to your immune system. Aesthetic Care's Wellness Division is headed by Dr. Amy Carter and her team of highly trained nurse practitioners. You will not find a more knowledgeable group of healthcare professionals whose number one priority is always your health. In the month of July, you can have a thorough consultation for only $99. Don't put off your health any longer. You can lose weight, and you can start feeling great again. Aesthetic Care has 3 locations to serve you: Liberty, Lenexa, and at 92nd and Ward Parkway. Call today to book your consultation at 816-338-7881 or visit us on the web at greatskinkc.com.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots and now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. This is SSJ, and I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back, including my wife, without more meds and without going under the knife. It's QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. A licensed medical provider will go over your x-rays or MRI and see if you're a good fit for these breakthrough treatments. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation at 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299, located off 435 and State Line and also in Gladstone. Free appointments are available. 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics.
KCFX HD4 Harrisonville, K279PI, Kansas City, 103.7 FM. Sports Radio 810 WHB, Kansas City.
All right, we'll continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you, hanging out here in Lake Tahoe. American Century Championship, our coverage presented by Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and Gan Asphalt and Concrete. Joining us now, Ryan Fitzpatrick here in the zone with us. Ryan, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great, thank you. It's hard not to be doing great here in lovely Lake Tahoe.
Yeah,
right?
lovely or beautiful. Like I joke that I feel like contractually we should be saying like it's beautiful Lake Tahoe or lovely Lake Tahoe, because then are you accurately describing what it is if you're just not saying that?
It is so picturesque, and this golf course, American Century, and the tournament they put on, like it's an amazing thing. And so I did it as a player, and it's always like the last hurrah right before the season starts. And now being a retired analyst, this is what I look forward to every year, man. It's such a great weekend for all of us.
Did you think that retired analyst would be part of your career path as you were playing?
You know, I didn't. And towards the end of my career, I think there was a little more flair and personality shown to the outside world. And I got so lucky because Amazon, the year I retired just so happened to be the year they were trying to fill a desk for their half and post game show.
Yeah.
And so those spots don't come open very often. I got really lucky with that, and boy, what a great place to work and a great team that we have, not just on air but off as well. It's been really awesome.
Yeah, visiting with Ryan Fitzpatrick, and the prime part of it has been great watching you. You invented Black Friday, which is great. Black Friday football was invented by Ryan Fitzpatrick, and many people don't know that if they didn't see the commercial, which was just a video camera in the boardroom, right?
Yeah, we were just trying to figure it out in the boardroom, and somebody actually got some footage of it.
It just happened to be like
great
that.
Input. They wanted to play football on the Amazon. That was one of the suggestions, but Black Friday football ended up being a good fit, and Kansas City's been a great team to represent it as well.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool. I always love that. I'm like, man, this guy invented Black Friday. Now, if you're a Chiefs fan, you're probably not happy with them because they get put on some of these things. But that was great. And then you get the helmet birthday gift that you got as well with all the different teams. Pretty sweet, man. That was a pretty cool custom gift.
It was really thoughtful. Had no idea it was coming, and there are some perks to playing on 9 teams. Not necessarily moving the family and doing all those different things, but the helmet with all of the logos on it was so neat. And of course, Amazon, as they do, put a visor on there, the Prime logo on the front as well.
Yeah, it was really cool. Visiting with Ryan Fitzpatrick. Is there Fitz magic out on the golf course from time to time, or is that left for the football field?
No, it flashes, but much like the football field, there's also some disastrous play, So it's always a circus out there and an adventure. But for me, this is such a family affair. My oldest son, who just graduated high school, is on the bag for me this week. He'll be the big 6'5", 240-pound
You mean
kid.
Hype Man?
Hype Man. You saw him walking.
I've seen Hype Man, yeah, for sure.
So he's got to wear that caddy outfit the whole time. Airplane on the way here, airplane on the way back. We'll probably see him in the lake later wearing that thing, maybe washing it a little bit. But my brothers come out as well.
That's kind of funny because we were talking about this morning that, seeing you guys out last night, you and your son Hype Man, and then this morning it's like, he's wearing the same caddy out. Did he sleep in it? Has he gone to sleep? Now I know that he's required to wear that everywhere he goes, even at dinners.
Requirement. People keep asking him, did you lose a bet? Did you lose a fantasy football? What? But it's really, he enjoys it. That was what he asked for his birthday, and he's out here. And you know what though? He's Hype Man might be the wrong moniker on the back because he's more of a trash talker to his father. Dad, oh my God, I can't believe you just hit that shot. Dad, you didn't listen to me on the putt. Dad, I would have done it better. So he drives me out there and kind of pushes my button.
Bring this guy out here, and the caddy played better than him. No, you take that shot. No problem, Dad. How is that the fun relationship? Like, I got a 9-year-old, and there's a little bit of that starting, but he's not to the level to where teenager and having that. Is that razzing sort of back and forth with your son?
I think every relationship is different. Yeah. I've got 3 boys, 18, 16, and 6, and it is all those relationships. There's certainly some back and forth and just something in my personality that has rubbed off on them.
Yeah.
But I love it, man. And he's just at the age now where, he gets it and he gets all the jokes and can give them back to you, and the sarcasm and all that stuff is just a lot of fun to have.
And he's probably one of, 18, you got a number of them, but that remember what it was like watching Dad play, so you got to experience that too with the kids knowing who you are.
It was actually it was on the range talking to Derek Carr about that, and just being old enough for your kids to remember it, for your kids to be able to experience the locker room. And so my 2 oldest boys, who are now 18 and 16, really got to feel that towards the end of my career. And even my daughters, who are now 14, 12, 10, and 8.
Did you guys have a TV in your room?
That too. So I don't know what you're talking about. Just a very productive guy,
7 kids, and what's that? 10 years?
So it was 11? Every 2 years on the dot. Yeah, every 2 years on the dot.
So,
everyone. They're all off-season babies. One thing when you play quarterback and you're not going to make the playoffs, you can start having kids in January. So got a bigger window.
Start planning in early October.
Yeah.
We're 0-5, so I think we can go ahead and.
Yeah, all off-season.
That is fantastic. Ryan Fitzpatrick is our guest. That was, part of the decision to retire, to step away, to then, your kids are part of your life as you're playing football, and it's like, you and that career takes a hold of everything because, there's so much involved in playing quarterback that now retiring, you're now a part of your kid's life, if that makes sense. Or I'm not describing it correctly.
Well, I had kind of a different career arc in that, if you look at the first half of my career versus the second half, I really played a lot better in the second half of my career and got to, the journeyman quarterback, the guy that was able to go and be a bridge starter. I love that role. I love going to these teams and trying to lift them up and make other guys better and give them confidence. And so that was kind of the tail end of my career, what I was able to do. Unfortunately, in year 17 in Washington, I had a hip injury that was the first time where I was really like, okay, this might be it, and started thinking about it. And so my son, Hype Man, who's out here, he went to 10 schools, so it was nice for him his last 3 years to be at the same high school, to be able to settle in a little bit. So I thought it was fair to him and kind of fair to my wife and the family to take a breath, settle down, and start this new chapter of our life.
That's part of it that, we're obviously, in the media, we do sports radio shows, we talk about these athletes all the time. But it isn't something that, we try to point it out from time to time, but it's not something that I don't think is given nearly enough sort of thought of a guy like yourself, that your son has that many different schools that he went to through his 18 years of going through school, that the family is also, sacrificing and going along with you. And that's got to be a tough decision of like, okay, do we go to this city or that city? Because it's not just, okay, here's an opportunity and maybe the contract, but you got your kids and wife and everybody involved in this decision.
Yeah, you worry so much because for me, I lived in the same town my whole childhood. My wife, same thing in Des Moines, Iowa. She lived in the same town. And so you start to think like, gosh, are we ruining our kids? But it was always my kids' normal was to, go somewhere, go to school for a year, meet some friends, then move to another school and move to another state and have a new adventure. And if you approach it with, that feeling of this is an adventure, my wife always did, the kids look at you, they see that it is something that's supposed to be great, and then make the best out of it.
Yeah.
So that's what we did everywhere we went, and we have so many great friends and really enjoyed it.
They're going to be able to make friends anywhere, right?
Yeah,
I
for
mean,
sure.
I bet Hype Man's going to make every friend in Tahoe.
The weird thing though now is like my 6-year-old's not going to know that life.
Oh yeah,
he's going to know the life of probably staying in the same place and growing up with the same people, and which is the complete opposite of what Hype Man did. So, yeah.
Just it's amazing, the siblings but living different lives.
Yeah,
it's always like I'm the baby of the family, so we were living different lives, and apparently there was no discipline for me. So apparently the older kids always got discipline. The younger kids are just apparently just run around and do whatever they want.
You were the spoiled one.
Yeah, apparently you turned into their friends and not their parents
anymore.
And that's right. Yeah, I saw a tweet. Oh God, I don't know how long ago it was, but man, it spoke to me. I've got a boy and I've got a 6-year-old daughter, and you took a picture of the braid in your daughter, and I got to tell you, that is incredibly impressive because if I tried a French braid, I mean, I might as well be trying to split an atom, and I would have more success with that. I can do just the regular braid in the back,
right?
Knock that out, I can do sort of the lowest lane if I want to on the side and do some of those things. But a French braid, I'm out. I cannot do it. It is quantum physics to me.
But when my daughters were younger, they allowed me to do their hair. I came up with something called the double braid, which is essentially the normal braid, but then they would be all 3 different lengths. So I would tie it off and then start it again. I told them it was the double braid, and they loved it. Then they got old enough to realize that it was just Dad screwing up. But finally, like, I'm coming back around again. My oldest daughter's 14, where she will allow me to do her hair and wants to teach me. So to be able to do the Dutch braid on the girl, that was on my 14-year-old, and she was showing me how to do it on her doll and on one of our daughters. Super cool, and I feel like I'm getting better at it. I'm not very fast right now, but I'm getting better at it.
I don't know why I'm picturing like a family of monkeys that are eating stuff out of their hair in front of them. Everybody's braiding a doll in front of them.
Doing a braid line. Yeah, exactly.
That's great. Ryan Fitzpatrick is our guest. I kind of want to talk football with you, but I don't know. I'm enjoying this conversation a whole lot more than just talking regular football because how much are you able to, sports maybe, from that standpoint, like be involved in your kids' sports and going to games, and how much was that maybe a part of deciding, it's time to hang it up, it's time to retire and do some more of this?
I've always, even when I played, I've always coached my kids in basketball, and
really
found the time
to
do that. I love it. I love the sport. I think it's great and translates to all the other sports, and so I've always done that. I kind of shied away a little bit from my boys with football. They both played it, but I wasn't really there coaching it, more on the sideline than being the guy, because I never wanted to put additional pressure on them. I think I'll come back around with my 6-year-old as now I'm old and retired and start doing that a little more. But I love coaching the girls in basketball. So much fun. And that way you get to meet their friends. My brother lives next door to me. He has 5 kids. It's an absolute zoo, but he has a basketball court in his backyard too. So we have practice at the house. Then the girls all hang out after and swim. And it's really fun to get to know your kids' friends and their parents. And it's a good way to do it.
That's got to be like a completely foreign concept to some of your older kids now, with what their life was to now what it is now.
Yeah, but even with my boys, I tried. in the offseason was able to do the basketball thing, which was super cool.
Yeah.
But
Full
then-
court press? Are you like a man-to-man? Do you 2-3 zone like Jim Boeheim?
So
You know,
my daughter, when she was they first started playing in 6th grade, my oldest, and it was all her soccer friends. None of them had ever touched a basketball before, but they were great athletes. And so we went full court press the first game, and the other coach was so mad at him and kept saying under his breath, like, this isn't football, and, that kind of stuff. But the girls all developed a real love for the sport, so it's been fun.
That's very cool. Ryan Fitzpatrick is our guest. All right, a couple of quick football ones for you,
Sure.
and then we'll let you go. We look at Patrick Mahomes, and he's now 30. He's, which is, crazy to think about that this is a guy that we've talked about for so long now that there's a 3 in front of his name, in a couple months. His 30-year-old season, he'll turn 30 in September. But a lot of guys have talent in the NFL. A lot of quarterbacks have talent in the NFL. You don't get there without it. What separates the guys from, the small incremental differences of this guy's talented, but he plays like this. This guy's talented, and he plays like this.
I mean, there's an aura around him, right? I mean, he's one of those special guys that when you're in a game, whether you're on his team, you're going to win. And when you're not on his team, there's always the fear of, oh, my God, this guy's going to get the ball again. If he does, they're going to win. And he certainly has earned that and created that aura around him. It makes everybody around him better. And I think just the pairing of Patrick and Andy Reid and that synergy that they have, the ability to work together and to get the best out of everybody, it's been really cool. And even the transition that they made from being this high-powered, insane, dynamic offense to really the last few years a great defensive football team and a team that's not going to make mistakes, and they're going to punish you when they get down into the red zone. And, as soon as it becomes playoff time, they turn up the switch. Yeah. It's been amazing to see, and I think now we're going to see a little bit more of that revamped offense, firepower, the stuff that we were used to when he first came on the scene. I think we're going to see a little bit more of that this year as well.
That's the hope. Ryan Fitzpatrick, our guest, thank you so much for spending some time with us. I really enjoyed the conversation and the dad part of the playing.
Yeah.
And, play well, and if not, then Hype Man will let you know you're not. So apparently.
No doubt. All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. There's Ryan Fitzpatrick. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More Zone next.
Take the show with you by listening live on 810WHB.com, in the 810 mobile app, or by subscribing to The Zone wherever you get your podcasts.
Transform your home with the experts at Rose Hill Garden. Proudly celebrating our 111th anniversary, from stunning landscape designs and installation, big or small, to custom irrigation, lighting, and maintenance. We do it all. Our 12 in-house designers specialize in creating one-of-a-kind outdoor spaces with hardscapes, outdoor living areas, and plants and trees grown right on our farm. Let us help you build your personal paradise. Visit rosehillgardens.com, where beauty takes root. Rose Hill Gardens, 111 years of growing with you.
Robert Brogdon's Olathe Buick GMC has the selection you want and the savings you need. Right now, get up to $14,000 off new models like the powerful GMC Sierra. Visit robertbrogdon.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Summertime is on at Amini's, and it's time to elevate your outdoor living space. Come check out the special markdown pricing on outdoor sofas, sectional, chat sets, dining, umbrellas, fire pits, and more. Amini's has the newest style from brands you know and trust, and their design team can help you create your outdoor oasis. Buy it today and have it delivered immediately. Amini's also offers 72-month no-interest financing. Celebrating 50 years in business, Amini's is located at 105th and Metcalf, or shop online at aminis.com. Looking for premium comfort without the premium price? Head to Randy Kerno Buick GMC and discover the Buick Enclave and Buick Envision. And this month at Randy Kerno, you can get either the Buick Enclave or the Envision with no monthly payments for 90 days. Visit Randy Kerno Buick GMC today in Kansas City, or shop online at randykerno.com. And please tell them SSJ sent you.
No monthly payments for 90 days for well-qualified buyers when financed with GM Financial.
The world is coming to Kansas City. Will your parking facility be ready? Gann Asphalt and Concrete is your winning team for all your parking lot needs. From faded lines and crumbling sidewalks to potholes that leave a lasting impression, Gann Asphalt and Concrete is your winning team for all things parking lot. They even have the expertise to prepare your property for what's next. Trusted, reliable, ready. Don't wait until it's too late. Let Gann Asphalt and Concrete help you pave the way forward. Visit GannAsphalt.com whb810.com. Gann Asphalt and Concrete. One contractor, all things parking lot.
It's James from the Bullpen Bar and Grill at 135th and Union. Come in and enjoy cold beer, great cocktails, along with one of our delicious Chicago hot dogs while you watch your boys in blue on our state-of-the-art big screen or one of 20 other TVs representing KC in the All-Star Game. See you there.
This Saturday, Sporting KC faces the Seattle Sounders at Children's Mercy Park for Retro Night. We're celebrating our 2000 MLS Cup championship team with 2000s era music and special appearances from former players. Don't miss this one-of-a-kind game day experience. Get your tickets now at sportingkc.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like, doot, 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 and sometimes it's like,
Do you have a dash light on?
oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone. Go zone.
Restrictions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone, come back. It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
States vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get ready, Jayhawk fans. Football season is coming. The brand new renovated David Booth, Kansas Memorial Stadium is the place to be. Don't miss a minute of the action as KU football charges into a new stadium at a new season with big-time matchups and electric game day energy. Season tickets are on sale today. Great seats, great value, and the best way to rep the crimson and blue all season long. Secure your spot today at KUathletics.com. That's KUathletics.com.
All right, hanging out here in Lake Tahoe, American Century Championship. Our coverage presented by the Bobside Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and Gann Asphalt and Concrete. Joining us now is Jay Billis here in the zone. Jay, how are you, sir?
Doing great. How can you not be doing great when you're in Lake Tahoe in July? It's fantastic.
It's absolutely beautiful. I think it's like 90-something degrees back in KC, and it's 77 here.
That's their problem.
That's what I said,
Sounds like a personal problem to me.
But I'm working, too. I mean,
it's really heavy lifting here. People should really respect the work you're putting in.
Thank you. We're sitting in the
Breaking
shade.
rocks at Lake Tahoe.
Which also wouldn't be if I had to break rocks somewhere. Maybe Tahoe's the place.
I'd volunteer to break them here.
I'd probably do that. How's the golf game going for you right now?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm playing my normal, average, but I just need to putt better. Last year, I could have closed my eyes and it wouldn't have been any difference in my putting results. So I've been working on that for the last year to try to show a little bit better on the greens.
Do you play in many tournament-style sort of settings, or is this one of the few that you get to play in during the year?
It's one of the few. I'm not a tournament golfer. Yeah. I'm a 4 handicap, so people think that's good. But, when you get in a situation like this, when you're putting everything out and all that stuff, at home, you get that 4 handicap by raking away a 3-footer on these whole. So you got to make everything here, but it's just fun.
Yeah.
To be able to come out here and compete, and you're really competing. At least for me, I'm competing against myself. But everybody's so nice. All the players are great, and I think this is my 6th or 7th year here, and I haven't had one group that I've played in that I didn't really enjoy the people I was with. Wow. And the people from American Century couldn't be nicer. I mean, I always laugh when they say, "Hey, thank you for coming." You're going, "Yeah, it's a huge sacrifice to come out here and play golf for 5 days and in this setting and get treated like kings by you guys. You should thank them."
Well, we talked with Jonathan Thomas.
What a guy! What a great guy, isn't he?
And he said, we have a rule, and that is no jerks.
Yeah.
And he said we've had people out here for a year.
Well, they violated with me. Yeah. They clearly violate that rule.
Your secret is safe with me.
Yeah,
I won't tell Jonathan.
Yeah, don't tell him.
But he did say, he's like, we've had people before that were here for a year. And then we found out, they were kind of jerks. So we moved on. We didn't invite them back because we have a rule. So it makes sense that you say all these different groups you played in, no, you've thoroughly enjoyed it, because I guess that's part of the process of getting to play in this. You're going to have to be somebody that people like being around as well.
Well, yeah. And I mean, look, I'm a casual golfer. I enjoy playing golf. And one of the reasons I enjoy it, it's a social event.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if you're going to play well in this thing, all you really have to do is lock in to when it's time to hit the ball. If you can take 30 seconds and lock in your concentration for that period, the rest of the time you should enjoy yourself. You're in a beautiful setting. I'm not going to look down at my feet walking up the fairway here. It's too beautiful. And the people you're playing with, they couldn't be nicer. And and they're all incredibly accomplished. So it's just a thrill to be here.
There's some guys that are just sort of annoyingly naturally gifted at things.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to have to deal with people like that, like
Yeah.
Marty Fish, who hits the ball 300 yards every time he steps up to it.
Yeah, Steph with a hole-in-one a couple of years
Yeah,
ago. It's
that is annoying.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh, you're making it from that far now too?
Maybe they should
Oh.
invite jerks and get rid of the annoying, like really good players.
Oh, I hit a 45-foot jumper. Cool. Oh, I hit a 170-foot, par 3 hole-in-one. Like, he just doesn't miss. It's annoying.
Yeah.
Sometimes with those guys. Jay Billis is our guest. Do you enjoy doing the NBA draft broadcast? Because if the NBA draft for me, I've called it for a long time. Being somebody that loves college basketball, it feels like almost like a graduation day for guys we've watched, and now they're sort of graduate. They're walking across the stage like we would see, graduating from college. Do you enjoy that aspect of the NBA draft and what they do in college?
I do. This is my 23rd draft for ESPN, sitting on the main desk, and it makes you sound really old. I am really old.
Experienced.
Experience, yes. Sage, wisdom. But what you have to balance it, though, because while it's the realization of a dream for the 60 players that get drafted, the day after the draft, they got to deliver on all that promise. And so, you want to enjoy the celebration part of it, but at the same time, you got to say, okay, well, this player needs to do this, this, and this to become a better NBA prospect, all that stuff. And maybe I probably spit fire, a little bit more years ago, but you tell people sometimes, like, not everybody's great that gets drafted.
It's perfect pick for perfect spot.
Exactly.
He's going to excel.
Not everybody's perfect, and some guys aren't going to make it, and some guys are going to outperform where they got drafted. And you try to identify those guys as best you can, but it's not an easy process. But it's fun. It's enjoyable, and I enjoy the work of leading up to it and watching all these guys. Like for the American players, I've watched most of the guys since they were in high school.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Jay Billis is our guest, and we've also seen, the second round. The draft has evolved with the NIL and the transfer portal because we're seeing. Well, I think it's to college basketball's benefit that we're seeing better players return. I'm not on board, and I've disagreed with the, college basketball is worse off because, players are getting paid or they're able to transfer. I'm like, but they're staying in college longer. Like, guys were going to Europe just because they needed to make money. It's like, well, you're not going to get drafted. Yeah, but I want to be a pro. I'm ready to make money. So if it's not in the States, I'll go over to Europe and make money because I'm ready to be a pro and do these things. And now we're getting those guys that are ready to be pros to make money are still in college basketball. And I think the product is better for it.
Their product is better. If you know the game, and you do, you can see it. And like, to me, look, people can like or dislike what they want. I'm not going to argue with them. But if they're trying to convince me that somehow players getting paid has changed anything with regard to how hard they been hauled into court the same way, and in fact have been in the past.
Yeah.
So, look, if it's worth doing, I was lucky. I played professional basketball for a while. I wound up playing overseas. And when they say love of the game, he's playing for the love of the game. I loved it more when I got paid. Like, it's absurd to suggest that somehow you love it less when you get paid. It's just a ridiculous notion.
Yeah, Jay Billis is our guest. There's a story that I tell, and I don't know what would have happened with his career, but DeAndre Liggins played for Kentucky. Mm-hmm. And he had a child in college, and he and his girlfriend and raising this child, he was a junior, and they had played in the Final Four. I think they had that was the year maybe Brandon Knight, and they had lost in the Final Four. And he said, I'm going pro, and I'm going to Europe to play. And it was like, what are you doing, dude? You're not going to make the NBA. And he's like, I got a kid.
Yeah.
I got life. I'm 23 years old. Like, I've been in college for a number of years, or 22 years old. I still got a year of eligibility, but I'm gone. I got stuff to do. And a guy like that who was that good playing at UK, like, he'd been able to take care of his family just fine. And would people have hated it if DeAndre Liggins played another year in college?
No, it would have been great.
Awesome.
It would have been great. It would have been great.
And his kid is being taken care of. That's awesome.
Yeah, it would have been great for him, and it would have been great for Kentucky. They get another year of service out of a player that comes back. But that's sort of the thing is when nobody has any problem with a non-athlete student making money while they're in college, even if they're on scholarship. And more non-athletes get scholarships than athletes, and more non-athletes transfer than athletes transfer. But athletes are somehow in the spotlight, and I get it. That's fine. But most of the people that are complaining about it are older people, and they knew it a different way. Like the younger coaches, you don't hear them complaining about it all the time. It's all the older guys that are complaining.
Yeah.
And I get it. Like, it's different for them. But, they didn't complain when they signed bigger contracts and say, this is too much. Like, shouldn't be paying us this amount. Nobody said that. They signed on the dotted line, took the money. And now you got a little bit more responsibility. And, if your players, now the good part about now with the house settlement is you can sign players to contracts. The school can sign them to a contract. Mm-hmm. You can put a buyout in the contract. The player's probably not going to go anywhere with a decent sized buyout.
Yeah.
Because it'll count against the team he goes to. It'll count against their salary cap.
Yeah.
And that's not going to last for very long. I don't think it's going to carry the day. The NCAA is going to have to figure out, do we collectively bargain with the players, or are we going to go to Congress and try to get a federal law that's going to give us a little bit more protection? Because this is probably a 4 or 5 year runway under the House settlement. They're going to have to come up with something more lasting.
Do you think Congress will get involved and codify what's going on, or work to, I don't know, make sure they stay antitrust? Or because if they start doing this, we talk about coaches. We start to cap the players, earning potential. And then coaches are making $10, $12 million. All of a sudden, the players are going to go, well, what about the coaches here? Congress.
Well, if Congress makes a law, the players can say what they want. Yeah. It's not going to help. But what I would say is in the lead up to that, I think that's going to be a big discussion. Is like, well, now wait a minute, we're capping the players, and you're not capping anybody else. So the coaches are going to be able, the players get only what's left over, because that's sort of been the argument all this time: is where are we going to find the money? Because the coaches are getting paid this, and we're paying this much in facilities, and we're doing this, and they're not looking at the fact that the money keeps going up in all the media rights deals. It's not going down. It's been skyrocketing up, and it's only going to continue to go up based upon the value of live sports in the marketplace. But I think if Congress did get involved, they'd want to take a look at the whole thing. Their biggest issue is going to be who enforces whatever law they pass.
Right.
The federal government doesn't want to take that on, and they certainly don't want to let the NCAA do it. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be the rub, is whatever law they have, how's it going to be enforced?
Yeah. Jay Billis is our guest, and we'll see what ultimately happens moving forward with this whole thing. But the part of the NIL and the transfer portal, some of the pushback was, and I've laughed at this, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it, is now you're going to see these bigger schools are just going to get all the best players now, as if that's never happened before. But I see it the other way. I've long said that, the transfer portal works both ways. So if you've got a guy that's not playing very much at Duke and he transfers down to VCU, is VCU better for that? VCU lost a player up to Duke or things like that. It can even out. But also, if we're talking about now paying players, I think it opens up a pathway for other universities and schools that never had a chance to land the number one or number two. Number one player in the country without NIL is not going to BYU.
from
Right.
the East Coast.
Exactly.
But BYU landed the number 1 or number 2, depending on the publication, player in the country because of this. That's evidence right there that it's opening up avenues for what used to be the have-nots.
Exactly. So you can marshal resources. That you certainly everybody is capable now of getting better players than they could have gotten before. Everybody.
Yeah.
And that
better way
includes
to
the
put it
mid-majors.
than my long-winded way.
No, but it's just simple. Like take Kansas for example. Like Kansas and Wichita State. I mean, the truth is, before NIL, Wichita State had very little chance of getting any player Kansas was recruiting. So now Wichita State can offer more to Kansas's fourth best player to be Wichita State's best player than Kansas will be willing to pay. Now, will that player want to do that? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But also with the transfer portal, one of the good things about it, and I think it's a good thing, is a player that gets pegged out of high school at a certain level, doesn't get recruited by the big shots, has to go to a smaller school, and then balls out and crushes it. Now he's really a coveted player. He can go and play on the level he wanted to be at initially. Like take a Walter Clayton Jr. Like he wasn't recruited heavily out of high school. Right. He wanted to go to Florida, but they didn't recruit him. And he went to Iona, crushed it, and then transfers back and wins a national championship and 2-time All-SEC and All-American at Florida. And how is that not a good thing?
Yeah.
I mean, this is America. And so, but the one of the things that really helps too is roster limits. Like now rosters have shrunk. So you can't stockpile players to the same level they used to before. So that pushes talent further down. So you got programs that are really smart, whether it's St. Bonaventure, you mentioned BYU, that are doing a really good job of marshaling resources, and they're having better teams as a result of it. And I don't see their fans jumping up and down complaining about having a better team.
Yeah, Jay Billis is our guest. The Walter Clayton one I think is fascinating because he goes to Iona for 2 years, and then I saw a couple of pieces that was like Walter Clayton thriving at Florida at the expense of Iona. That Iona did this, but you know what they didn't mention is that he transferred to Florida when Rick Pitino transferred to St. John's. Nobody mentions that Rick Pitino left Iona to go to St. John's.
He would have left anyway.
Yes,
but
agreed.
You're right.
But it was like, well, why are we not talking about St. John's as benefiting at the expense of Iona because Rick Pitino?
And it was the same thing. It was the same thing with Florida Atlantic. Like Florida Atlantic goes to the Final Four, and that was back when everybody said NIL is going to kill the mid majors. Yeah. And then Florida Atlantic and San Diego State go to the Final Four, and then everybody said the world is flat now. And then last year, all the big shots won, and now it's NIL dominates again, and the mid majors dead. You're like, it's one data point does not make a trend. 1 year does not determine this. But Florida Atlantic goes to the Final Four. They brought their whole team back the next year. So it's not like everybody bolted when they get paid. They didn't. When they all left, when Elijah Martin left and Vlad Golden, all those guys left, Dusty May went to Michigan. That's why they left. And those coaches, and I'm not arguing with their decisions.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, like, if that's a player, we would criticize that player. If it's a coach, those coaches are breaking long-term contracts to go to another school. And we say, well, but they're going to a higher level, and this is America. They should be able to do that. And then we look at a player and say, well, you should stay at Iona for 4 years. You owe them. Owe them what?
Yeah.
Like if you want me there 4 years, sign me to a 4-year contract and pay me the way you commensurate to that. Expected and that they expected. The pieces didn't seem to fit like they wanted, but they've got a really good group of players this year, and he doesn't lose very much, so I think he'll be fine. But it just depends on how long he wants to keep going.
Yeah,
and I think Duke showed. I mean, Coach K was 75 years old when he quit, give or take, but they had a succession plan in place, and it's hard to fathom that guys are coaching this long now.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I grew up in Los Angeles, and John Wooden retired when I was in 5th grade. He was 65 years old, and I thought he was the oldest man that had ever walked the planet. And 65 now is a spring chicken. Guys are coaching in their mid-70s now. So, Bill's got a lot of runway if he wants to, but, he's one of the truly great coaches I've ever been around, one of the truly great guys.
I'm fascinated by watching this team this year because
it'll be fun.
Yeah, he's putting the transfer portal pieces together, not just let me go get the big names. Let me go, get a Store, and let me go get Griffin, and let me go get, different bigger names that are out there. And now it feels like, what, we need this defensive guy that's a slasher to go along with Darren. Okay, now we need this guy in the down low to be a rebounder. Let's go get this guy. All right, this guy's a great player in transition and is a wing defender. Let's bring this guy in. It's like, who are these names that he's bringing in? Guys you're going to know. I think guys that you're going to know who they are as the season goes along, because it feels like there's more of I'm building a team here this year pieces are going to fit together, and we're going to play a certain way around those pieces.
Yeah, I think that was the plan last year. It just didn't work out. And part of that's maybe on the, I don't know what the percentage you'd place on this, but part of it is on the personnel decisions when they were made. And the other part of it's on the players adapting to what's in front of them.
Yeah.
Like, I expected A.J. Store to adapt better to what was in front of him, and he just didn't. And it's not, you're not blaming anybody for it. Everybody was disappointed it didn't work out better, and probably nobody more so than A.J. But it just didn't work. And that's okay.
Yeah.
There's a learning curve for everybody in this. But Kentucky did it. Like, when they say, wow, it's a new team every year, all this stuff. Kentucky and Louisville had completely new teams last year, and they won. Like, how'd they do it?
Yeah.
It's just you have to make intelligent decisions, and the guys have to adapt and play together. It's not always easy.
Yeah, it's a fun time around Kansas City right now. With hopefully Tang gets it turned around. Dennis Gates going to the tournament 2 out of 3 years, and obviously what Coach Self is doing there in Lawrence as well. Jay Billis, Jay. Play well this weekend. All right. Putt better, maybe. I don't know.
Or putt better.
Close your eyes and
that's
see.
The whole thing. Yeah, that's my next plan is closing my eyes because it wouldn't have gotten any worse last year. But I made putts today, so it's better.
So thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. There's Jay Billis. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More Zone next.
You're in the zone with Jason Anderson on Sports Radio 810 WHB.
Men, summertime is here. And that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Heartland Men's Health, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Chiefs fans, cap off your weekend or kick off your week with Steak Night at Rye. Join us Sunday evenings on the Country Club Plaza or Monday nights at Mission Farms in Leawood, where we're serving up our signature Steak Night menu just for you. Choose your favorite cut of steak paired with a crisp salad, a hearty side, and a slice of our famous pie. All starting at just $50 per person. Whether you're celebrating a victory or just hungry for something great, Steak Night at Rye is a Kansas City tradition you won't want to miss. Reserve now at RyeKC.com.
Looking for the ultimate destination for sports, entertainment, and family fun? Welcome to Advent Health Sports Park at Blue Hawk. Experience world-class sports facilities, including an ice rink, turf field, and state-of-the-art courts. Plus, enjoy thrilling entertainment options like arcade games, laser tag, bowling, and sports simulators. And when you're ready to relax, head to our bar and grill. Advent Health Sports Park at Blue Hawk, where sports and entertainment collide.
CBD American Shaman is introducing a groundbreaking new product. Advanced Alkaloids are a plant-based supplement designed for anyone seeking natural relief from everyday stress, discomfort, or those days when you're feeling a bit down. Stop into your local CBD American Shaman locations and ask about Advanced Alkaloids.
Add a participating Kansas City area location to receive your free trial of Advanced Alkaloid. A $9.99 retail value. No cash value. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Must be 21 or older with valid ID to purchase.
I'm here at the fencing tournament with Brad McGee from LBA Home Services.
When's the last time you took in a good fencing match?
Seriously, fencing?
It's an art form.
So
it's
on
combat. It's
of
choreography.
the earlier
It's a
group that'll be
mind game
coming
like
back
chess. Plus, you
after
could
we're
get
done,
stabbed.
the stars are the
put it
ones
like
that I
that.
would love
It's sort of like
that are
air
realistic.
conditioners.
I'm
He
sorry,
said no
what
the
now?
last 2 years.
Fixing air conditioners. The
He
stakes
might
are
say
high,
yes because
and
he's
you
the
need to know
Patriots.
exactly what to do.
Fair enough.
Watch this guy. Stamina, determination, skill. Exactly what we want in an AC tech at LBA.
So, will you hire and train him to come and work for you?
Just need to know one more thing.
15s. We have a winner.
Perfect score. He's LBA material, all right.
Naturally.
Think I've found our next AC technician trainee? Hey, Ungod.
All right.
Coach, one simple idea, one name to remember.
When's Larry going?
LBA Services.
Larry the Cable Guy.
That's not an answer to your question.
What's your dream? Getting your own espresso?
When's Larry the Cable Guy playing today? 30 seconds. Wow. He's really got to go. I haven't seen him out here today at all.
Whatever you're saving for, Central Bank is
It'd
here
be
with
like,
saving pools, mortgages,
God, who
and
was
other
it?
financial solutions you didn't know were possible.
Somebody
to help you dream bigger,
last
bank better.
year.
Whatever your dream home looks like.
Oh, it was
Central Bank can
Kelsey
help you save
when
for
when
it.
when
And whenever you're
Kelsey
ready,
and
we
Mahomes
have
were playing.
mortgage solutions to
When
make
Mahomes
that
played
happen.
2 years ago,
Learn more at
Kelsey came
centralbank.net.
directly
Equal
from
housing
his
lender.
room
NMLS
to the first tee
407985.
because he was partying the night before. I mean, right?
Probably
It's-
how I feel.
That's so great, man.
Things they can get away with, but others can.
Yeah. All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you. We're hanging out in Lake Tahoe, the American Century Championship. It's brought to you by Bobsite Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and Gann Asphalt and Concrete. Sterling is hanging out at Creekmore today. We are at Edgewood in Lake Tahoe for the American Century Championship, and so far so good with the show. I don't know that we could cram one more interview in here, but if somebody stops by, then we will certainly try to do that while still sending it to Sarin. We'll see, but so far so good. Catherine Tappan, Matt Ryan, Kent Swanson, talked to Justin Reed and Derek Carr, and the previous two segments talking with Ryan Fitzpatrick and Jay Billis there. So good stuff from him. Jay Billis, you know that how he feels about some of the things that are going on in college basketball. And you know what? With Ryan Fitzpatrick, I think I enjoyed that one as much as any of them, and we didn't even really talk football. And I appreciate that because, by the way, just as an aside, because I'm glad that the guys that Ryan Fitzpatrick has a good sense of humor because he could have taken offense to my comment that I said when he said, you know, his kids are 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6. And I said, do you guys have a TV in your room? And thankfully, Sterling, he cracked up and started laughing. And he said, I'm efficient.
Phillip Rivers, Ryan Fitzpatrick, man, I mean, that's just impressive.
It was so interesting, him with, like I said before we had him on that I was excited about it because it seems like, you know, his personality over the last year or two of his career, and certainly since he's been out of the game, has really shown more, you know, in the things that he's wearing, and you can see he's a little more fun than maybe what he was as a quarterback that was buttoned up from Harvard, you know what I mean? That now you're seeing him, and he's like, well, you know, they're all planned, and they were all off-season babies because, you know, when you're a quarterback of a team not making the playoffs, it's easier to start planning for January. It's good stuff, man. So we appreciate those that have hung out with us today. Yeah, it was awesome, man. I love just talking the family with him. He does he can Dutch braid his daughter's hair. That's more impressive than playing quarterback to me because I've thrown a football. And I've also attempted to French braid my daughter's hair. And I will tell you this, throwing a football, much easier than trying to French braid my daughter's hair. So that thing is a freaking maze wrapped in a labyrinth, wrapped in a riddle. to how to do that. And I watch some of these moms that are, able to just quickly French braid, daughters' hair, especially like in the dance world. And it's like watching somebody pull off a magic trick with like 17 different cards. I have no idea how to do it. And he's sitting there doing the Dutch braid, and I was like, dude, that's so much more impressive than anything else. So
you should have had him try and Dutch braid your mullet.
I trimmed it a little bit, I trimmed it. It was getting a little out of control. It was getting a little crazy. I was able to put it into a ponytail. And so I figured, if I have to put it in a ponytail because it's getting a little too wild back there, then maybe just, how about just cut it? So I did that. Trimmed it.
You don't strike me as a man bun type of guy. I
No.
just don't see it on you.
No. Well, it was flaring out for like the wings, you know what I mean, in the back, and I was just when it was when it was windy, and so we were playing, with the little man's games, and so I'm like, let me put this in a ponytail back here just until the game starts, so it's not like all over the place, and of course then some kids were making fun of me, and I'm like, I don't care, man. You know what? How about this? You guys win this
The
tournament.
kids did. I thought it was the other dads. I thought the other dads would start ripping on you, but the kids are ruthless, man.
Not gonna.
At that age, 9, savage.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It was the coaches and dads that were ragging on me. I'm not gonna lie. Just a couple of kids were like, "Hey, your hair's in a ponytail." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to make sure it doesn't get like crazy before the game." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then the other dad's the coach like, "Yeah, man, I'm not sure you can hit infield today." I'm not sure I'm going to let you hit him. Like, what? Like, I've never seen it. It's off-putting. I don't know. Just seeing you wearing, like, a year ago at this time, your hair was very, very short, and now you've got a ponytail. I don't know, man. It's off-putting right now. But Bethany actually asked Ryan when we got done there if his girls have braided his beard. And he said that not long enough yet, not long enough. So certainly appreciate all the people who have come out here and have hung out with us, and we'll see who else we can get tomorrow. Looking forward to that. But really interesting stuff. If you missed any of it, it's going to be on the podcast. The stuff we talked to Justin Reed about playing for Spags and what Jaden Hicks is going to do and lessons he learned from being in Kansas City and taking that to New Orleans, and happy that he's not going to St. Joe and staying in the dorm and eventually living and learning to appreciate
Louisiana, Justin, about
well,
humidity down
he's
there.
from there.
I think you might want to come. Well, yeah, that's true.
But he did say they're going to spend 10 days of camp in LA. So,
That's right, yeah.
But also it's staying in the dorms in St. Joe is different than we're going to be practicing in Louisiana, but we ain't staying in
True.
dorm
I forget
rooms.
we're like one of the only team. I mean, like the Steelers, us. There's probably more.
Cowboys
but
go away,
I
right?
always forget that. No.
Oh.
I think they go to Thousand Oaks, California.
Maybe they go to Thousand Island too. I like that.
That's their issue. That's the Cowboys'
You
issue.
know?
Is they're focused on dressing instead of football.
Yeah, that's right.
Just jumped at that. I barely stuttered.
Oh, it's all good. We don't typically do that. We let everything slide.
Spoke on one word.
We let everything slide around here.
Speaking of sliding, Bobby Witt Jr., huh?
Okay. Yes, that was a great slide. Great slide, Bob. Oh, by the way,
I
met.
do know that. I know the Cowboys go to California. My bad. I don't know if it's Thousand Oaks, but I know
Yeah.
they go to Cali because of the. I mean, Cowboy fans are everywhere, but
Yeah.
that's a large majority is in California.
Yeah. So that was interesting.
I don't know
from
why the Saints of all teams.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But that was interesting. But it's only 10 days, though, so their whole camp isn't there. They only spend, so it's like a little break. It's like, all right, we're here in the heat. Okay, now you got 10 days in LA, and now we're back. Whereas in Kansas City, it's like, we're in St. Joe, you're in the dorms, and you ain't going anywhere until we're breaking camp to head back to Kansas City. So, it's a month here. There's no reprieve. There's no joint practice and heading to somebody else's practice. There's none of that. No joint practice, none of that. You're here in St. Joe. So, as he said, I'm probably not going to miss that. Probably not going to miss St. Joe. But it was interesting stuff hearing him talking about the culture and what he can take to New Orleans and what he learned from, Spags and Jaden Hicks and Nick Bolton and the defense and teams that tried to. I just love the fact that, him saying that teams that tried to intimidate the Chiefs when they would, show up on the field. And he said, Andy Reid had the saying throughout the week, we talk up the other team and tell everybody how good they are, and then we go out there on the field. We let them know who the real bullies are. Like, hell yeah.
It's the Zach Randolph. Where I'm from, bullies get bullied.
Yeah, 100%, man. And that's what the Ravens tried to do. So that was good. Derek Carr stuff was good as well. But we'll see who else we can talk with tomorrow. Looking forward to that. So. And whoever else we'll have out here. So you're at Creekmore. Before I talk a little Royals here to wrap things up, I do want to know what's going on out there real quick.
Yeah, Creekmore, it's again just phenomenal. New bar, new patio, and it overlooks everything. It is just a gorgeous day, a gorgeous course. It's been so much fun. Great day out here at Creekmore. It's not just a great golf course, but if you're wanting to host a party, give Rick Scott GM a call at 816-331-2621. I feel like you right now, because I'm looking at Joe's. They have Joe's here today, Joe's Barbecue.
Yeah.
And I'm staring at it, just waiting to get off the show so I can just crush some Joe's Barbecue. If you're looking for your next party, you're hosting at home, you're watching some games, Royals games, football games, doesn't matter, tailgating, again, NFL coming around the corner, make sure you get Joe's. Then also shout out to KC Ice, Kansas City Ice, keeping my beer cold my entire round out here at Creekmore. So Kansas City Ice, absolutely phenomenal company.
Well, that's what you're looking at, and I'm looking at, Vince Carter and Justin Reed, and there's Josh Allen. You got Charles Barkley.
Can't eat or drink Charles Barkley.
That's right.
Well,
Got Sam Darnold.
I'm not going
out
to.
there.
Maybe Jay. I'm just saying. I'm not going to. I'm going to eat Joe's and drink.
Did I mention
cold
Pujols?
beer from KC Ice.
Did I mention Pujols
Not doing
already?
it, Jason.
Okay.
Not doing that one.
Did not know, but I mentioned Albert Pujols there. So there you go. Like I said, we're going to talk Royals here. Here you go. Here's our Royals talk. At breakfast this morning, we met a family that lives down the street from Bobby Witt. Our son grew up playing. Bobby's our neighbor. Like, we know him so well. He's such a good kid. I'm like, well, we like him in Kansas City. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I believe
that.
again.
The Major League Baseball
boys,
All-Star
well done.
Game is
All right, brother.
coming to Sports Radio
Go ahead,
Good stuff, fellas.
Go ahead and flip
Listen
me
as the American
over,
League All-Stars
and we'll see what
Bobby
happens here.
Witt Jr. and
Go
Chris
see you, boys.
Bush
Great stuff.
take on
Later,
the
dude. Talk to you
National
tomorrow.
League All-Stars. Live coverage from Atlanta, Georgia is Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Don't miss a minute of the action on your home for the Major League Playoffs and World Series. The temperatures have warming on. Sports Radio 810 WHB.
The Science of Guinness World Records now open at Union Station. The exhibit dives into the science behind incredible record-breaking feats from the biggest spectacles to the smallest wonders anywhere. The Science of Guinness World Records goes behind the scenes with the stories and secrets of those who made history, and guests will have the chance to try it themselves. With
All right, I'm going to jump off headset here
interactive
for a second and go
displays
look around.
challenging
But
friends, family, and other visitors. The Science of Guinness World Records is here for a limited time. Buy your tickets at unionstation.org. Presented by Thrivent.
Hi, this is Toby Tobin along with Jason Goodenkoff from Lewisburg Ford in Westburg, Kansas. Hi, Jason. Hello, Toby. Holy cow, you've done it again.
We've done it again, Toby. We won the President's Award again this year. This is the 22nd time we've been awarded this awesome honor from Ford Motor Company.
But what is the President's Award?
The President's Award is the top award Ford Motor Company gives its dealers for
this isn't the show that called him fat, is it? Oh, man. I got you, brother.
You're rolling.
Cool, man. I'm going to go walk and see if we can find anybody now that we're rolling and bring them over. And if we start talking, I know we're rolling. So that works. Yeah, but dude, God, that would have been great if you just said, Derek, have anything notable to say? Oh my God.
I've been pushing my luck lately. I laid off.
I know, but that would have been so funny, man.
That actually would have been a good
That
one.
was so good.
I've done
yeah.
a Dick Cheney one and a Tom Brady
That's
that I think
right.
is a good enough for me.
The Dick Cheney, the war, and then the jujitsu. Oh my God. God. All right.
I got you rolling in both here and the 1510 because Brian's not having a show, so you got
Cool.
backup as
Awesome,
well.
man. Appreciate you. Cool. Well, I'm going to jump off headset and walk around and see if I can find somebody. Maybe Nate Bargatze or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see who I run into. We'll find out.
Go for it.
All right, brother.
Make sure I got that right. The headset you're on. Yeah. All right. All right. We are rolling back there. And let's see. Yes, we are coming down 3, 2, and 1. All right, we continue right here on Sports Radio 810 WHB. Jason Anderson with you. We are hanging out in Lake Tahoe right now. Let's talk some football, some NFL, some college football. Matt Leinart joins us in the zone. What's going on, man?
I mean, life doesn't get much better than being in Tahoe for this. It's my first time up here.
Really?
Yeah. So
okay.
I played yesterday. I'm here with Travis Matthew, those guys. So played around yesterday. Today, I'm going back home later today, but just walking the course, seeing some old buddies, man. This is it's amazing, man. What a week.
Yeah.
What a week.
Yeah, that's
you guys got a great setup, too.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
You know,
You're front and center.
We are working here.
Are you?
So, I mean, I guess you can call it that.
That's
it's
awesome.
not, you know, it's like I get to do this. You got to play football, you know, for a living. You get to watch, college football and talk about it. So, there are worse things to be able to do to earn a living.
Absolutely, yeah.
So that's
life is good, man.
Yeah, no doubt. How's your golf game? Like, do you play golf much?
It's terrible. I don't play much.
Is that why you're not in this?
It's funny. It's so funny because I'm getting into it, and I played when I was playing. I just never really fully got the bug, And I got 4 kids now, so it's just like, and I travel a ton in the fall, and my wife is the best, but it's just like, gosh, it's just so time consuming. All of these excuses, but now that I'm just like entering this phase where I'm like, you know what, I want to start playing golf. I want to meet more people. It's such a great game because it keeps you coming back, right? As an athlete, it's so humbling. So when I kind of got this invite to come out here with Travis Matthew, I know those guys are Orange County guys. I was like, hell yeah, man, let's just do it. So I played with Austin Reeves yesterday, who's a stick. He's good.
Oh, is he a stick? Is he good?
Yeah, he's very good. A couple other guys, so it's fun. We'll see, man. I'd love to play in this one year. So
yeah. Did you as you were going through your career, maybe at USC and then in the NFL, did you think that on this side of the locker room would be something she would get into?
I never did. It's so funny. I talk to younger players and even NFL guys who, because that career is very short. No matter, you're lucky to play 5-6 years in the NFL. Always trying to have a plan B or trying to find something you're passionate about or just interests you. It doesn't have to be, you might not want to do it, but just something that interests you while you're playing. TV and just media was never that for me. It just for no reason. I had a lot of media training being at USC, obviously, and then just playing quarterback, you're around it a lot. But Fox has been great to me. Right when I retired, there's a lot of Trojans in the Fox building, Fox Sports, and so I just went out there and I kind of rolled right into TV right away. And very, very fortunate that I didn't have that gap of trying to figure out what was next. I'm very, very blessed in that regard. So I never did, but I love it. I love, I covered college, so I love college football. I love just the atmosphere and the fans, and obviously I love the NFL too, but there's something about college that's a little different,
Do you get recognized as a Big Ten legend?
Right? Isn't that crazy?
I mean, there's no.
Well, I was the Pac-10. Like it was Pac-12 changed, and I'm like, I was actually the Pac-10. It's still interesting, It's just this whole conference realignment, and it continues to change. And again, I'm all for change. It is what it is. NIL, everything is changing. You got to get on board, or else you're just going to get left behind. It does feel a little weird to say U.S. Pac-12 was conference of champions. So many great programs, schools over the history, and just gosh, man, I know they just added a couple teams last week or 2 weeks ago, but it's just not the same. I think it was very bittersweet when USC went to the Big Ten for me, and I think a lot of former Trojans.
Did you have an idea that was in the works, or were you sort of taken aback like a lot of us were that when it happened? Like, hold on, what?
Yeah, I mean, I think just being in the space and just being around it so much, you kind of had an inkling of when OU and Texas were leaving, obviously for the SEC, you kind of had a feeling because SC's been propping up that conference as far as money and revenue and stuff. So I understand the move clearly, but you still kind of just wish they had figured it out. The conference figured it out, to keep all the teams.
I talked about it at the time because we're in Big 12 country and SEC country with Mizzou over there in the SEC, but Big 12 my whole life growing up, Big 8 and then Big 12. And, it was so much about the Big 12 being landlocked, and the SEC was coming and calling, and the Big 10, and then the Pac-12 wanted to take some teams, and it was like, man, the Big 12 is going to get picked apart. And in a strange way, Oklahoma and Texas leaving sort of saved the Big 12.
Isn't it crazy? When they left, And the commissioner's done a great job there. The Big 12, they kind of save face. They brought in some good, like Utah. They brought in some really good programs. And there's just, there's a lot of good teams over there, and it's a really strong conference. We cover the Big 12, cover Big 10 and Big 12. Yeah, so they were kind of a few steps ahead, I think. So like, hey, we're going to lose our top 2 brands, but we're not folding. We're not going to fold. We're going to figure it out. And they've done a good job with that. And gosh, we went to a bunch of Big 12 destinations last year, and it was jumping, man. It's good football. It's really good football there.
Yeah, it's exciting locally because Kansas State has had some opportunities with Bill Snyder in the late 90s, early 2000s. And now that the college football playoff has that path again, we saw Arizona State, and to the point that the Big 12 did not allow them to have a media poll this year. They took away the Big 12 media because Arizona State was picked last.
That's a great story last year. Well, you got Colorado, which like it or like they've brought a lot of eyeballs to the conference and to that team. I think Prime's great. He's
tiebreaker away from playing for a Big 12 championship.
Yeah, Kansas State obviously is a great program, but in Utah, it's a really good. It's almost too good because everyone kind of beats up on everybody. There hasn't been obviously ASU had a great year last year and they're fun. But NILs help that too, and there's more parity now throughout college football, I believe. But it's a great conference, yeah.
Yeah. Matt Leiner's our guest. Would you have stayed at USC as long as you did if NIL and the transfer portal was there? Because I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you would have been.
Yeah, it would have been pretty good living in college.
I think you would have been quite the.
You know what? I would say I was fortunate enough to be a top 10 pick. So like I didn't know where I was going to go, but I was fortunate. So I just had this conversation with someone yesterday. There's a couple quarterbacks that left this year that got offered millions of dollars in real money, and they left, and then they get drafted late. And it's like, if that would have been the case, I think it would have been a no-brainer. I came back to school my senior year when I could have left early and potentially got drafted high. And I wasn't getting paid to come back. I was dealing with injuries, but I loved college. I loved being there, and I just felt like I could get better. Obviously, I think if I would have made that decision again, I would have definitely come back again because I would have been paid probably $4 or $5 million bucks. But back then, gosh, man. Yeah. Me and Reggie joke about that, and I just talked about that with a couple guys the other day. Just like, man, like that would have been pretty nice.
Not bad. We were talking about it, a couple of weeks ago, I think it was, or maybe it was last week. I don't know. We were talking about Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
And
he's the prime example.
Right. He gets drafted later, and his contract is $4 million over 4 years. Not bad work if you can get it.
Well, Shador is another one too. Obviously he was projected to go first round.
Yeah.
And I thought he would probably go first or second, but he's another one that you end up turning down millions of dollars, and now you got to fight to make a team, or a practice squad. It's just crazy.
And I don't think we've seen an official number, but Carson Beck at Miami is like anywhere from $3 to $4 million, and he might make as much in 1 year at Miami than Quinn Ewers is going to play in.
He was smart. He was smart to come back, go get the money in Miami, and then and improve your draft stock. I think he can definitely improve his draft stock a lot more. Yeah, it's a different beast.
As a guy who played it, are you against it, for it, indifferent to it? Because it seems like there's
definitely all for it.
Both sides.
Gosh, my oldest son just committed to SMU, and we're dealing with.
Congratulations!
Thank you. He's a senior, but we're dealing with NIL stuff too. And as a dad, it's just crazy. It's just a different world. I'm all for it. My wife is an NIL attorney. She sees a lot of stuff, a lot of contracts. So I do think I hate the portal. I really hate the portal. I think the portal is awful, and I'm all for kids having a voice and more power. But gosh, man, there's just like a lot of these kids leave. They have a lot of bad people around, a lot of bad advice, and the grass isn't always greener. And I've had that conversation with my oldest son. We're committed to SMU, and he's just, circumstances change, but grind it out, man. Like, compete, because anything can happen. And all these kids just leave, and they don't have a home on the other side. And that's the NIL stuff. I think the rev share is going to help, and I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Make as much money as you can, but the transfer portal just kills me, man.
At Big 12 Media Days, our afternoon show had Chris Kleiman on. Yeah. And he told a story. He didn't say a name, but he told a story. He said, we had a kid transfer this year that was promised an NIL contract when he got there. And when he got there, it wasn't anywhere near what he was promised. But he had already transferred.
Well, that's the tampering and all that kind of stuff. That's the stuff, too, that needs to get fixed. I don't know how it gets fixed. But, it's wild. You'll have a kid who has a great year, and they're already fielding calls, whether it's family or agents or people. Hey, come here. We're going to have this. While they're playing for their team. It's just. I mean, the perfect, the portal, Drew Aller, the backup, I forget his name at Penn State. He left before the playoff game because
Bo Pribula went to
yeah. Oh yeah, Mizzou, that's right. Yeah. That wasn't even his fault. That's what kills me about the portal. It's like that window and that time when the season's still going on. It's like, what are we doing, man?
Right.
Like, But as a quarterback, especially, those spots fill up really fast. You got to put your name in there. I hope that gets fixed. I think it will. But.
Yeah, I'm with you on that too, because it's like you have to make. Some made a decision. It's like, no, I'm gonna go in the portal, but I'm gonna stay here through the playoff.
Right.
But but then it's like, okay, can you technically commit if you're on a team? Is that tampering? Is it cool with this team?
It's weird.
If he does commit there while you're under, contract, I guess, in an NIL.
Yeah,
your wife being an NIL sort of attorney.
Yeah.
Do you will there be multi-year contracts with NIL? Do you think as this thing gets further and further
with
advanced?
players?
With players, yeah.
Yeah, I think there'll be more. I think there'll be more incentive-based contracts and stuff to like keep them so that they can't just get up and move at any point. I think she's seen a lot more of that in the written stuff as far as like, or you hit certain bonuses and you can get some of that money if you do leave, or you can't leave until like after the bowl game. There's just all sorts of stuff they're starting to put in writing. But you'd be surprised, a lot of these kids don't understand what's in gosh, I don't even understand what's in an agreement. There's so much stuff in there, and that's kind of been her job, is to like at least educate. She spoke to Oklahoma. She spoke to her team spoke to Arkansas. Just the education of like what an agreement is and what these people are trying to ask of you, and make sure you protect yourself. But the multi-year, I'd probably, gosh, I mean, this thing changes every year. It's crazy.
Matt Leinart is our guest. When you look back at those, I mean, you were a part of one of the greatest teams in college football history. Do you ever marvel and look back at all the talent you guys had that came through USC around that time?
It's interesting. When people come up to me and say stuff, like obviously we had unbelievable teams, and it's still like I'm 42 now, so it's like I'm old. I feel old.
Days,
gosh, it's like 20 years ago.
You're still wearing your Letterman's jacket. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
No
20 years ago. But it was so special. And I think being in the college football space obviously is my job. So I'm still around it all the time. So I'm still talking about it all the time. It was a special time. Sometimes when we just look back and like, damn, like that was a really like that was a dynasty. We were a minute away from winning 3 in a row, which has never been done. And now I don't think we're going to get a lot of that anymore because of NIL and portal and all that stuff. So that was kind of like, obviously Georgia had a run and Bama's had runs, but like to win 3 was so close, man. I'm actually doing it's funny, Monday I'm doing a pod with Vince and Mac, me,
really?
And the triple option is I have a podcast too, but the triple option is one that Mark Ingram, so part of our Fox family, they do one, and we're having like a 06 roundtable on Zoom remote, but about that game, which would be kind of cool. Yeah.
Looking back, I mean, would you like to punt? Would you rather punt it or put the ball in your hands?
No, put the ball in our hands. We
put the ball in your hands specifically.
Oh, no. We called when they stopped us on the fourth down.
On the fourth down, yeah.
We ran that play probably, it was simple power play. We ran that play probably 5 times in that game, 5 for 5, gashed them. And all we needed was a yard and a half. And we just football. We were like, I think we all like kind of a little late off the ball or something happened, and they just timed it. It was just a play. There's one play in there that I went for it on a quarterback sneak in 4th down, and I should have called timeout. We should have kicked a field goal. That's the one play that freaking haunts me. It was like the second quarter. We were in the 20s or something, and it was 4th and like a long one, and kind of similar to the Bush push where I was just like, it was either a spike or go for it. And I was like, I'll get this. And they stopped me. And so that was like 3 points that we could have had, and we lost by 3 or 2 or whatever it was. That still pisses me off to this day because that was all me. That was just my fault. There's like, there's always like 2 or 3 hidden plays in the game that you're like, if that, everyone talks about if Reggie doesn't pitch the ball, obviously Vince Young's knee was down, but they didn't call it. Like stuff happens, so.
I was going to say, because I'm glad you didn't say, we should have, because I think 10 times out of 10 you go for it. You've got 1 yard to win the national championship.
Yeah, we would never think twice. I think the big thing was Reggie wasn't on the field, but it was just like get 1 yard and then we iced the game. And it was ice the game. We can run the clock out.
As a quarterback, what's that like on the sideline that you can't do anything about that?
Well, I knew once we didn't get that Vince Young was just a man child, and we hadn't stopped him all game, and that was nothing against our defense. That kid was just he was so special. I knew that once they got the ball back, it just felt like I was like, I don't know, man, we're in trouble here. Yeah. And like, even if we got the ball, I think they left like 30 seconds on the clock. You know, we got the ball to our own 10-yard line. It's just like we'd had no shot. So, yeah, it's a bummer.
Yeah. Matt Leinart is our guest. Matt, thank you for stopping by.
Awesome,
really
man.
appreciate it, man.
You guys having me, man.
Absolutely. Enjoy the Fox coverage and everything, and covering the Big Ten and the Big 12. It's been fun to watch, man.
Enjoy your setup all week, man. And you got shade, too.
We got a little shade. You got a nice umbrella behind you, too, just in case.
It is nice.
You know.
First class, guys. You guys are first class. Awesome, man. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
There's Matt Leinart. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More Zone next. Here you go. Put that on. All right, let's go get it started then. All right, 3, 2, and 1. All right, hanging out with George Kittle here in Lake Tahoe, American Century Championship, The Zone on Sports Radio 810 WHB here in Kansas City. George Kittle joining us right here. George, what's up, man?
810 WHB.
That's right, in Kansas City.
I'm pretty sure when I've driven through Kansas City as a kid, I listened to 810. So I've listened to this and now I'm honest. That's pretty cool.
Amazing. That's pretty cool, man.
Not bad.
That is awesome. So how's your golf game for this weekend, man?
Today I actually played pretty well with the scramble. I was pretty excited about it. Recently I've been golfing, high 80s, low 90s. So as long as if I could break 90 once here in front of a crowd, I'll be pretty impressed with myself.
That'd be awesome. Heck yeah.
Honestly, my only goal is to beat Kyle Juszczyk at least once.
Well, what about Kelsey, though? I mean, you're both 250 to 1.
Which I don't understand. I'm a 16 handicap, so I don't know how I'm a 251 odds. I thought they were going to give me strokes. I don't think I get strokes.
So, I'm going to put $1 on you is what you're saying?
Hey, why not? $1, $25, whatever it is. I'll try my best.
What's the mission, though, while you're out there? Is it just trying to beat them or have fun? What are you trying to do?
Oh, I'm just here to have a great time.
Okay.
I'm here to have a great time and keep it in play.
Kelsey, hole 1 to hole 18, is a different sort of guy because along the way, things
He enjoys
happen.
himself. That's Kelsey. That's kind of every day with
Enjoys
Kelsey.
himself. Yeah. And speaking of like tight end, how much has that changed over the years? From how much do you guys get done on the field anymore now versus maybe when it first started?
It's probably a little bit different now. We cut this year as the first year that we cut off a day on the field because we usually do 2. We did 1 this year. Part of that was because it was 100 degrees in Nashville that whole week, and we're like, I don't want to get guys out there doing that because it's not going to be worth it. But the stuff we do get on the field is awesome because this year we had Evan Ingram. He taught releases. And so we did a whole release segment for guys to try releases that Evan does. And I'm not saying that everybody can do what Evan Ingram does in his releases because he's such a freak athletically. But just to show guys his process of it was pretty cool. And a lot of guys took notes on that. A lot of guys are take that home with them. Watching Kels talk about the top of his routes and how he thinks about separation and really how he talks about his footwork on the top of his routes and the angle of his feet is really fun to hear that because it's like a lot of guys are like, oh, I'm just breaking down. I'm not even thinking about it. And he goes, no, at the top of every route, I'm thinking about how I put my feet in the ground to get out of my route. And so when you hear someone like Travis, who Hall of Famer, first ballot guy, when you hear someone like that talk about it, guys are like, oh, if I listen like that and I think about it like that, maybe I can just take another step in my game.
Are you better at teaching if you're hungover like Travis?
Ooh. You know what? The thing about sometimes, if in football, if you're hurt, if you're playing in pain, it makes you focus more. So I think it made Travis focus more. And I will say, Travis was very prepared this year for the classroom stuff. He had all of his notes out. He was ready to roll. He had all the tape up. So that was really fun to see him talk about it.
The experience you had on receivers with Netflix, people got to know you behind the scenes. Were you concerned or worried about doing that at all when
I didn't want to do it? I didn't want to do it at all.
Really?
I said absolutely not because I didn't want to upset the football gods. It's kind of how I see it. It's like, it just seems like a lot. And it was actually my wife was the one that convinced me to do it. She was like, look, this is something that you do as much as you want to do off the field. You're always mic'd up anyways, like you're used to that. And she was like, this is something that in 10 years you can show your kids. And they can show like what we were like before we had kids. And I was like,
cool.
You got me there.
See, that's how the wives in the family, man. I mean, they're always thinking about it differently than we are.
I know, and I will say, that because it was NFL films too, like a lot of those guys, I see them every Sunday regardless, and they did such a good job. Like, hey, what do you want us to come to this week? If anything, do you want us to do anything at all? And they were so easy to work with. So it was a very fun experience for me.
Who's a better athlete, you or your wife?
Ooh. You know what? I will say my wife has had 5 knee surgeries. Okay. And so, but before that, as a freshman in high school, she was dunking tennis balls. Yeah,
Bethany, ask Claire if she'll answer that.
She's definitely a better athlete than me.
Well, I don't know. I wanted you to answer it while she was here because you were sort of couching it there.
I'm scared of her.
Okay, but then now you've changed it. Now that you know she's coming over, now you've changed your answer a little bit. I don't know. I feel like
at this point in our lives, I'm a way better athlete. Now, like if we play basketball one-on-one, I'll win.
Really? Okay, so you beat her one-on-one in basketball.
But if we play any type of horse, she's
okay. That's
I don't
different.
stand a chance.
That's different. What's her go-to shot in horse?
Anything.
Anything?
Yeah, no, anything. She's a bucket.
Okay. Does she switch hands or anything in horse? Like left-handed, right-handed? Does she do it?
No, I'm not talking crap about you. See, I'm saying that you beat my butt in horse every time that we play.
He said, I
will beat you in one-on-one though.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, but I asked who's a better athlete, you or him, and he said the knee surgeries is the reason why that he's a better athlete there. She could dunk it. Yeah,
when she was 15. Didn't you tie at state as a freshman at high jump? Yeah, she's a freak.
That's amazing. Who approached who at Iowa?
Oh, I hit on her so fast. I tricked her.
How many times before she was like, enough, George?
It took like 6 months of behind the scenes detective work before she actually gave me a chance.
Is that right?
Yeah, I was friend zone for a long time.
Maybe like no stalking the area though?
No.
Just behind the scenes detective is
the nice
different.
thing is we had the same friend group. That was the nice thing. So I was always around, but I never tried to, I was just like, hey, let's have a great time tonight. And then I would just, simmer on the side. Now she likes me.
Children, do they have to play basketball, football? Is there going to be like a...
one thing I'll say, what my parents did a good job, they just let me play whatever I wanted because they're like, the more sports that you play, my dad did the same besides baseball. The more sports that you play, though, you're just going to get good at everything. So like, I was soccer, basketball, football, track, as much as I possibly could.
Are you guys okay with like people now knowing more about you guys behind the scenes with the Receivers series? Has that been different to get to get used to or something?
No, not really. I think the one thing, me and Claire do a really good job. We've grown up and matured, obviously, but we've been basically the same people since we were like 19 years old.
That's awesome.
So I'm just going to continue to try to do that and just have a smile on my face and just enjoy life as much as I can.
Who's the best Iowa tight end?
Best Iowa tight end of all time in college?
No, just in college or in the NFL?
Oh, I'll take that one.
Okay.
I'll take that one. I would say I love Dallas Clark, though. He's one of my favorite. I will say this, too. Dallas Clark, 5 years out of 5 years at Titan University.
Really?
He comes every single year and he still laces it up and he still runs routes.
That's pretty
Still
awesome.
no gloves.
Yeah.
He's such a monster.
That's amazing.
Oh, no, he's one of my favorite people.
When you guys thought about this Titan University, any chance you thought that this thing would grow into where now nationally people are talking about it? ESPN, they're following it.
It started off.
Taylor Swift is performing at Titan U.
And Taylor Swift actually overshadows that Luke Combs also sang at Titan University, which is crazy. It's Luke Combs. Oh my God, he sang "Buy Dirt" with Jordan Davis, which was so cool. When we really started, we thought we were gonna have like 20 guys in Nashville, make it a small thing with me, Greg, and Travis, and then guys just wanted to be a part of it, and then it's just kind of grown and grown and grown from there. We get more and more sponsors, and really at the end of the day, too, the best part about it is we raise all this money, and we've donated. I think this year we're gonna donate over $500,000 to charity, which is just awesome. So between me, Greg, and Travis, we just kind of split it up. We pick a charity to donate it to. Usually like some type of boys and girls club somewhere in Nashville, but we do a pretty good job with that.
George Kittle with us. Last one for you. When you're in a football game, are you ever mad, or is it always like happy-go-lucky with the other team and talking? I mean, is there ever like the trash talk that gets sort of serious? Because it seems like
once in a while.
Okay, because the NFL films the mic'd up. It seems like you're pretty like enjoying yourself, and even with your opponents.
I'll give you two of those. One, I would say like 90% pretty. I'm just enjoying myself because I pinch myself all the time because I'm playing football for a job. But there were times if people are mildly disrespectful towards me. Sometimes I will definitely let loose on them, and those you didn't see because I'm not very PG-13 is what I would say.
Okay.
So I had to cut some of those.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Patrick let some of those in there with Max Crosby and.
Some of those are so fun.
You woke up the wrong mother bleepers. Yeah. Patrick's was saying.
That's the thing. It's like don't push the buttons too hard, man. You don't want to see what you get.
Last one, real quick. You saw Travis at Titan University. Is he in better shape? Is it 25 pounds lighter? Like, a lot of people talking about what Travis looks like now.
I'm pretty sure several years ago, maybe it was the year that the Chiefs beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl. I saw Travis in the offseason, and he looked like Jason Kelsey. And they won a Super Bowl, and he had his first team All-Pro. So I'm not going to say Travis is Travis, and he's going to be ready for the season. He's going to be a superstar like he always is.
Congrats on the contract, George.
Hey, thank you so much,
highest paid tight end in NFL history.
I appreciate
there you go.
it.
George Kittle with us. More Zone next.
Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, for sure.
All right, we are rolling. We'll play this. This will be played tomorrow. So, so you'll be getting ready for your round today.
All right, cool.
Tomorrow.
Oh, so I say.
So if we say today, if I say today,
you mean tomorrow?
It'll be actually tomorrow because it's playing tomorrow in Kansas City.
All right,
So,
cool.
Yeah, my show.
I can swear, right? This is like free form. I can say whatever.
Whatever you want. Yes,
Okay.
he's the president and owner of the company, and he says yes.
All right, great.
Yes. All right, that's carte blanche. Let's do it, man.
All right.
I've always wanted to do
You
this.
guys are going to be like, we have literally nothing we can use. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're already starting the interview, by the way. Everything we're saying right now is going to be in the interview tomorrow.
Oh, it's a part of it?
No, I hope
Fantastic.
so. I hope. Well, we'll see. Here we go, coming down 3, 2, and 1. We continue hanging out here in Lake Tahoe. Final day of broadcast as the tournament gets underway today. Our coverage presented by Bobside Auto Group, Zero Res, Window Nation, and Gann Asphalt and Concrete. Joining us now, he's participating in the tournament starting today with the next 3 rounds. He's 300 to 1. It's Tim Simons. You know him from a number of different things. One of my favorite shows of all time is Veep. But Tim, welcome to the show. How are you?
Thanks so much. I just want to say, big fan of their concretes. Thank you guys for sponsoring. Always been a big fan of your work. I feel like the mix you guys have, it has like a sort of an elasticity, but once it settles, like it's in there for life. So thank you guys for your good work.
And the thing is, with the World Cup coming next year, we want to make sure that all of the asphalt and concrete is ready to go to host the World.
That's my number one, like the thing that keeps me up at night, honestly, is that the asphalt and concrete is not going to be ready for the World Cup next year. That's what keeps me up at night. I have 2 kids. They're doing fine.
Yeah.
Or honestly, they may not be because I'm worried about the concrete. And I keep trying to tell them that they're not. And they're like, Dad, no, I'm not doing as well in school. Can I get a tutor? And I'm like, don't talk to me right now. I've got to figure this out.
Isn't he with Tim Simons?
I feel like 300 to 1 is sort of about where I should be.
Is that what it is?
I feel like that's about
okay.
right.
No, but you know what? I think you're like the 2 to 1 favorite to be the funniest guy on the course. I don't know.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. That's something I'm actually good at.
Yes, 100%. How did you get started in? Was it stand-up? Was it comedy? Was it acting? Because you're also in Nobody Wants This. It's out on Netflix that my wife and I have been watching. So enjoy that one. But again, Veep, one of my favorite shows of all time. How do you get started in that?
I actually started in college, and sort of long story short, I had like a rough transition into college. I wasn't enjoying it. I wasn't meeting a lot of people, and I ended up just auditioning for like 10-minute plays in my first semester of college, and I just got the bug like everybody gets. I think everybody gets the bug a lot earlier in their lives than I did. I just kind of caught it during college, and by the end of that year, I was like, I'm switching my major, and kind of just dedicated myself to it after that. I came up in indie theater. I kind of initially imagined that I would like travel around working at like Shakespeare companies all around the country and doing that kind of thing. And then kind of always found myself being cast as the funniest person in the darkest play. That was sort of where I lived, and so I moved to Chicago.
Already typecast
early. I moved to Chicago. Chicago has like an incredible independent and small theater scene. And I really liked the idea of like being a part of new plays, being a part of new stuff. So I never did improvisation in Chicago. I never did stand-up. I love stand-up, but I would be terrible at it. So I never did that. I've always just done... always just kind of came up through theater, moved out to LA in the hopes of working in film and TV, and in some weird way it actually happened.
It's interesting because it seems like a lot of paths for comedians and those who play funny characters in movies and TV came up through the comedy realm. And then they got into the acting part of it. You came up through the acting part of it, and was it just the natural comedic timing that you had being a part of it? Was it something you developed over time?
I think I grew up a comedy nerd, so I grew up watching stand-up and watching Saturday Night Live, and was always like a little bit of like a benign troublemaker in school. Like I was always trying to be the funniest person in class. Like that was sort of what I was into. So I think by the time I was acting, I had developed a pretty good sense of timing and comedy, but was really attracted to the character parts of theater, and that's sort of what I had to learn, and that's what I had to get better at. So yeah, I don't know. I always found I think I ended up in that way, like being the funniest person in the darkest shows. Like that was like a spot that spoke to me. It was like that's where you belong, and I think that really helped when we got to Veep because weirdly it is a very dark show that ends up being incredibly funny. Like
one of the funniest shows I think that has ever been created.
And if you look at the stuff that they're talking about on paper, none of it should be funny, but somehow they found a way to make people laugh. And so I think that's why that was my first big job, and I think that's why I enjoyed being a part of it so much, is because it felt like a home for me. The process of it, we had this insane rehearsal process. It was like script workshopping in theater, and so it felt, even though I didn't have a lot of experience in film and television, it felt like a place that I could succeed. We had an incredible ensemble that was immensely supportive, and so I just kind of was able to hit the ground running with those guys.
Yeah, it's so interesting when you talk about that it's just like what was on paper technically wouldn't be funny, but that's your guys' job, right?
Yeah.
And I think that speaks to the talent and the cast of and the casting of those characters, because when it's presented, I mean, it's laugh out loud. It's I don't laugh too often out loud. Okay?
Yeah,
I'll be like, oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty funny. And probably a comic's favorite thing is for somebody to say, oh, that's funny. Yeah. Oh, really? Was it? Why didn't you laugh? It was that funny. But Veep, some shows will like legitimately make me laugh out loud because of the writing and how it's delivered.
Yeah.
And I think that's the special part of what maybe creates the great shows. The writing is there and the delivery from the cast.
And I remember Dave Mandel, who was our showrunner for seasons 5, 6, and 7. He would always say this because people would come up to him and say, "I want Selena Meyer to be our president," and he would say, "No, you don't. What you want is for Julia Louis-Dreyfus to be your president," because she was like Selena is one of the most vain and narcissistic and self-centered, awful people that exist, but Julia is so charismatic and so. She's so charismatic, and she's such a wonderful presence on screen that because of that, that's why you end up liking her, because she as a performer is so charismatic, even when as a character she's doing awful things.
Was it intimidating ever to be on the set with some of the people, and maybe Julia Louis? I knew you grew up watching her in Seinfeld, and
it was intimidating going into the audition rooms, going into those things. But she is somebody who wants everybody else around her to succeed, and also is someone who is willing to give focus to other people in a cast because she is so talented. She knows she's going to be able to get focus back. And that is, I think, a rare trait in performers, especially somebody at the lead of a show. Sometimes people are unwilling to give spotlight because they internally worry they're never going to get it back. She was incredibly welcoming, and so all of that feeling of being nervous and feeling like you were out of your depth, she really created a great atmosphere to get over that.
And I was gonna, we're visiting with Tim Simons, and one of the things I've always wondered about comedic ensembles is sometimes there are personalities and actors that will just take over the scene, which can maybe be intimidating for somebody else that sort of like shrinks away from like, well, I can't match that. Mm-hmm. I can't do that. Was there ever anything like, with Veep, when you've got Julia, was there a tendency that anybody had to fight against of sort of like, bowing down is not the right word, but sort of just deferring to her in the scene and sort of backing off and letting her do her thing?
There wasn't. It was, I think we all look to her because she has really good taste.
Yeah.
We would always really look to her to be like, hey, I had an idea. What do you think about this? And a lot of times she'd be like, try it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that there is, maybe the thing that you're speaking to is that sometimes in comedies people can try to like plow through a scene with jokes that don't really have anything to do with like the meat of the scene that's underneath it, and I feel like that's where you get into trouble. And I've just been really lucky that everybody in both in Veep and in Nobody Wants This knows what the meat of the scene is, and if they're going to try to jump in with a joke, they know that it relates to what's going on in that scene, and it's not just a feeling of, well, I've got to get in there with a joke to make sure nobody forgets about me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's but definitely there are times where even I see things and I'm like, oh, that person was just steamrolling everybody in that room. That's, you know, and that's just like, that's the worst feeling. But I've been very lucky in that I've never really had to deal with it.
How much of that show you mentioned just going over the script and you know, time and time again, but how much was it scripted and how much that made air was ad-libbed in those scenes?
It was, I would say, like, it was a very scripted show, but we had a rehearsal process that not a lot of shows do. That was like, we filmed our first 4 seasons in Baltimore. And we would go out like 3 weeks early, and we would essentially script workshop. We'd sit down, we'd do a table read, we'd go up, we'd put the scenes to the side, and Armando, who was our showrunner at the time, would say, I think what this scene needs is this element. And so then we would all jump in, and we would play reporters, we would play chiefs of staff, we would play, armed forces generals, and just the idea being like, we're just going to throw stuff out and see if it brings this extra element to the scene. So then the writers would go away with the stuff that we had all worked on that day and write a new script. And so then by the time you got to set, Armando described it as like a stew. You just put everything in, you boil it down. You put more stuff in, you boil it down. You put more stuff in, you boil it down. So by the time you're on set, you've kind of already improvised around the entire thing, and you have a set script that you're working on. But then also they would say, all right, on this one, do the entire scene top to bottom. Don't use the same words, but hit the same beats.
Interesting.
And that just led to like moments where stuff would come out of nowhere. Somebody has a good idea, you can throw a joke in. And then I also will say, once trust was established, a lot of us would ask for forgiveness rather than permission. In that way of like, you can go up and explain a joke at Video Village for 5 minutes, or you could just do it in the scene, and if they laugh, they might like it, and just be like, yeah, do it again. You know what I mean?
Okay.
They're like, yeah, that works.
How many seasons did it take to do that before it became beg for forgiveness and ask for permission?
You know, we had a really trusting ensemble, so we got there quickly.
Good.
We got there quickly, yeah.
Tim Simons is our guest, and Veep, and Nobody Wants This, and a number of other, voice acting roles as well. But looking back to Veep, because I want to, there's so many great things that came from that. How much of some of the things that took place that Julia Louis-Dreyfus, her character, and others around it, how much was taken from things that really happened?
A fair amount was taken from like sort of what would happen behind the scenes. Armando, we would go up to DC, and we would meet with staffers throughout the process, and we would try to get a sense of what their lives were and try to get jargon that we could throw in. I am going to swear on your broadcast, the term pencil fuck that's used in the pilot was something we got a bunch of staffers drunk, and they started complaining because they worked in communications, and they were like, yeah, I wrote a speech today and my congressman completely pencil fucked it. Like, it was a great speech and now it's garbage. Yeah. And so now it's unusable. And so we went to set the next day and we were able to put that in.
Oh, amazing.
But then what invariably would happen every season is that we would the writers would sit around and be like, what's the dumbest thing a politician that could do? And then in between the time we had shot it and it came out, a politician in real life did that dumb thing. So it looked like we were ripping it off, but when we did it, we were like, nobody's going to be this dumb.
Yeah.
And then somebody was that dumb.
Yeah.
That was sort of how it worked out. Sometimes we were predictive, and sometimes we would take stuff from real life moments.
Because I was wondering, was there a presidential candidate that flew into the wrong city and got out to wave, and it was like, nope, you're in the wrong spot?
That was 100% based on a real, based on a real thing. I think it was the Obama, the first Obama campaign. I think they flew into the wrong airport, and I think we had pumped it up a little bit to be like, there was a whole crowd waiting, and the embarrassment of all these people waiting in one city and they're in a different city. I think they had just gone to the wrong city, but there wasn't a whole crowd waiting for them. So we pumped it up a little bit.
And then the other one that was great was stealing the speech, stealing lines from a speech because you're up there before this person. So then it's like that. They stole my line. That was my line.
Yeah. I can't think of a specific one, but I think that is rampant of just and I mean, honestly, that's kind of a thing that happens in Hollywood too. I mean, they have that thing about DC is Hollywood for ugly people. There's that thing that people say that is that you'll hear these nightmare stories about being like a comedy table read, and one of the supporting characters get a big laugh on a line, and the lead of the show will be like, "That's my line now." So like I feel like that happens in speeches where they're like, "That's good, I'm taking it." Yeah. And so, and again, luckily I have never worked in in a situation like that. But yeah, that I can't think of who that was, but that seems to be around a lot.
Why'd they stop the show? I mean, was it just the perfect time that if you just keep going, it's going to get dry or stale?
I think
leave people wanting more, because that was certainly me.
I think ultimately there were a number of factors at play. I think we would have done it forever. We loved it so much, but not all good things must come to an end, and like maybe leave a moment too soon rather than a moment too late. And there was that, but also by the time we were done, we were probably mid Trump's first term, and at that point politics is unsatirizable. It cannot be satirized, and a lot of our show was what goes on behind the scenes versus what the candidate would say publicly, and like the differences between those two things. And you're seeing the complete erasure of somebody who just goes out and says the bad thing and doesn't try to hide it. And so then it becomes a lot harder to satirize that. Yeah. And so we're just kind of living in a sort of upside down political world. And I think that also factored into it. It made our jobs really hard. Yeah. Because whatever thing you thought was going to be too much would immediately get blown out of the water and be like, all right, well, we have to start from zero.
Like, well, he's saying that, but that would have been behind the scenes said, and we could have had a satiric sort of scene around that, but that's been said. So yeah. That is interesting. Tim Simons is our guest.
Huge fan of concrete. Just want to say it again. Huge fan of the concrete. Still worried about it. Hope you guys can get it figured out.
I think we're on a path. We are on a path to get it done. Yeah, it's creating the path, and we're on that path to creating it to make sure that the world is ready to go here when the World Cup is in Kansas City. Feel free to come next summer to Kansas City for the World Cup.
I didn't realize that you guys are going to have games there.
Oh yeah. We are a few months away from which countries will be announced that we'll be hosting. Which countries? I think we're going for Germany. December is when I think Germany's the big push, that they want Germany to be based in Kansas City.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. That's so fun.
Because every host site has like specific countries that will have their home base there.
Oh, okay.
And all their fans will go there to watch them train and practice. And so
that's really
fun. A few countries I think that Kansas City's trying to get to make their home base, because right in the middle, easy access everywhere.
Kansas City, Kansas, or Kansas City, Missouri?
Well, both.
Okay.
Both, yeah. So
what are you?
Well, I grew up in Missouri. I live in Kansas now. So I'm both. Just the Kansas City metropolitan area, all of it. Okay. Sporting plays in Kansas. Chiefs and Royals play in Missouri for now. We'll see where the Chiefs end up playing. That's also something going on. So all of that stuff, You excited about Mike Vrabel coming back, being the Patriots head coach?
I got to tell you, I wish I was more dialed in. I wish I was more dialed in. I was all in on cutting the sleeves off my hoodies and just speaking in a monotone. And I don't know. I have not followed as closely as I should.
I get it. That's fine. The Chiefs take over. The dynasty's over. Yeah. The new champions are in town. I understand that totally. It'll one day probably happen to the Chiefs too. That they'll have to step aside and somebody else will be the new dynasty.
Yeah. All these things ebb and flow. Yeah. Having a generational quarterback probably helps.
Yeah. It is interesting. Like, we're sitting here as fans of teams. And the dynamic and probably the argument 10 years from now will be your quarterback or my quarterback. Like, who's the greatest of all time? Yeah. It seems like it's barreling towards just those two.
Oh, you think there's going to be a debate about that? Well, that's really fun.
Well,
how sweet.
Well, I was thinking this, Tim. Tim Simons, our guest. I was thinking this. The other day, I was sitting down. I'm like, what am I going to talk about today? And it popped into my head. I'm like, what about LeBron versus Jordan? Like, why have we not figured out who's the GOAT? LeBron versus Jordan. I think we should really go down that. Like, that needs to be traversed more. That is just uncharted territory right now. So I was thinking, it came up on my own. Like, LeBron versus Jordan, who's the GOAT? I think that should be talked about.
I think stats-wise, look, I'm not the most dialed-in sports guy. It's one of those things. Should I wait a second?
No, you're good.
That's okay.
No, keep going, yeah. You cursed earlier, so beeping in the background is not going to be a big deal.
You guys are probably really worried about the beeping. Yeah. Just use that beep to cover up what I said. There is that thing. I mean, I think
these GOAT conversations going. Come on.
If you look stats-wise, there kind of really isn't a comparison, except for like that thing of like the eye test. It seems to be like broken down between people that are like stats focused and then eye test focused in that way that like people that enjoy, I guess, like God bless Michael Jordan, the man is a psychopath. You know what I mean? And so if you like rooting for psychopaths and want them to be the best ever, then you're going to be pretty locked in.
Isn't that sort of like, it's interesting because that seems to be some sort of a characteristic. Like Jordan was a psychopath on the court. Brady seems to be a psychopath in terms of winning on the field. And Eric Bieniemy, Patrick Mahomes' offensive coordinator, said that Patrick Mahomes is a competitive prick.
Yeah,
is what he called him. Like I guess that seems to be a trait that if you're going to be the GOAT, you got to be that. You want to destroy the other person.
Yeah, you kind of have to. I'm glad. I feel like I'm reasonably competitive, but I will never be the GOAT. I'm not that competitive.
No,
I just feel like I don't know. You got to go home and sleep at night sometimes. I always think about it like, what if you were 25% less the worst person that ever lived, and you only won 4 championships? You know what I mean? That'd be a trade-off I'd be willing to take.
I say the same thing about Brady. It's a good point. Tim Simons, Veep, nobody wants this. Really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you so much. I'm a big fan. I love your work. And what's coming up next for you? What are you working on right now?
I'm coming up. Second season of Nobody Wants This comes out October 23rd. And I'm in a couple movies that will be coming out later on this year, one of which I don't think I can say, and then the other one I just don't know when it comes out.
So it's Top Gun, the next Top Gun.
Yeah, Top Gun.
Yeah, so Miles Teller, Tim Simons.
Yeah.
You're playing Maverick's long-lost brother, or it would be Rooster's long-lost brother.
Rooster's long-lost brother. I'm terrified of flying.
Yeah, and they got to get you up in that plane.
They keep being like, you have to go up, and
they have both been captured. You're the only one that can save them for some reason. For some reason, you are the only one that
around. Like I see 40 other pilots here.
It's got to be this guy. I'm not sure what is called. Walrus. Come on, Walrus. You're up. Asphalt, concrete. You're up. It's time
concrete
to go.
Would actually be a pretty dope call signal.
Tim Simons, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure, man. This is really fun.
Absolutely. We'll take a time out. We'll come back. More Zone next.
Three, four, five.
Hello, hello, hello.
Liver and onions, onions and liver.
That's
Hello.
right. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, people.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
That's right. And
This
good
is
night.
Paul Harvey.
Yes. And now the rest of the story.
And now the rest of the story.
All right. Here we go. Larry the Cable. 3, 2.
We had a big lunch. You can tell me when we start.
We return here to Sports. We're starting right now, Larry.
Okay.
Larry the Cable Guy's with us on Sports Radio
apologize for that
810
thing,
WHB. You know what?
It is good.
It happens. It's a hot mic. Hot mic. Those things get picked up on a hot mic.
No. Well, good to see you. I didn't know if I was going to make it this year or not. As you can tell, I put on some weight. I'm about 25 pounds heavier than I was last time I was out. I was in great shape last year. You know, I could see the women, pepper spraying me with their eyes last year, but I threw my back out twerking. So I couldn't work out for a couple of days. And I'm not a big twerker, but a ladybug went down my crack. So I had to get it out, and finally got it out. Went in a ladybug, come out a stink bug. Hey, say, look at that, boys. Look at that.
I don't believe you. I think you look great. I think you look great, Larry.
That's right. When I do radio stuff, it's all PG-13. Pretty good for 13 minutes of the interview. And then it's downhill.
Larry the Cable Guy is our guest with us here in Lake Tahoe.
Wow, beautiful. Lake Tahoe.
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. You're here every year. Every year. You haven't. Have you missed one?
I have
not. How many in a row?
12 in a row.
12 in a row. Wow.
Yeah. I do a lot of the tournaments, so I enjoy it. A lot of charity tournaments, a lot of celebrity tournaments. I did 5 charity events this year. 4. Actually, 4. I was going to do 5. One was for the Make-A-Wish Foundation, but I didn't play in it. The kid's wish was for me not to participate, so I wanted to grant him that wish, so I didn't play.
Nice of you, though.
Well, played with, who did I play with last time? The first year I was out here, it was unbelievable. I hit a guy in the temple on 18, and then I busted a window in the clubhouse on 1. But the good news was I was the only celebrity that week to make Golf Channel and Court TV on the same day, so I thought that was a pretty good deal.
Not easy to do.
No, that's why I started playing with 2 gloves so I don't leave prints. A lot of people name their drivers, like Big Bertha. Mine's Exhibit A. But these are fun tournaments. I played with Bernie Sanders one time, and not at this one. I forget where it was at, but it was kind of weird. He didn't call them mulligans. He said they were entitlements. So and he took like 9 entitlements. I made
sure you didn't get.
I'm only kidding. I didn't go for Bernie Sanders. That's just for the joke.
Larry the Cable Guy.
But this is fun.
Yeah,
a lot of people want to come to Tahoe, and I'm very privileged to be asked every year. I love it.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. But my ultimate goal in these events, is to get to Augusta, and clog the toilet in the main clubhouse. I've clogged some of the finest toilets in some of the finest clubhouses across the country. Oakmont, you name it. And,
Edgewood.
Edgewood. I think they know it's me now, though, because I'm the only golfer out here that carries a plunger in his golf bag.
Giveaway.
I'm only kidding. I've never golfed with Bernie Sanders.
Larry the Cable Guy is our guest. How do you get through a round? I mean, when the crowd is constantly screaming and you interact with them so much. I mean, it's not like you're just simply walking down and ignoring everybody.
No.
You do so much interaction with them.
I love them.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I signed quadruple the autographs anybody else does out here. And I'm the only one that doesn't get security or lifts to his room. You know what I mean? Everybody's done golfing. I'm trying to make it to my room. I got 3,000 kids following me. Nobody seems to give a rat's turd about it. That's why I shoot, but you're like a 97
That's
every
the
time
reason.
I'm out here. But look, I know why I'm out here. I'm not out here because I'm the greatest golfer in the world. I love it. I mean, I love all that interaction with the fans.
Yeah.
I mean, if you didn't have that, I wouldn't be out here.
It's a good call.
So, yeah, no, I love it. Those kids, I mean, that little toe tuck I do, I mean, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So, you know.
About, I think maybe 6 years ago, it might have been. My son was 3 at that time, and at that time you did a whole toe mater thing on the air for him. It was great, you know. We still talk about it, you know, coming out to Lake Tahoe, you know, Mater's going to be there in Lake Tahoe.
Oh, man, if I had $1 for every time I did a video for somebody.
Really? As
Wait
Mater?
a minute, I do. Hold on a second.
Residual.
Fully makes up for that.
That's great.
No, I love those. Are fun to do. And you know, here's the thing about this kind of stuff. It don't take but a second to shoot a quick little liner when you're walking or something like that. So, you know, I know my role.
Yeah.
I enjoy it. It's fun. Hey, look, I get to come out and play golf and try to get better every year. Every year I always end up beating somebody else, another person. I started out second. Me and Charles were always next to last for the first 3 or 4 years, and me and Charles and Kevin Nealon were fighting for the worst golfer, and then Kevin, who else? But then I moved up. Then I beat 4 people. Then I beat 7 people. Then I beat 9 people. You know, unfortunately, none of them had ever played golf before, but they put them in the tournament. No, but you know, every year I beat somebody. I think last year I beat 17 people. So let's see how it goes. If I know this, I finish top 50. It's lead story on Golf Channel.
It would be lead story for us, top 50.
I'm telling you, that would be
phenomenal.
amazing.
That would be great. Larry the Cable Guy is our guest. How many people, when you're walking around here in Tahoe, are you more recognized for Larry the Cable Guy or Mater?
You know what? Both kind of split. You know, it's kind of split. It is how you think it would be.
Yeah.
You know, 35 and up is Larry.
Yelling, get her done.
35 and up, 34 and unders. Hey, it's Mater. You know, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's kind of like that Eddie Murphy deal. You know, Eddie Murphy did all these things for the adults, and he did the kid stuff. He's got 2 markets.
Yeah.
So yeah, I kind of got 2 markets. I've been very fortunate, very grateful.
As you were getting into it and developing Larry, any possible idea that one day you would be one of the more famous voices for kids in an animated sort of universe?
No, I just love doing stand-up, and
Yeah.
I just figured how much money would I need to make a living at it and support a family if I ever had one, you know. The whole Mater, the whole Larry the Cable Guy, that all started out just as something fun to do, and you know, it wasn't far from how I grew up anyway. You know, I mean, I grew up on a pig farm in southeast Nebraska, and then I moved to Florida. So, of course, I moved down there. All my buddies were all a bunch of crackers from, you know, so I blended in real good with them. I mean, I tell everybody where I grew up, and you could take you could cut out where I grew up and put it down by Beaumont, Texas, or put it down by Albany, Georgia, or it's the same people, just different accent, you know. So, and then I just picked up the accents. So when I hung out with my friends, you know, of course they were all Florida guys, so it would just come out, you know. So that's the character that I developed. It just hit.
Yeah.
It was fun to write for. Made me laugh.
Yeah.
So yeah, I never thought in a million years it would end up being a cartoon tow truck with a bunch of kids. I mean, boy, that's crazy how life works.
No kidding. Do you
1 minute I'm doing stripograms, and the next minute I'm doing this. It's unbelievable.
1 minute ago, you were doing that. It seemed like. Larry the Cable Guy is our guest. Do you make it to Lincoln much anymore to get to on Saturdays?
Yeah, I go to every home game.
Well, I'm an idiot then.
Yeah. I moved back.
Yeah, so I know that you go to every home game there, Larry. So you know that's awesome. Matt Rule, feeling good?
Love Matt Rule. He's awesome. Love Troy Dannon. He's awesome. The program is coming back. You know, as a 62-year-old Husker fan, you know, I was 8 years old the first time I heard Nebraska Furniture Mart. The Nebraska Cornhuskers are #1 again. You know, that's 2 in a row. So from the time I was old enough to know anything about it, I live in a small town, you know, hearing them on the radio. But from the time I was 8 years old till I was 42 years old, Nebraska had maybe lost at the most 2 games for the year. and always went to a New Year's bowl game somewhere. So man, when the first year we went 7-7. I mean, holy mac, we just lost more games in 1 year. We lost the entire decade of the 90s. What's going on?
Right.
And then the next year we went 10-2, and then they fired the coach. And then, I mean, it's been a disaster.
Yeah.
And I feel bad because my kids,
They don't know.
I'm Husker through and through,
Yeah.
and I got us the best sweet box at the stadium because I was going to have my kids enjoy these games and they still haven't had when Pelini was there, we had some good runs at it, but he just never won the big game,
Mm-hmm.
I liked him, I don't get mixed up in all the inner workings. I'm just a big fan like everybody else. But man, I'll tell you, we all just, guys like me, we just hope and pray we get to see it at least one more time.
Yeah.
I tell you, and this is just my take on it. Nebraska, we didn't make a mistake joining the Big Ten. I missed the Big 12 because of the Oklahoma-Nebraska rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
We made a mistake by getting away from the option game that we had run for 60-something years, 50-something years. And we always got the best dual threat quarterback. We didn't have to. We always got a homegrown lineman. All Tom Osborne ever had to do was, hey, get me a couple of fast linebackers. I need 5 guys. Go get me 5 guys. We got the rest in state. That was the thing, in those years we were back-to-back, there was a lot of guys, walk-ons, and played 8-man football.
Yeah.
This just seems like they developed players better. I know it's a different game now because of NIL, and you don't want kids to leave, and they don't stay for 4 years. So it's a different game. But I still think if we kept that option, you're still a slick, oiled machine.
Yeah.
You know what holes to fill. You're always going to get the best running backs in the country because they want to run the ball. They want to, you know what I mean? But when you go to an offense that 70% of the country's running the same offense, what makes you unique to everybody else? Where are you going to go? You're going to go to are you going to go to the schools that have been running that already, or are you going to go to the South? Are you going to go to the Midwest to go to Nebraska? You don't really have anything unique anymore.
Yeah.
That was unique. And nobody ran the option better than the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Nobody put offensive linemen in the NFL better than the Nebraska Cornhuskers. And then Callahan came in. We got rid of all that, and he went to a pro set. There you go, down to tubes. That, in my opinion, is hard to get back.
Yeah. No, it's when Kansas was looking for a new coach, I had talked about, maybe they go get themselves an option coach, because do you separate yourself there? Now they got a good one in Lance Leipold that, doesn't run the option, but it was like, how do you find a way to separate yourself from everybody else?
Yeah.
If everybody else is going to be over recruiting you, well, now they got better players doing the same thing you're doing.
But just not only that, you got 5 days to prepare for an offense you never see, and not an offense you never see, an offense run by a team that's been running it forever, and they're freaking good at it. That's hard to do, especially when you got a quarterback that can hit the tight ends over the middle, and you're unstoppable.
Yeah.
You're pissing me off.
Garbage. You came in a good mood and you're leaving in a bad one. I apologize.
I'm going to shank every ball out there.
I apologize. I got money on it. I got money on everybody else to beat you anyway, so I'm just trying to get in his head right here.
It was probably a good bet before I was upset. Oh my God.
Well, on that note, we appreciate this. Now that I pissed you off, we appreciate you stopping by, man.
Oh, right. I'm going to finish hitting some balls here, probably go to the gym a little bit, let me tell you why. I used to go I hate the gym, and I'll tell you why, because I go in and I'm prepared to do a workout, and there's always some idiot at the machine that I want, and I tell the manager all the time, you got to get more than 3 vending machines, because I do Butterfinger crunches. This is what I do.
Hang off.
That's why I don't go to the gym anymore. Well, that, and I left a skid mark on the yoga mat. Sorry about that. I hope nobody's Hope it's not dinner time in Kansas City.
It's always. Larry, thank you so much
I
for stopping by.
appreciate you always asking me to come on. I missed you the last couple of years, so thanks for having me on. I thought I grew out of graces or something, so now I'm happy.
Absolutely.
Right.
Larry the Cable Guy. We take a time out. We come back. More
Here,
next.
Dad.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Absolutely, yes.